Everyone wants to learn Claude Code in 2026 because of its growing demand. But where is the structure guide? What are the resources I need to refer? What about prerequisites? And how to start? I know. This is the situation right now. That is why I have created this complete beginner-friendly 7 hours long Claude Code masterclass for you, where you will learn Claude versus Claude Code architecture, Claude Code agentic tools, Claude.md file, building customized skills in Claude Code, plugins and marketplace, building sub-agents in Claude Code, attaching hooks for automation, connecting MCP servers with Claude Code, local MCP servers and hosted MCP servers, and much more. I literally covered everything that you need to know as a developer with respect to Claude Code. The beauty of this course is cool hand-drawn doodle visuals which help you understand complex concepts with ease. And not just this, all of the notes, all of the code files, all of the resources as well that we are going to follow in this particular course will be provided to you for free. In short, you will start this masterclass as a total beginner who doesn't even know the meaning of Claude, and you will end up becoming a confident industry ready Claude Code developer. And I'm serious. I have literally put my heart while creating this amazing Claude Code masterclass. So if you want to support my hard work, simply hit the subscribe button right now and just write I love Claude Code in the comment section, and let's get started. So what's up my fam, happy Sunday and welcome to this amazing Claude Code master class. I know you are very excited to learn Claude Code because Claude Code is non-negotiable in 2026. Let me just tell you, it was good to have in 2025. In 2024 it was like very nice to have, but nowadays it is like non-negotiable. If you do not know about Claude Code, people will treat like this person doesn't know Claude Code. Can you imagine? Do not worry. Ansh Lamba is here and I will just tell you everything in Claude Code that I know personally, okay? Because Claude Code has so many things. And as I just mentioned, I have also added the recent upgrades in the Claude Code that just happened last week. So all of these upgrades will be covered in this video as well. And before wasting your time, I just want to tell you the prerequisites, because prerequisites are very important for this video. What should you know? Very basic Python language, and that's it. Very basic. How to print, how to do this thing, and that's it. Because Claude Code is totally a different thing. We work with LLMs, we work with tools, but when you know some basic programming language, very basics, then you can just understand what's going on behind the scenes. Because this course is not just showing you how to make LLM calls, how to get the response, not at all. We're gonna level up really quick, but yes, we will start from scratch. That means you do not need any prior knowledge in Claude. You do not need to know what is Anthropic. You do not need to know what is Claude. You do not need to know what are Claude LLMs. You do not need to know what are Claude code, what are the tools available, what is Claude Desktop application, anything. You do not need to know anything related to Claude. Just basic Python language is more than enough. Perfect. Now let's quickly see the agenda of this video. Agenda of this video is very simple. You are a total beginner. Even if you know some things, I would say, bro, this video has covered so much of things. So do not feel like I already know MCPs, I already know about Claude Code, so this video for me. Obviously yes. So if you are a beginner, yes, I am assuming that you are a beginner. So this video will make you a confident Claude Code developer. You will be able to integrate Claude Code in your day-to-day activities. If you are a developer in any domain, data domain, software domain, any domain, you can integrate Claude Code, and I will just show you how you can use Claude Code. Because once you understand Claude Code, how does it behave, you can just use it anywhere in your day-to-day activities, in your anything system. Okay, simple. Very good. So this is the entire agenda of this particular video, and yes, as I just mentioned, I will be using amazing cool graphics for this particular illustration so that you can understand the concepts. And see, not just understanding, it's also about retaining the information in your memory. And when you just learn from these graphics, from these live illustrations, not like pre-built illustrations, and not just the diagrams which are available in the official documentation, you will actually understand the flow. So that is why I thought like, why not to just create our own illustrations instead of just referring to the documentation. Yes, we'll be referring to the documentation whenever it is needed for syntax, for definitions, but yeah, for understanding point of view, we will be just using these cool graphics. Okay, and let me just give you a quick sneak peek about our working directory that we have built in this course. So we will be just building entire thing from scratch. You can see agents, you can see agent memory, hooks, skills, Claude.md, settings.json, whatever we have built here will be built from scratch, and everything is available in my GitHub repo as well. You can just clone it, but you would not require to clone it because I will explain you everything, so you can just build it on your own as well. Simple, 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 simple. Okay, very good. Now next, agenda is clear. Everything is clear. So now what? Now before proceeding, I will just take a few minutes just to congratulate the people, my data fam, my people who have just cracked their offer letters from their dream job, and they're really, really happy. So I want to just highlight the success of Myda fam. So congratulations to all of these people. Wow, 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 wow. List is very long, and I want this list to be very long, right? Okay, so yes, if you also want to just succeed in data engineering domain especially, and I would say AI data engineering domain, just hit the subscribe button right now, because this particular channel will help you a lot to grow in this domain, because this channel publishes all of the in-demand tools and technologies, tutorials, projects, everything related to AI and data engineering. Simple. So simply hit the subscribe button and drop a lovely comment in the comment video in the comment section. Okay, and at the end, this is me, and that's it. Simple. Let's get started with the masterclass. So let's get started with our Claude Code masterclass. First of all, Ansh, Lamba, what is Claude Code and what is Claude? What is Claude models? Because everywhere we go, we see Claude, and there's like new name for Claude and something, Claude and something, Claude and something. And you know what? You need to understand the difference between all of these major components, and then only you will be understand Claude Code in detail. Common sense, right? So I will assume that you have never ever heard this word called Claude Code. Okay, can I just make this assumption? Even if you have heard, it's good, but let's say you even haven't heard about Claude, okay, ever. So everything was started just few years ago. So everything was started with something called as Claude. Now what is Claude? Claude is nothing but, you can say, a component, a product by a company called Anthropic. Okay, so everything was actually started with Anthropic. Okay, simple. So Anthropic, and if you have not heard about Anthropic, it's fine, it's totally fine, and I will just tell you what is Anthropic as well. So Anthropic is basically, you can say, another AI company that is like booming right now, similar to OpenAI, which has like LLM models, large language models, but those models are very compatible for the coding, coding and day-to-day activities. Other than just doing the research work, those models can do a lot of research as well, but the major and primary goal is like coding side more. Okay, so Anthropic has some models. Models. Very good. What kind of models? Let's forget about Claude as well for now. So first of all, they launched some models. So let's say they have a model called, they have basically 3 types of models. So first is Haiku. Where is my font? Okay, so first is Haiku. So this is first type of LLM model that they have. Okay, this is the smallest one. Smallest means like not very small as compared to other 2 categories, but Haiku is also very powerful, because Anthropic is Anthropic, man, and you will get to know a lot of things. And I think you already know, because I see your love already on the, you can say, promotions for Anthropic, Claude, or whatever. So Haiku is the first type of category, you can say, and the second category is Sonnet, which is my personal favorite, because Sonnet is the balanced approach. Not very small, not very parametric high, perfect for all the work. So my personal favorite is Sonnet. Okay, and then we have one more type, which is like very optimized models, which are actually very good. Okay, and these are called Opus. Perfect. So this is the paradigm of Anthropic, and they came up with these 3 major models, or basically these 3 categories basically. Okay, these 3 categories, 1, 2 and 3. Now, Ansh Lamba, where is Claude in between this? Okay, very good question. So Anthropic came up with this particular paradigm: Haiku, Sonnet, Opus. And even if I just go to any browser and if I just search, let's say, Anthropic models, you will see all of the models will be based on these three names. Reject all cookies. Where is the models? Model. So Claude 4.6. Where are the models, bro? We need models. Oh yeah. So currently they have Opus 4.6, Sonnet, Haiku, Opus 4.6, Sonnet, Haiku 4.5, and whatever. So they have all of these different variants, but all of the models are based on these three categories: Haiku, Sonnet, Opus. Haiku is the smallest one, Sonnet is the balanced one, Opus is the biggest one. Simple. Now Claude came up into the picture because all of the model used the name called Claude. Claude Haiku, Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus. Similar to OpenAI. OpenAI is the parent company, but all of the models start with GPT, GPT-4, GPT 5.2, Codex, GPT 5, like this. So similarly, Anthropic is the parent company, and all of the models start with Claude, Claude Haiku, Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus. So this was the beginning point of Claude. Make sense? So I can put Claude in between this, because Claude is nothing but just the term that they use. Simple. Okay. So is this a Claude code? Bro, hold on. This is not Claude code. This is just the Claude paradigm. Okay. We need to learn step by step everything. Okay. So perfect. Let me just remove this. Yeah. So I hope you understood this. Simple. So this is your Claude. Now, when they made these models, obviously we developers, we were able to use Claude models through API calls. We were able to integrate the Claude models in our chatbots. All of these things were happening where we were just making API calls, we were getting the response back. Perfect. Now they thought that OpenAI has a chatbot. Obviously it's called ChatGPT. So they thought we should also create our, you can say, chatbot where people can directly access our models and they can just get the answers back in return, like day-to-day Q&A, day-to-day research, day-to-day questions, anything, right? So they came up with this concept called Claude Desktop. Claude Desktop. So this is the application that they created, or basically you can say wrapper they created on top of Claude on top of their Claude models. So they are saying bring Claude to your desktop. Simple. Very good. So you can just download in Windows, Mac, Windows ARM. So this is the Q&A version. Q&A version. Like basically you can simply ask the question similar to ChatGPT. If I open ChatGPT, so this is what? This is just a wrapper. This is just a front-end application built on top of what? The models. Which models? GPT-4, GPT-5, GPT 4.1, whatever. Simple. So Claude Desktop came up with this solution called Claude Desktop application. There is a web version available for it, but people love using it on their local desktop. Why? Because it is very, very powerful and very easy to use. So they just think like we can directly download the application. Because when you download the application, now you will know the Claude code as well and so on. So that is very powerful. So people love using it on their desktop. I have already downloaded it on my desktop. So I also love using it on my desktop. Simple. So don't worry, I will just ask you to download it, but no, not now. I want to explain a lot of things before that. Perfect. So now this is our Claude Desktop. So this was the first part of it, like Claude Desktop. After these models, okay, they launched something called as Claude, let's say, Desktop app. Simple. This was created. Okay, perfect. Simple. So now we have app. Now we can do what? With this app, we can, let's say you are a user. If you have any question, you can say, hey, what is the syntax of this particular code? Hey, what is the, you can say, I am facing this error. Can you please solve it for me? Whatever you want to ask. So you can literally go to any Claude model. Let's say you picked, let's say this model. This is one of the Claude model, and you simply pick, let's say, haiku 45. Simple. So you pick this model, and what is this model? Just you can say the LLM, and then you will get the response back. Simple. This is the flow. Simple. Claude Desktop application. This is the sole reason behind building the application. But then something great happened. What? Now something happened, and you already know the answer. Claude Code. Now you already understood what is Claude, like what is the beginning point of Claude and what is Claude Desktop. Now you can understand the Claude Desktop. Now you were able to access this Claude application. Okay, you were asking, hey, what is, let's say I'm asking questions like this. Let me just open my Claude Code. Okay, I will just tell you how you can also download it, don't worry at all. So this is my Claude Code, or not Claude Code, just Claude Desktop, and 2 free version. It is not a paid or upgraded version. Okay, and you do not need that. Like, you can get that, but we will just talk about that in the video as well. So now this is my Claude Desktop application. Okay, so I can literally ask anything. I will simply say, bro, I am facing an error while writing my PySpark code. So I will just give this prompt and I will get the response. Simple. Very good. Now I was also asking some questions related to my desktop application, or you can say desktop work. Let's say I want to copy all of my just ignore this MCP server because I was building one MCP. So I want to copy all of my let's say files to a destination folder, but only the, let's say, CSV files. I asked this thing. Okay, and I can pick the model. So I can pick, let's say, haiku is a smaller version. By the way, I'm using free version, so let's use 4.6. Why? To save the tokens, right? We are not paying for it for now. So let's say CSV files. So I just literally, so I have got the response. What is the response? I would be happy to help you copy only CSV file to a destination folder. Could you provide a few details? What are the source, destination, folder paths? So I can just give them as well. Like, source path is this, destination path is this, and you already know the answer. Like, what will be the answer? It will give me the step-by-step implementation. Ansh, Lamba, the same thing we can do with ChatGPT as well. Exactly. That's why there's no difference between Claude Desktop and ChatGPT for now. Okay, for now. Okay. Now what happened? And let's see, let's try to first of all explore this thing, Claude Desktop. So I want you to download Claude Desktop application right now and just create an account in that, because it will be required for the next discussion. So how you can just download the Claude Desktop application? Simply go to Claude download, let's say Claude Desktop application, because there are 2 things, Claude Code and Claude download. You need to download Claude Desktop application. So simply say Claude Desktop application and then download. Okay, then you will land on this thing. And make sure you are downloading the application. Bring Claude to your desktop. Simple. And then you can click on Windows or Mac, whatever your system is. So click on this thing, and I've already downloaded it, so it will again download it, but it's fine. So you can install this application, and then you just need to sign in like normally you do, and just make sure that you are able to use Claude Desktop application. Simple. Just try to do that, because I want to show you some small things, because these are required for your learning journey for this Claude Code. So here, when you will be creating your Claude account, you will see this thing, which is, you can say, your free version, use Claude for free, pro version and max version. So now the thing is, for now you just need to pick the use Claude for free. When you will be just working and learning about Claude Code, then it will be your choice if you want to go for pro version or for the API version. What is API version? API version means like you just create the API and use it like the other models. So it's not very special thing that you are hearing for the first time. But for now, you do not need to worry at all. Simply go for Claude for free. Simple. Because here you can simply say create, edit content, create code, visualize data, and whatever the chatbot can do. Okay. So let me just click on Claude for free. Okay, and you can just ignore this thing. Why? Because I was just building some MCPs. So it is saying ask me anything and blah, 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 blah. I understand. Okay, I understand. So this is my very first chat. So I can say enter your name, Ansh Lamba. What do you want, bro? Let's go, all set. Oh man, I just created this new account just for you so that you can see this thing as a new thing. And let me just delete this MCP for now. And yeah, so this is the very first chat that it will just generate for you. Okay, and I just clicked on randomly because it was just keep on asking something. So I can simply click on delete. Simple. So this is the home page where you can see the Claude Code. Simple. So here this is the chat version, and these are all of the models that you can use. In the free version you can use Haiku and Sonnet. Okay, good. Now the thing is, first of all you need to click on this particular icon. Okay, and here you will see all of the details related to your account. Simple. Here if you want to upgrade plan anytime, you can click on this button, you can upgrade it, it's your choice. And first of all I will go to settings because I want to show you something. So if I go to settings, this is my settings page where I can just change so many things in Claude Desktop application as per your convenience. So obviously I'm not going to give you this particular tutorial. I will directly take you to the developer option because we are the developers. So here what is this thing, developer? So this is the area that we will be using when we will be working with Claude Code and we'll be building MCPs. And if you do not know about MCPs, do not worry, but I'm so sure that you would have heard about this word MCP. So I'm just giving you the hint that we will be just building MCPs as well. So do not need to worry. So for now, I can simply click on delete. And why this is failing? This is failing because I have not turned on my MCP server because I'm running MCP locally. So that is why it is just like giving this error. See, it is running on my local host and it is like turned off right now. But do not worry at all. I will just create a new one from scratch. So it is fine. So this is the thing. Okay, so now just tell me, Ansh Lamba, this Claude Desktop application is done. You can just go to chats. I can just talk to this particular chat and everything. Where does Claude Code come into the picture? Because everyone is telling that we can use Claude Code in Claude Desktop application. And what is Claude Code? Yes. Now your ground base fundamental, or you can say high level overview around Claude is completed. Now you know what is Claude and what is Claude Desktop application and what are those Claude terminologies that we use. Okay, now you are all set to understand the technical areas. Okay, but let me just tell you one more thing. When you will just talking about sign in completed, yes, we know sign in completed. Okay, let me just close this. Okay, perfect. So when you'll be just working along Claude Code, the learning graph for Claude Code is not like this. Let's say like this. No. Do you know what is the learning graph for Claude Code? Because I'm preparing you beforehand. So learning graph is like this. It starts from here. It goes like this. It goes like this. Why? Because you'll be feeling like, hey, where I'm just progressing to. You are, yes, progressing, but there are so many things that you'll be just circling back and you'll be just exploring it again and again and again, because this is the thing. It is what it is. Claude Code is not like very simple thing or very easy thing that goes in the straight line, but because you are landed on this video, you should say that this is the most easiest thing. Why? Because we are on this channel, we are on this video. Simple. Okay, but do not worry. Even if you feel sometime that, hey, what is this? It's fine. When we were learning about these things, we were also saying, hey, what is this? So do not worry at all. Just re-watch some segments of the video, practice more, and that's it. Simple. Good. So now let's do one thing. Now let's directly jump into the Claude Code. Now what is Claude Code? Now after developing the Claude Desktop application, and let me just say this thing, Claude Code is amazing. Amazing. But Claude Code is not the only thing, or you can say the only application or any, you can say, component in the AI which is the sole development, or you can say sole developer of this particular thing. Let me just tell you what do I mean. So let's copy this thing, Claude Code. Now what is Claude Code? This is very interesting, okay? Because now you understood the hierarchy. Now what is the hierarchy? So now after Claude Desktop, we got Claude Code. Okay, we got Claude Code. Now what happened in Claude Code? Claude team said, we are providing our models in the form of Claude, like Claude Haiku, Claude Sonnet, blah, blah, blah. Any user can ask anything from this? Yes. And as we know that it is the fundamental behavior of any LLM that it generates tokens, it generates text, it responses us back. We all know that. Very good. Now this person says, hey, let's say this person says, what is let's say PySpark. Okay, so Claude will say PySpark is blah, 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 and very long definition. Simple. So this person will get the response back. Oh, simple. This is very simple. Okay, perfect. Now if this person says Claude, just, or you can say, please create a PySpark script for me. What did he say? Create a PySpark script for me. Who are you? If you want to ask me something, if you want to ask me for any code, feel free to do that. I will provide you the code. But now you are asking me to create a PySpark script for you. This is one step ahead, because Claude can generate the code. Simple. Claude can generate the code. Claude cannot generate a file. Claude cannot generate a script for you. It can generate the code only. But now you are saying, create a PySpark script for me. On top of it, let's add some more challenges. Please create a PySpark script for me and let's say, and copy, or let's say, put the script in the, let's say, scripts folder. Oh, so now this person is saying create a script and also put the script in the scripts folder. Oh, okay. And let's say if the scripts folder is not there, Claude needs to create that folder for that person as well. Is it possible? No, not at all. LLM is just a model which responds us. That's it. Can ChatGPT do this thing? Obviously not. Gemini, no one can do this thing. But now, let me just say that it can do this thing. What? Yes, that's what Claude Code is. So now what will happen? This Claude is LLM. Yes, Claude is very smart, is like one of the best coding agents that we have, coding LLMs. Sonnet 4.5 or 4.6, the latest one, 4.6, the best one. Obviously, Opus 4.6 is the best one, but I am just talking from a, you can say, developer point of view, when you need to just like use that model personally. Okay, because Opus 4.6 is like way too expensive. Sonnet is very good. Simple. So now Claude has the best LLMs. That means Claude can write code for anything efficiently. Now what Claude team did, Claude team created some tools. What tools? Okay, tool 1. Okay, tool like this, tool like this, tool like this, tool like this. Okay, now what will happen? So these tools are attached to the Claude. Simple. Okay, now there are some built-in tools, like so many built-in tools, not just 4, but for example, let's say we have these 4 tools. This tool can perform file system level tasks. Simple. This tool can do that. How? If you have some fundamental knowledge about Python or any programming language, so we know that we always get some OS level modules. Let's say in the Python we have OS module. With the help of OS module, we can create the folder, we can create the file, we can put the content into that file. Simple. This shows your fundamentals of Python. If you have fundamental knowledge, it's fine. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, this is fine. This tool can perform that task. Similarly, there are some tools which can, let's say, access your website or all of these things, but let's keep it very simple. So let's say this tool is there which can perform those things. So when Claude needs to perform any task related to file system, related to that person's you can say file system, folder, files, whatever, Claude LLM will generate the code and it will hand over that code to tool. Basically, it will make the tool call. That tool call will perform the file level tasks. How is it possible? Because Claude Code lives in your terminal. Claude Code lives in your system. Okay? That means it can run bash commands. That means it can run all the sub-process commands. Sub-process commands means, let's say it wants to create directory. It will simply say mkdirs and create the directory, whatever. Okay? So it can perform those things. That is why Claude Code cannot be accessed on the web. It can only be accessed on the terminal. Wherever we have the terminal, wherever we can execute the commands. Make sense? So that is why Claude has created these amazing tools, like next level tools. Okay? And these tools are actually performing those tasks, and they are leveraging the LLM model under the hood. This is your Claude Code. When they combine this Claude model with these tools, it becomes Claude Code. This is the most simplest explanation that you would hear for Claude Code. Now, Ansh, Lamba, how do you know that it is connected to tool? How do you know this thing? Because see, if you have developed some, or if you have some basic knowledge about agentic AI, how agentic AI behave, if you have worked with LangGraph, LangChain is not like very agentic, but let's say LangGraph, if you have developed those agents, you would know that it is not magic. You can do the same thing by yourself as well. And don't worry, I will also show you my light version of Claude Code. I have just created, just for this tutorial, how you can even create your own Claude Code. You do not need to depend on Claude Code, but obviously Claude Code is very efficient. Claude Code is like very, you can say, well written by the team, dedicated team. And I have just written the code in just like few minutes, just to demonstrate that this is something that we can also build. It is not out of the box. It is not like a black box. We do not know what is going inside and we do not know what is coming outside. No, everything is predicted. Everything is like very simple, just a tool call, simple. So this is Claude Code under the hood, simple. Now, if we want to work with Claude Code, we need to install these tools, right? Install these tools. Where are these tools? Because obviously we do not need to download the model. LLM is like hosted on their servers, right? And we just use that server using the API or subscription. But we need to download these tools because these tools will live on our system. Okay. Now comes the point that we need to download the Claude Code. Simple. Very good. I hope you understood the overall concept of Claude Code. Like, what is Claude Code? So that is why I say, if I need to just define it in the statement as well. So Claude Code is nothing but, let's say Claude Code is your, or let's say agentic graph. Why graph? Because we are just building a graph. LLM in the middle and they have the tools and obviously multi-step graph. So Claude Code is agentic graph which uses Claude LLMs under the hood. This is the one line statement for Claude Code, and I think this is the most simplest one that you can just use. And obviously if you want to memorize those documented definitions, go on Google, learn it, memorize it. If you want to understand it, this is the definition. Claude Code is nothing but the agentic graph which uses Claude LLMs under the hood. Simple, very good. Okay, and you know what, if you understood this concept, now you will be able to learn Claude very easily. Because now, do you know what do you need to do? Let me be honest. Now you just need to explore its capabilities, and that's it. Because now you understand the architecture. And if you have understood the architecture, let's say 60%, 70%, it's fine, because rest of the 20-30% you will understand when I will just show my code as well that I have personally created with respect to Claude Code, just to demonstrate this thing. Okay, do not feel like, Ansh, Lamba, you built your own Claude Code. It's not like that. It's like a very light version of Claude Code, very basic version of agentic graph. Simple. Okay, because I want to give you the best knowledge, so I just thought like, hey, let's create this as well so that you can also learn. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to get started with Claude Code download, or you can say installation. So how you can just get started with it. Now, yes, Claude Code is not for free. First of all, let me just tell you, Claude models are not for free. If you want to just use Claude for free, you can only use Claude Desktop application and do the Q&A work. But if you are learning, if you're a data engineer, if you are developing something, it is a very common sense that you need to make API calls with the models. And when you need to make the API calls with the models, you need to pay to the servers, right? It is not providing everything for free. There was a time in the beginning when this was free for some period, like way back, like 2 years back. Not two, I would say 1.5 years back. But now it is not for free, and they cannot just provide this thing for free. Their models are expensive. So if you want to learn Claude Code, yes, you need to pay for some APIs, right? And what will be the bill? It depends like how much APIs you are using. Simple. So now there are two options. Now if you want to use Claude Code, there are two options. Let me just tell you. So now we want to get started with Claude Code. So there are two options. The first option is API, which I also recommend you as a developer, because you are smart enough. You should not go with subscription directly. It totally depends upon your use case. Subscriptions are very, very good. I'm not denying that. But you should be convinced before going for the subscription. It's not like everyone is taking subscription. I will also take the subscription. No, you do not need that for now, at least. So first option is API. This is the best one to get started because you simply pay for whatever you are using. Okay. Second one is subscription that you can just take. It's up to you. Okay. Now, if you want to just use a subscription, what you need to do, simply go to your Claude Code, or basically Claude Desktop, and click on your account and click on upgrade. When you click on upgrade plan, you will see this window. You can just pay like this particular, for me it's like 24 CAD. So I can just pay this, and it is like for yearly. For monthly it is like 28 CAD. I know it is like expensive, so obviously I'm not going for it. So like it's not expensive. If you compare the usage when you are just calling the APIs, it is actually meaningful. But if you're learning, if you're just trying to learn Claude Code, you do not need to directly pay $28 in the beginning. Once you are well versed with it, once you know how to work with Claude Code, then it will make sense, a lot of sense, because the work it can do for you, next level, bro, next level. Like you cannot even imagine like the work it can do, because the moment we'll be learning about MCPs, you will be blown up. I'm just telling you. MCP is like next level thing. Okay. And with Pro plan, you get a lot of well connected MCPs as well. So that is the game changing thing. But yeah, don't worry. We will just learn about all the things. So we have two options. Okay. APIs and subscription. So for now, if you want to take subscription, that is like one step. Just go, pay, done. You have the subscription, and once you have the subscription, you can just use a Claude Code. Okay. So if you have taken that subscription, woohoo, congratulations, and just wait now. Now, if you just want to go with APIs, so simply go on Claude Code Console. Simple. And here what you need to do, you simply need to go to sign in developer platform or whatever you just see. So there's like console, dedicated console, and you can just see that thing. So let's try to see this. Okay, so it will simply ask you to log in. You can just log in with any account, but I will recommend you to log in with the account that you have used in the Claude Desktop application. It will be like better to sync. Okay, simple. And yeah, simple, very simple. So let me just open in Google, because Microsoft Edge is like next level browser. You can see the web pages like this. Claude console. So this is the page. Very good. Claude console. So this will show my personal obviously basically dashboard. So now here you first will click on get API key, obviously, but not actually. You cannot like directly click on this get API key, because even if you create the API key, it will not work, because you first need to put some amount. Okay, so click on API keys, and here these are some of my API keys. I just refreshed all of my API keys because there were like so many API keys. So I just deleted all of the API keys more recently, I think. Yeah, it's the 9th of March. So now what you can do, now you can go to first of all billing. Okay, and here you can buy the credits. Simple. So just put whatever amount you want to put. Okay, and then it will be there for at least 1 year. You can just use that amount throughout the year. It is not like monthly amount that you have to use it for it like within 1 month. No, put the amount, use it for the entire year. I think it is like there for one year at least. Simple. It's up to you how much you want to add. I will say just start with $10 and just see whatever your balance is. And yeah, and even like if you are learning something, if you are learning a technology, then obviously it depends like how much APIs you're calling. So I will say, if you're learning, do not just keep on hitting the APIs randomly. So just behave smartly, because this particular thing is not something that you can just play around. It is not like free. So this is the billing, just add some bucks. When you have some amount here, then you can just go to the API keys. Then what you can do, simply go to API keys and then click on create key. Once you have the amount, okay, click on create key, and then you can pick the workspace and name your key. You can just put any name, let's say LLM API or your beautiful name underscore API, whatever. Okay. And then that's it. Simple. By the way, you do not need to create an API key, because when you install Claude Code, it will automatically create the Claude Code key, as you can see in my case. Why there are two Claude Code keys? Because there are two areas where I use Claude Code. One is with VS Code and one is through my terminal. I love using in both the areas, so that's why you are seeing that I use this and I used it never. Okay, simple. So just create Claude Code key. You can just name it anything, it's up to you. So now what we need to do, we have the key ready. That means we can get started with the Claude Code installation. Simple. So now you need to download Claude Code on your desktop. It is a kind of, you can say, package that you download. It is a kind of, you can say, package, or you can say graph that you are downloading on your system, so that you can just use those tools. Basically, you are downloading the tools. Simple. So how to download Claude Code? Let's say you have the API ready, you are all set. Okay. Now go to Claude Code and then you can say Claude Code download. Simple. Or you can say Claude Code documentation, because meanwhile you will also explore some documentation. So Claude Code overview, and here in the getting started you have overview. So in the get started you will see terminal. If you want to download through terminal, you can just use this command, or let me just find that particular command for you. So if you are on Windows, okay, let's talk about Windows, because I personally use Windows. So if you are on Windows, you just need to open your PowerShell, okay, not CMD, not command prompt, PowerShell, and you need to run this command, IRM https claude.ai and blah blah blah. And if you open CMD, by any chance you do not have access to PowerShell or whatever, you can run this command to download the Claude Code. Now you are downloading those tools. Remember, Claude Code, very good. Then if you are on Mac OS, or let's say Linux, okay, or even if you have WSL installed in your Windows, okay, then you can also use this command, simple Claude command, and that's it. Okay, so this is like native installation. Then if you have Homebrew, you can just use this thing. If you have Winget for obviously Windows, but I will recommend you download through this particular link. So this is the best place to download the thing. And how did I access this thing? Simply search Claude Code documentation and go to overview. Then you will see this thing as the first thing, get started. Simple, very good. And do not go to VS Code desktop application. No, these are something else. You are downloading the Claude Code. Okay, makes sense, very good. So I have opened one AWS EC2 instance just for you, because I have already downloaded Claude Code on my system. So I do not want you to miss any step. So I thought, like, let's create a fresh EC2 instance for Windows and let's try to download Claude Code from scratch, so that you will also see all of the steps from scratch. Simple. See how much Ansh Lamba love his data community. Yes, a lot. So let me just grab the command. So this is the command that I have. So I will simply run it on CMD, let's say. Okay. Let me just open CMD here. So this is a very fresh EC2 instance, like not very fresh, but yeah, it's fine. So let me just run this command and let's hit enter, and now let's wait. So it will download or install that Claude Code. This machine is not like very quick, so I can expect some of the delay, because I think it has very few RAM. Not very few, it has like 4 GB of RAM, so it's fine. So now you can see like setting up Claude Code and installing Claude Code native built latest. So it will install Claude Code. It can take some time because it is like big file, but not sure. Oh, native installation exists. Okay, so maybe I would have downloaded it. No worry at all. But yeah, setup.native install. When did I install it? I just downloaded this, like I just created this instance like few days back. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. So, okay, this is installed. In your case, it would be installed as well. So let me just close this terminal and let me just open a new terminal. So we need to confirm as well, right, that our Claude is installed. So you can now simply run the command called Claude, and that's it, and hit enter. So it will say Claude is not recognized as an internal or external command. That means our Claude is not actually downloaded. Makes sense. So now what we can do? We can simply confirm like what is happening. let me just go and open a new terminal. So I just ran the command again because I didn't read this step, which is like very, very important. So it is saying that we have installed Claude Code on your system and it exists there. See, now whenever we'll be run the Claude command, obviously it will look for the executable, like where I need to execute the command. So that path is not added in my user system, or you can say environment variables. Now I need to add that particular path in my system as well, because once I have that path, then what will happen? Whenever I will write Claude, it will go to that executable. And see, that's why I just created a new VM so that you can also see these errors. You can just troubleshoot these errors. Make sense? Let's try to troubleshoot it. So here now we will be just adding the environment variable. So basically what happens, I don't know like if it will happen in your case because you are already using your system and you already have some executable commands. But when you just get started with a very fresh VM, you can see these issues like when the path is not added, and when the path is not added, it cannot execute anything. So let me just create that particular thing, hit the window button. So then we can simply say system variables. What was written here? I have just taken a screenshot. Where is that? Oh yeah, environment variables. Environment variables. Okay, edit the system. Yeah, system environment. This is like very, very not risky, like very careful step, because if you mess up with any particular variable, your other applications will not work. So be very, very cautious. Okay, now we need to open the system variable. We have opened it. Click environment variables. Okay, where are environment variables? Okay. Oh, here, environment variables. So now, oh, here's the path. And you know what? This is the same thing that we install when we install any application. Let's say we are installing Python, but Python is very nice because we are downloading Python using the UI. So it already prompts us, hey, do you want to add this path? We say, yeah. So this is exactly that thing. But we didn't add anything. That's why we do not have anything. Okay, so now what we need to do? Under user variables, okay, here user variables, okay, click edit, okay, edit, and then click new, okay, click new, and then I just need to paste the path, which is my Claude administration. Oh, okay, that's it. Click okay, and then simply say okay. So now we can just open a new terminal, and if it doesn't work, then I would need to just restart my machine, and I would ask you to restart your machine as well, because sometimes it needs to process that information and sometimes it just caches the results. Now if I search Claude, now it is waiting. That means it is working. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Claude. Yeah, boom, very good. And you know what, see, I also used, you can say, your Claude Desktop to get the steps step by step, because I know the steps were written on the screen. But whenever, this is my pro tip, if you do not want to mess up with your machine, with your system, if you see something related to added the environment variables, be very cautious and just make sure that you are following all the steps very carefully. Okay, so now we are getting started with the Claude code, so let's focus on this thing. So now what is it saying? This particular icon says that your Claude is okay, started, okay, running. So now it is saying dark mode, light mode, whatever. So I will simply say dark mode, and you just need to use your arrow keys to get started with it. So I will simply hit enter, dark mode. Now it is saying how you want to use your Claude code. Do you want to go with subscription? Not really. Do you want to go with Anthropic console account? That means API? Yes. So I will simply say second option and then hit enter. Now it will open the browser for me. Why? It will ask me to just simply log in. But in your case, you can also log in. Make sense? Now I do not need to just log in through this machine, obviously, because this is my just VM, but I want to show you. The moment you log in into your account, okay, do you know what it will do? It will create one Claude code key that you would have seen in my screen as well. Maybe I would have blurred it, but yeah, in the API keys, even if you have created one API key for you, it will create a new API key called Claude code key, because this will be used by the Claude. Simple. So then in your terminal, not like terminal, in your, you can say, portal dashboard, in the Claude dashboard, you will see one more API key automatically created by Claude. Simple. Claude code key. Okay, nothing fancy, very simple, very good. The moment you have all of these things, okay, then I can just minimize this thing because now I know I can just switch back to my machine. Okay, because see, I wanted to show you all the things from scratch so that you will not be stuck at any stage, because I know you are really excited to master Claude Code. So I want to enjoy your excitement as well. So let me just open my CMD quickly. Here is my CMD. Okay. So now I will simply search Claude. So in my case, it is already, you can say, verified. It is already, it has already created the API key. Simple. So the moment you will create the API key, not you, basically, Claude Code, once you have the Claude Code key in your account, simply close the terminal and open a new terminal, or maybe restart the machine. Okay. Then write Claude and then you will see this thing. So what is this thing? Now it is asking that I want to perform some things in your terminal. Do you trust me? I will say, yeah, I trust this folder. Okay, hit enter. Hit enter. Perfect. So this is your Claude. Claude. Okay. Now you can see that every information is written here. I am using Haiku 4.5 model. I am using API usage billing, and I am using my, you can say, account name or workspace name that I have created. Simple. And this is the terminal location. That means you can open Claude Code in any terminal, and don't worry, we'll be just opening this thing now in VS Code, because that is the best thing we can do as a developers. So now, Ansh Lamba, you are using Haiku 4.5 and you are asking us to, or you can say you have assigned us Sonnet 4.5. See, I have not assigned. By default, it picks the Sonnet 4.5, but you can just change the model. How? You can run a command. Let me just increase the size. So there's a command. This is called like slash commands. So you can simply say slash and then model. Okay, and then hit enter. Then you can just pick any model. So I want to pick, let's say, default is like recommended. That means it will simply pick 4.6, and there's a like cost written, and this cost is like for 1 million tokens. So Sonnet is like $6 for 1 million token for input, and $22 for 1 million tokens. 1 million tokens is like a big deal. Okay. Then we have Opus model, which is the most performant model that we have. And then we have Opus 1 million context. This is like a little bit like more expensive. Then Haiku is the most cheapest one, $1 for like 1 million token and $5 for just like 1 million output tokens. So I have picked Haiku. You can also pick Haiku. Happy. Good. Now, Ansh Lamba, let's say we are using API, and in the middle I want to, let's say, jump onto subscription, because I love subscription, because I want to use a lot of things. Okay. Then you can simply say login, hit enter, and then you will see the same thing again, subscription console, and just do whatever you want to do. Simple. And if you just want to escape, simply say escape to cancel. And now if you just want to exit from this particular Claude Code, simply say backslash exit. It will say bye. Simple. One MCP server failed. It's fine. So, oh, I'm on CMD, not on PowerShell. So, okay, this is your command prompt. Simple. And now if we just open, let's say, another terminal, just to confirm like everything is fine, you can simply say CMD, and here simply search Claude, and it will open everything. And every time it will ask, do you trust me? If yes, fine. If not, exit. Simple. So this is your Claude Code installation, and I hope that you are able to download Claude Code. And if not, I would say just follow the steps that I have just mentioned from scratch. Okay, I have literally created a fresh VM just for you so that you can get started with the Claude Code, because I know some of you can face those path level errors. So that's why I created those VMs, and I hope your Claude Code is installed. Simple. Very good. So now let's talk about the developer toolkit. So now obviously we'll be just writing a lot of code, and we'll be just implementing Claude Code in so many examples. So yes, we can access everything through terminal, but it is not a very good practice, because being a developer, we can access everything through terminal. But even when we want to access terminal, we should not directly open command prompt or like, let's say, PowerShell. We should open the terminal through a kind of code editor. Okay, so here you would need one code editor of your choice. I will recommend using VS Code. If you do not have VS Code, then you can use Anti-Gravity, you can use your PyCharm, whatever. But VS Code is the recommended one, because we have some native support. We have Claude Code extension within VS Code, so it will be like better to install it there. Okay, so VS Code, and then you should have Python installed on your system, because you'll be just using some Python related tasks as well in the Claude Code. So just make sure that you have VS Code editor installed, and I would recommend you to go with it. If not, it's fine, you can just use any code editor. Second one is Python, and I would assume that you know how to download this thing. Simply go on Google, search VS Code download it. Go on Google, search Python, download it, and make sure that Python is like Python's path is already added in the environment variables. And you do not need to do it manually. You just need to install it. And in the beginning, you will see that checkbox. That's it. So we just need these two things, and that's it. It's more than enough for this particular course, this particular tutorial. So, okay. So once you have all of those things, let me just open my terminal as well. Let's say my VS Code as well. So let me just open it. So this is my VS Code, and in your case, it can be a little bit different because you would have your own themes applied in your system. So yeah, this is it. And this is our VS Code editor. And I have opened one empty folder, as you can see, called Claude Code. You can also create one empty folder, but just make sure it doesn't have anything else because we are starting everything from scratch. And just create an empty folder and just open it. And if you do not know how to do it, it's very simple. Go to File and go to Open Folder. Then just pick any empty folder that you want to pick for this particular project, because this will be our working directory, right? Very good. Now, first thing first, you need to open the terminal. So I will simply open the terminal. You can press Ctrl Shift and backtick, or you can go to three dots and go to, I think, view, not view, terminal. Yeah, new terminal. Yeah, I always use like shortcut. You can also use shortcut. It's fine. So this will just open one PowerShell for me, and first thing that I need to just do is pip install UV. Why? Because nowadays we do not use pip as a package manager, we always use UV, and I can simply use like download UV. I already have UV, but in your case it will be downloaded. So this is a kind of Python package manager which is very fast, and you will actually feel it because it is, I think, built on top of Rust. So it is actually very quick. So yeah, it saves a lot of time, and you will feel this thing when you are building you can say your MCP server, because in MCP servers we need to run the, you can say, Python packages which are hosted on PyPy library. So in those particular scenarios, when you use UV to download and run those packages, it works very quickly. So yeah, this is everything. So you have now UV. Very good. Just make sure that it is downloaded. You can check the version of it, UV version. So in my case it is like 0.9. In your case it will be like something else maybe. It's fine. Okay, so now we have the UV. Very good. Now what I will do, I will initiate the project that I want to do. So simply run UV init. UV init is a command which will initiate Git and virtual environment and everything for your project. You do not need Git, don't worry at all. But in my case, I already have Git in my system, so it will just show you, but you do not need Git at all. So simply hit UV init, and all these files will be created automatically. What are these files? These files are basically the package files that are very helpful when you are creating the package. Okay, so just ignore. The main thing is, now we need to say UV sync. So now what UV sync will do, UV sync will create a virtual environment, and it will sync all of the requirements, or you can say dependencies, that I would have defined in this particular toml file. Currently we have nothing, but still we need a virtual environment. Hit enter and you will see virtual environment. Simple. Very good. Now let's try to turn on this particular virtual environment. There are two ways. You can close this terminal, open a new one. VS Code editor will automatically open the terminal with that virtual environment, or you can say .when scripts activate. So now you can see my virtual environment is activated. In, I think, Mac, it is like slightly different. You can just check on Google, you will get the command. I think it is called .when and then bin and then something. Okay, so it is exactly same. So now what we need to do, first thing first, we need to create our environment file. Okay, environment file, and I will create a new file, and it will be called as .env. Simple. In this .env, we need to create a variable which is called Anthropic API key, and here you need to put your Anthropic API key. Now you do not need to copy the Claude code key because you cannot see that API because it is already created. You need a fresh API key. Simple. So just go to your platform for Anthropic, for Claude, where you created the API key. Just go there and paste the API key here in the .env file. Okay, so here you can simply see your Anthropic API key here. Simple. Okay, but I will just replace this file with my original API key. Let me just do it right now. So this is my API key, and you can see that I have pasted it here, and now I don't need to worry about this API key at all. Why? Because I will be directly importing this environment variable into my scripts, and that is the, you can say, recommended approach whenever we deal with the API keys. Okay, very good. Instead of hard coding it in our files. So first of all, I want to show you the normal LLM call that you make with any Anthropic LLM model and how Claude Code makes the difference. Simple. Okay, so let me just create one file and let me just say LLM call. Okay, and I will simply add .ipynb. This is a kind of Jupyter notebook, or you can say IPython kernel format. Here it will also prompt us to download the IPy kernel. If you get that prompt, simply say okay. Okay, so let me pick the kernel. First of all, I will simply say Python environments, yes, and it is saying why it is not showing me the virtual environment. Why? Okay, let's try to run any command and then it will maybe recommend us. No worries at all. Because it should show us existing Jupyter server, no Python environments. Something is, let me just restart it. Let me open a new terminal, or let's create something. Okay, so now what we need to do, we want to make an LLM call with Anthropic. Okay, so in order to run anything with any LLM, or if you want to make any LLM call, the best way, or you can say easiest way, is using LangChain for it. Obviously we are not learning LangChain, but I'm simply using the library to make a quick LLM call. Because yes, you can create one client with Anthropic, which will take some time, and which is not a recommended approach as well, because if you want to use multiple LLMs, then you should always use a library, agentic library, let's say LangChain LangGraph. Okay, so first of all, I will go to my terminal. I will say uv add LangChain and then Anthropic. Okay, and then it will simply add all of the things that we have. And if you just go to .env, you should see all of the things here, not in the scripts, in the library. So Anthropic. So now it has all of the things that it needs. So now what we need to do, simply say, let me just turn on the code. Okay, so now you can say, let me just try switching the kernel, Python environments. Oh, it displays our Claude Code environment and then it instantly hides that. Why? Let me just click here. Not actually, let me just refresh this VS terminal. Let me just see what's wrong. So I have simply refreshed my VS Code editor and sometimes it behaves like this. It's fine. So now let me just try one more time. Python environments. See, what's wrong with you, bro? And let me just hit the refresh button from here. Oh yeah, finally. Oh man. So now our, you can say, Claude Code is here, and Claude Code 3.12. Yeah, perfect. Now our virtual environment is selected. So now what we need to do, we simply need to write from LangChain Anthropic import chat Anthropic. Simple. So this is one kind of, you can say, class that we use to make any LLM call with the Anthropic models, any model. Simple. So now what I will do, I will simply load my environment file, which is this one, right? Because I have the API key here, and if I want to make any LLM call to the Anthropic model, I have to use my environment file to fetch the environment variable. So for that, I would need to add one more package, and the package name is .env from Python. So I will simply say uv add .env. Perfect. And here I can write from .env load .env, and then I simply need to run the function load .env and done. And now it will say install kernel. Yes, install the kernel, please. And it will install all of the packages for IPy kernel, and that's it. Good. So now this cell is running. And now what we need to do, we simply need to confirm that our API key is working fine. So I will simply use OS module for that, and I will say if os dot get env, or let's say, yeah, os dot get environment function, get env, and I want to get anthropic API key. Okay, if os dot get env is none, then simply say raise value error, else you can say is set. Simple. So yeah, we have our anthropic API key, so that means it is set. Simple. This is a very common practice that we follow in the beginning of the code so that everything is working fine. Okay, so our API key is set. Now I can call the function. So I will simply say llm equals chat anthropic. Now I need to pass the model that I want to call. I can pick any model basically. I can pick, let's say, Claude Haiku, and then let's say 4 5. Let me just bring the models, Claude models, and models overview. So I have these choices. Okay, I can simply, let's say, copy this one. Copied, very good. Let me just put it here. So this is the model that I want to use to make the LLM call. So this is my LLM. Okay, this is the variable that has created one LLM for me, LLM object. Now I can use this LLM to get the response back from the Claude model. Simple. So I can simply ask anything. Let's say I want to ask, give me the code to create a pandas data frame. Simple. Okay, with 3 columns and 5 rows. Simple. So I will simply run this thing and I will get the response back from the LLM. Simple. So here I can see AI message content equals to blah blah blah. Let me just make it more structured. So I'll simply say response equals to this, response dot content. Simple. Okay, so this is the response. Basic data frame with 3 columns, 5 rows, and it has written the code for me. This is the code. See, when you see 3 backticks Python, so now from here this is the pure Python code. Wow. So it has written the code for me for creating the pandas data frame. I already mentioned that Claude models are very efficient to build the code, to write the code. We already know that. But now do you know what? I do not want to just create this code. Okay, now what do you want to do? I want Claude to create a Python file for me and write this code in that particular file. Wow, yes, I want this thing. Because that is called agentic behavior. That is the core reason I want to use Claude Code, right? And so far, Claude Code has not come into the picture. It will come into the picture. Like, it is already there, but you need to understand the paradigm first of all. Make sense? Do not feel like, hey, it is still not there. What are we learning? You need to understand what we exactly try to solve with Claude Code. So I have the code. Now I have 2 options. I can simply copy the entire code. Okay. And I can create a file by myself and I can paste the code within that file. That's exactly what are we doing so far with ChatGPT, with any kind of Gemini, Copilot, whatever. Right? Now, let me just show you the magic. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. And see, now you will say, Ansh Lamba, do you know what? You are not able to generate the file from this Claude model because you are dumb. You are not asking Claude model to generate the file. You are simply saying, give me the code. Just ask it to just give you the file. It will give you the file. Really? Okay. Let me trust you. Okay. Let me just ask it. Give me the code to create a pandas data frame. Okay. With 5 rows. And let's use a multi-line command. Okay. With 5 rows. And because you are saying, let me just try this as well, because you think that it will work. Please also generate a Python file to store the code. Okay, simple. Please, let me just add one more, please. Simple. Let me just run this now. Let's wait if it can create the file. So here's a code to create the pandas data frame. So it has again written the code. Exact code. See, the entire code is here. Simple. It has not generated the file even if I have requested it to create the file. It cannot. And you know the reason. Because your fundamentals are already done. That's why I just showed you and just talked about all of the fundamentals in the beginning, because now you can relate it better. Now you do not need to understand it again, right? So now let's see what will happen. So now we know that these are the normal API calls that we make, okay, to get our work done, and the same thing is happening in ChatGPT and whatever. Now you need to go to extensions here, this square button. In my case it is at the top, in your case it will be on the left hand side. So just click on extensions, and now you need to use the extension called Claude. Why? See, you can use Claude in the terminal for sure, but this extension is a better way to use Claude. Why? Because you can just work with it in a chat friendly manner, because you are already familiar with chat based or basically chat bot style agentic behavior. So it will like feel very much familiar. Simple. So let's install that extension, and don't worry, I will just show you the terminal as well. It's very simple. So simply search Claude, and this is the official with 6.4 million downloads. So simply click on install, and this Claude is installed. And where is the extension? So you will see this new icon called Claude Code. This is the Claude Code extension for VS Code. Now you need to configure it, obviously. So simply click on this. And now in my case, it is already configured because I just uninstalled it just to show you how to download it, because it just used the cached credentials and it's done. In your case, it will ask for the login. Which login? Exactly the same login that you have already done in the terminal. Subscription based, API console, or the third one is like totally different. So simply pick the console based if you are using API. Simple. Simply pick console based if you are using API. It will take you to the account. Simple. And it will create another Claude Code key. Ansh, Lamba, in that case, will be having 2 Claude Code keys. It's fine. So what will happen whenever you will use this extension, it will use that Claude Code key. If you will use directly the terminal, it will use the different Claude Code key. It's fine. It's totally fine. I also have 2 Claude Code keys. It's fine. Okay. So let's say you are also reached at this particular stage. See, this is exactly the same chat application that you use, right? So that's why I'm just recommending it to you, so that you do not need to feel like, hey, why do we need to work in terminal? Some people do not like it. Simple. So here, what is the thing? Very simple, very similar to ChatGPT. All of your past conversation will be here. If you want to delete them, you can delete it. So first of all, here is the thing. Here you will get the option in Claude Code that how I need to behave, who I Claude Code. So I have enabled one feature called ask before edits. That means Claude cannot edit my code base automatically. It will take my approval, which is a very good thing. Whenever you are working on a critical project, you should enable this feature. Ask before edits. Simple. What are the other options available? Let me just show you. Edit automatically. That means it will automatically edit everything. Okay. And plan mode. Plan mode is for the tasks which you know that it should plan. Why? If you are just performing a multi-step operation, and when you know that each step is very, very important, so you should always go with the plan mode. So what it will do, Claude will explore the code first of all, and then present a plan, entire plan in front of you before doing anything. It is a very important feature when you are asking Claude Code to build a very huge code, so that you do not waste the tokens. For example, let's say you randomly asked it to do something, right? Generate the code. You got the code and you didn't like it. So obviously now your tokens are gone, right? It has generated the code and you are paying for it. So whenever you want to work like this, you should always plan. You should always ask it to first give me the plan. If I want any changes in the plan, I can make the changes in the plan. Then it will edit the code and then it will generate the code. Simple. But just for the simple example, we can go with ask before edits. These are like for small tasks. When you are simply giving 1 to 2 tasks and you know like there's like just 1 to 2 tasks, so you do not need a plan for it, right? But plan one is very important. Good. Simple. Very good. Now what is this thing? Code. This is just the, you can say, context. Now Claude, the benefit of Claude Code is it uses the entire code base as a context. But if you want to provide more context, or if you want to ask Claude Code that I am asking my questions related to the current file, put more focus on the current file, then you can just put here the file, and I didn't put it manually. if the file is opened and the same file is open on the left hand side, and then I open the Claude Code, it will automatically put that file in the code. Simple. So far so good. Very good. Now behind this face, this Ansh Lamba's face, there's a button to attach the files. Okay, this button is called attach something. Let's say upload from computer, add context. Let's say you want to add some screenshots. Maybe you are seeing some errors. Yes, Claude is very smart. It can extract the text from the screenshots and it can process that information as well. Wow. Yes. So you can even add some context from your own computer as well, which is not the part of this code base, but yes, it can be the part of the other folders or anything. Very good. Now at the end, you will see the command menu, which is the slash. So you do not need to worry about that because all of the commands can be written here. So now this area, this is your area where you write everything. If you want to write technical commands of Claude Code, let's say backslash this, backslash that, backslash login. Remember that we just ran the command, let's say backslash model to select the model. So you can run all of the commands using slash. It will run the technical commands as well. See, if I just click on model, it will give me the options. I will simply say switch model and I will simply pick haiku. So that is fine. So set model to haiku. Very good. Now, the beauty of this box is you can even use your natural language to ask Claude to do the work. And whenever you want to ask anything from Claude to do not use backslash or just slash, because slash is for technical commands, right? And these are also called as like slash commands. So now what we are going to do, I will simply say using my natural language, the same prompt, okay? Same prompt. So I will put the same prompt and you will see the magic. I have put the command. Okay, let me just remove the unnecessary space. I know like it has some optimization techniques which replaces the space with null, but why to take risk, right? Because our API is attached to it. Okay, so let's hit enter. Boom. Now you will see thinking, stewing, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Boom, something happened. Something happened in our code base. So now it has literally written the code for me using my code base. It has not saved the file. See, I have also got the option allow write to my C drive, Claude Code, which is the folder, and then the name of the file. If I say yes, only then this file will be saved. Otherwise, it won't save it. This is the power of ask before edits. Simple. If I say yes, allow all edit this session, that means you can edit all of the file and you do not need to ask for it, but which is not a good thing. So I will simply say yes. Boom. Now it has literally created it and it has said done. I have created this code. Wow. Okay. Same model, haiku. This is also haiku. See, same model. I have literally used the same model. See, haiku 45-2025-1001. Okay. Claude haiku 45-2025-1001. Ditto same model, but here it didn't do the work. Here it generated the file. Let me just check the file. If I just go to my code base on the left hand side, this is the file. See, create dataframe.py. Wow. Wow. Same LLM model, same brain. This time, how it created the file, you know the answer. Because I made sure that you know the fundamentals. The answer is here. Tool calls. This same Claude haiku model made a tool call and passed on the code. It said, hey, just take my code, okay, run this file and then just do the work for me. Wow. Literally wow. It's not magic. It's not magic at all. It's just a tool call, right? If I ask you a very simple question, okay, just think about it. Forget about Claude Code, forget about agentic AI. Just imagine that we are living in 2021. Yeah, because in 2022 we got the ChatGPT in the month of November. I still remember, like, it was my semester end examinations and my friend was like, hey, let me show you something. Just ask anything and you will get the answer. I was like, wow. So yeah, let's say we are living in 2021. If I ask you that I will provide you the code, can you create a file in my repository? You will say, what's the big deal? I can do that. I can literally use OS module. I can create a file. I can write my code in that file and that's it. That's exactly it is doing. But how? In an agentic way. In the version that I have just explained, I need to hard code that logic, which cannot be dynamically implemented. It can be dynamically implemented, but there'll be like a lot of work we need to do. Claude Code is saying you do not need to do that work again and again. We have already done the work for you. We have best data, or not just data, like developers. Okay, we have the best developers, and we literally wrote one entire agentic graph for you, which has the built-in tools. You can use the tools and use our LLM models to do the work. Simple. And let me just show you what are the tools available to us through your Claude Code. So I will simply say Claude Code built-in tools. I can also go here in the built-in tools. I can ask, because see, this is our personal developer. I can ask anything. I can simply say, hey, what are the built-in tools do you have? But obviously, whatever you are asking, you are using tokens, right? So that is the thing. So now I simply take you to the Claude Code tools. Claude Code overview, Claude Code documentations. Where is built-in features, built-in tools? So let me just search. So these are the built-in tools that I have literally found out for you. So see, read, write, edit, bash, globe, grep, web search, web fetch, ask user questions. Wow. So what it did actually behind the scenes, let me just show you. It read my code base. Okay. And I would say it didn't actually read my code base because I didn't ask any question related to my code base, but I can ask it, right? Then it used write function to create new files. Wow. It would have used bash as well to maybe, let's say, create the new file using bash command, using sub process. Or it can use OS module as well. It's choice, but it can also use a git commands. Wow. It can also use globe if it wants to find the files based on the patterns. Grep, just to fetch the file. Web search, if it wants to just use any information available on web. So these are the built-in tools that we get with Claude Code. Wow, these are all the tools. And these tools are made by Claude team, and they are providing it to us so that we can also perform our task. So model is LLM, with these tools become Claude Code. Wow. So everything is being done by LLM. Yes, that's not being changed, but the agentic behavior is being added through Claude Code, basically through these functions. And these functions are such like nicely written, because if you write the function, you will hardly write some edge cases, but it is actually handling all of the edge cases. And the way it fetches the context from your code base is outstanding, is literally outstanding. With the speed, it is also important. So this is the framework. Let me just show you step by step so that you can just understand. So let's say you are this person, okay, and we just used Claude Code. We just said, hey, we want to do this. So what happened actually? So we made a request to Haiku. Simple. We made a request to Haiku. Okay. Now when we made a request to Haiku, this request generated some code, obviously. Okay. Generated some code. So let's say we have some code ready. Let's say some code. But this is a textual code. This is what? This is a textual code. So let's not use a file because you will get confused. So let's say this is the response that we have got. So let's say some code is written, blah 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 blah, and da, 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 and da, da, da. Okay, so this is the code. Now this code will go to a tool. Let's say this is the tool. This is the tool, and this tool is called, let's say, write. And this write tool is used to create the files for us. And this tool takes the parameter as, you can say, code, or basically anything that we want to write in the file. So parameter is very simple. Any code, anything, any text, anything. Simple. So here we called this particular write function using this as the input. Here, simply like this. Simple. So this write function did what? Created one file. Okay. This is the file. Okay. If you are coming from Python background, you can imagine that it created a file using with operator, like with open file as W and written the code, and it wrote this file inside a folder. Simple. Within our code base, because that is our repository. Simple. This is the architecture. This is the Claude Code overall architecture that it uses under the hood. Simple. This is your Claude Code. Wow. Yes, this is your Claude Code. Obviously, there are like so many things, but this is like very basic operation that it performs. Simple. So this is your Claude Code. Now, when you combine all of these things, it becomes Claude Code. But without that, it is just Claude. But now it is Claude Code. Wow. This is the entire architecture of Claude Code. Is it helpful? Obviously. Because all of the tools, all of the functions are coming from the Claude team. Wow. Now let me show you. I have also created a very similar light version of Claude Code where I will also ask the same thing and it will create the file for me. Let me just show you that code as well. So this is my very light version of Claude Code. Do not make a fun, okay? I have just literally created in just few minutes because this is like very light version. I just want to show you that it is just like tool calling and that's it. Okay. So I have just obviously using LangChain LangGraph because that is one of the best libraries, or you can say packages, or you can say framework that you can just use for agentic solutions. And now you'll say, Ansh, Lamba, we also want to learn LangChain LangGraph. I have literally created the most detailed courses on both LangChain and LangGraph. If you want to learn it, but after this video, okay? Just focus on Claude Code right now. But if you want to learn, I have created the courses on YouTube. It's available for free. Go and learn, okay? Very good. So we are not diving deeper into this code. I'm simply showing you this is the very simple, very small agent that I have created for my Claude Code simulation. Okay, so what I have done, I have literally created the tools and I have also added one more tool, which is like creating the directory, and I have like create file similar to the Claude Code, and then I have also created one tool to install the packages. If it doesn't have those packages, it can install that tool as well. So I have like added some more. Just kidding. Claude can perform all of the things. I love Claude Code, and Claude Code has all of the tools available. It can literally perform all of the things using sub-process and all, but yeah, I have literally used very small subset of it. Okay, so now what I will do, I will perform complex tasks. Why? Because I will not simply say give me the code to create pandas data frame and this just please also generate the file. This is the same you can say, by the way, prompt, but I will also add some complexity to my agent. I will also say, hey, create a directory for me called my project, then inside it create a Python file. So let's see if it can create a folder on its own, and then it will just put the file into it. Okay, so let's see. Let me just click on run all, because I didn't test it. I tested it here, so I think it was working fine. Let's see this time as well. So it has done. No, it is still running. Okay, response equals to agent.invoke. Okay, I think it is done. It is green, 3.4 seconds. Yeah, I think it is done. So, oh yeah, it's done. So I can see the project called my project. This folder was not there before. And let me just check what we have inside the folder. Okay, so I have the file called dataframecreation.py. Let me just open this file. Wow. Wow. So this file is created by my agent and like my own Claude Code. And this file, which is I think this one, this file is created by Claude Code. I think my code is better. Okay, so just kidding. So this is my file, data frame creation. Okay, so this is the file that it has created. Wow, literally wow. And my Claude Code can even install the packages. Okay, because I have the tool for that as well. But yeah, that is out of the box. So this is a kind of very quick agent that I have built. You do not need to worry about like how I build this code, because this is like totally different area. This is like LangChain, LangGraph, how we build our agents. Currently, we are learning how we can use Claude Code in our development and how we can leverage Claude Code, because see, Claude Code has built amazing tools. So we do not need to rewrite those tools because it is actually taking care of all the edge cases. It is able to run a loop between the LLM, or you can say our natural language. My tools would not be like very efficient, but yeah, Claude Code is very good. Okay, so do not feel like, hey, we also want to build this agent. It's not a thing that we are just trying to learn here. That is like totally different stuff. LangChain, LangGraph, how we build the agentic agents and all. Make sense? So here we are learning the Claude Code. Simple. So let me just close all the tabs that are not necessary for this thing. Okay, and let me just save this as well, and that's it. So this is also done. As you can see that we have created this project and it is working absolutely fine. Very good. So now we need to look at the Claude Code components, because we have seen an amazing feature like tool calls. But initially when Claude Code was like a very new thing, obviously now also it's a new thing, but earlier when it was new in the market, really new, it only had those tool calls and that's it. Then obviously like me and a lot of people said, hey, we can also build our own Claude Code and we can also make tool calls. What's the big deal? Why should we use Claude Code? Makes sense, because see, if I build sorry, so if I build my own Claude Code, what is the advantage? Advantage is I can use any LLM, GPTs, Claude, Gemini. I don't have any vendor lock-in, no. But when I use Claude Code, I have to use the LLMs by Claude, right? So then Claude Code might have also considered this thing. Okay. Now the thing is, they are actually, or they have actually improved Claude Code a lot. It's not just now a kind of agentic graph which just makes the tool calls. Now you can literally use it in your organization. That's a very big statement. How we can just use it in our organization? Earlier, Claude Code was just for like independent developers, where everyone have their own Claude Code. Everyone is just generating the code on its own. For example, let's say, because the very first component that I'm just going to discuss is very you can say inclined towards this problem. So let's say there's one developer. Let's bring one developer. Let's say this developer's name is, let's say, Rahul. Okay, or let's use a different name, because every time I use Rahul, and if there's a like real Rahul, give me a random name, or let's say two random names. Simple. What is this? Let me just take names. Rahul and Raj and Simran. No, Rahul and one more. Let's say this one. This is Rohan. Rahul and Rohan. Okay. RR. So let's say Rahul and Rohan. So these are the two developers, and both of these developers know how to use Claude Code, and they both are very happy. They are just generating code. They are just making their life more efficient as a developer, and they are actually becoming more and more productive in their day-to-day activities, and they are generating the code which is actually like meeting the standards of a senior data engineer, obviously. So now this person is using Claude Code. Wow, this person is using Claude Code, because both are watching Ansh Lamba's videos. You can watch any video, bro. So let's say using Claude Code, and in order to obviously work in an organization, let's say this is the organization where both are working right now. Let's say this is their office and both work in this office. Okay, now all of that code is being stored here, obviously, like for this organization. I hope so you got my point. Like whatever you're building for an organization, right? So all of the code is being stored here. Let's say they have their code repository. Okay, and all of the code is here. Now the thing is, these are the two developers, Claude Code, and they are actually writing a very like high level code, very high level and very detailed, and meeting all the edge cases. And wow, such a code is like looking like a wow. So now the thing is, the person Rahul is building the code which is actually very different from the code that Rohan is building. What does it mean? For example, you have just seen the problem. When I used Claude Code, okay, I developed something else. Let's say in my case, if I just open my VS Code editor, if I just show you the file that it has created for me. So it has created the file called create_dataframe.py. One thing, okay, to note. Let's say instead of just asking to create this data frame, I'm asking it to create a function. So it will pick any function name. Let's say data frame underscore pandas, and then this is the code, right? Now Claude does not know the standards of your organization. Claude does not know the naming convention that you use for your code. There are so many standards because writing a code is one thing. Writing an efficient code which gets aligned with your organization is a different thing. Are you getting my point? Everyone can write code. Okay, everyone can write code. But why organization takes time to onboard even a pro developer? Because that pro developer needs to understand the standards. What type of case you use for your coding? It can be camel case, it can be snake case. If you do not know about these cases, basically whenever you use underscore, it becomes snake case. When you use small with capital combination, it becomes camel case. So there are so many standards. This is one thing. Second thing is, whenever you create the utilities, you try to keep the naming convention like that. Maybe you use some prefix for development environment, QA environment, production environment. There are so many standards. Yes, Ansh Lamba, we can feel you. Really? So now the thing is, you will say, what's the big deal? Do you know what? I am a smart developer. I know. Now you will say, I'm a smart developer and I can provide all of this information in my context. Let's say in this my VS code. So Ansh Lamba, what do you want? What do you want? First of all, let me just open the past conversation. Let me just continue the chat. You will say, Ansh Lamba, what do you want? Tell me. Do you want camel case? No worries. Just tell me. I will write it here. Let's say this is the code. Wow. Let's say please create whatever we said. Okay. And I will say please use the camel case. This is the camel case. Camel case for the coding and blah blah. And Ansh Lamba, now you are happy. Now you are happy. Now see, I have put everything here. Very good. That is expected from you. Very good. So now the thing is, every time you are making a request to Claude Code, every time you need to pass this information. Okay. Will you pass this information every time? Let's say you want to fix a bug immediately and you are spending 15 minutes to type. Please use camel case. Please use this. Are you serious? Are you serious? You will not use it, right? So now what you will do? Now do not say that I will copy the entire prompt and I will paste it again and again. Bro, see, Claude Code has already solved this problem. So this problem is solved by something called as Claude.md file. Yes, you heard it right. Claude.md file. Okay. So now what we need to do, instead of doing it like this, we can include one middleman, or you can say initiator. For example, first of all, we are talking about Claude.md. Let me just create a subheading just for your notes, because I also need to provide these notes. Otherwise, you will be shouting, Ansh Lamba, where are notes? So here are notes. So let's say Claude.md file. Simple. Okay. Claude.md file. Makes sense. So now what this Claude.md file will do? Claude.md file, let me just use this one. Perfect. Claude.md. So now this Claude.md file, basically MD means markdown file. So this is just a markdown file. This is not like very difficult programming language with extension called MD. Not really. This is just a markdown file. Markdown file is just like adding comments, readme, like readme.md. If you have opened any GitHub, so let's say if you open any readme, like any GitHub, you will see readme.md, right? Common sense. So this is exactly the same. This is a readme for Claude. So every time it will execute any command, it means Claude. Claude will always look for this particular file in your working directory. Why? Because now Claude Code has made this change into their, you can say, platform. Now every time you are asking something, let's say create a function, create this, create that, it will use this file every time. Let's say like this, Claude.md file. Let's say this is a kind of text file. Okay, so let me just bring the text file, txt. Wow. So let's say this is a kind of MD file, Claude.md. Simple. So this is the file that you create at your root directory. Remember, root directory. Now what will happen? Whenever this person is just asking anything, by default, it will always read everything that is written in the file. Okay, everything by default. You do not need to mention, hey, please read the Claude.md, please, because I do not have time to write everything again and again. No, it will automatically read that file every time. So if you say create a function, Claude Code will say yes, I will create the function, but I will first of all read the Claude.md. Now in the Claude.md you will write everything about all the standards. Use camel case, always let's say create a commit for every change you make, because some people like creating more and more commits, right, in the working directory. Use this particular file notation, always add comments like this, always do this, like all of the standards that you want to create for your organization, and it is totally subjective to the organization. Simple. You cannot just like keep on using different Claude files, Claude.md. No, not at all. Simple. So now how we can just work with that thing, let me show you. So now Claude.md should reside in your let me just close it. Should reside yeah, Claude.md file should reside in your root directory here. So let me just click on this blank canvas and let me just say Claude.md. Simple. Claude.md. But Claude has literally created a special directory called .claude. .claude. Here you can literally put everything which is related to the Claude, so that you do not need to mix the files. Okay. So what I can do, I can literally get a new folder called .claude and I can move this file into this directory. So every time my Claude will go to this folder .claude and it will read everything which is there. Not everything, for like especially Claude.md file. Now in this Claude.md file, which is the empty file for now, I can literally put anything. For example, I can say coding, you can say guideline, and I can put all the points. Always use camel case for variable, function and class names. Okay. Use descriptive names that clearly indicate the purpose of variable, because some coding tools will randomly generate A, B, C, D. What is this A, B, C, D? Use productive names. Use names which are like easy to understand, like what exactly you're trying to do. Coding is not just like coding. Now coding is like the one can understand it even if the person doesn't know the coding. Keep functions small and focus on single task, because some coding tools randomly generate like very edge case specific function, and they literally put all the focus on the edge cases. Okay, sometimes you do not need that, right? So this way you can provide all of the guidelines that you want in your Claude. Simple. Very good. Now obviously let me just show you the professional one of the Claude.md file in the demo. I can also go on Google just to search what are the good Claude.md files. I can also open the official documentation that Claude.md file, like how it should like look like. I can literally go here, Claude Code, and let's go to, let's say, extend Claude Code. Yeah, perfect. So here we have Claude.md file. So let's read some of the best practice, because there's nothing wrong and right here. There's nothing wrong and right. You can literally write anything. It's your description. It's your demand. It's your standards. There is nothing wrong and right here. But we can still like read what are the best practices by Claude, because Claude will be reading that thing. So let's see what they are saying. So they are saying the page covers how to write and organize Claude.md files and blah 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 blah. So here they are just talking about Claude.md versus auto memory. Auto memory is something like when it automatically fetches the context, but now you know it is not auto memory. It is a standard for your entire code base. Simple. And as you can see, it is loaded into every session. Session means every chat session. So in every chat session, it will load that particular Claude.md every time. Simple. Very good. Scope. What is the scope? Project for sure, but organization as well. Wow. Yes. Okay. And here are some of the Claude.md files, and here are the directory like where you should just put it. Manage policy, project instructions. So you can also put it in the root directory called Claude.md or inside .claude folder. I like putting the Claude.md file inside .claude. It is like much more cleaner and nice. Okay. And they are just simply putting everything like size target under 200 lines. That means you should not write more than 200 lines. Why? Because when you provide too much context to LLM, then also it is not a good thing. Okay. Keep it like short, brief, and meaningful. To the point information. Simple. Okay. Very good. And then you can just read some of the things that how you should just create this MD file and blah, 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 blah. Okay. And they're also showing like how you can just do that. And now I will use Claude Desktop application to generate one Claude.md file. I will simply say, I want to generate a nice formatted Claude.md file for my Python project under 200 lines. Simple. It will give me the code, and let me just create a new chat first of all. Perfect. So now I will get this thing from the Sonnet. Simple. Because it will already do the hard work for me, and I can just make the modification. I don't need to write everything from scratch. That is like you working with AI from AI. Wow. What type of Python? So it is so nice. See, Claude Desktop is so nice. It is also asking me what kind of project I'm building. Let's say I'm building on data engineering. Data engineering, bro. What should Claude.md cover? Coding style first of all, and project overview, and dev setup and tools. Perfect. So now it will just ask those questions. Now it will create the file for me. This is not Claude Code. This is Claude Desktop application. And now it is saying what tools, frameworks. Let's say for now pandas. And I can also skip it if I want to, if I do not want to answer it. Now let's skip. Yeah, now it's too much. Now it's too much. So now let's wait, and it will write a very nice detailed Claude.md file for me under 200 lines, obviously. So now let's wait and let's see what it has created for me. So it has started creating all of the Claude.md file for me. I know this is not something that I have to just use it, but this is a very high level generic idea that you can use in your Claude.md file. Simple. So it will just simply write all of the things that it should follow, and it should be a very detailed one, not very detailed, but at least it should cover all of the things for your project. And again, it is totally dependent on your particular use case. So see, it has actually written everything. So first of all, it has written project overview. So what is this project about? Then we have models, utils. Even we do not have this thing because we didn't share everything with that, but it just took the DBT as the reference, because in DBT we have all of these folders available. Then data flow is like ingest, validate, transform, environments, git clone, and all of these things have written. So this is a like very demo Claude.md file, and it should look like this because I wanted to show you one of the demo files as well. Okay, and obviously rest is up to you, like how you want to create your you can say your Claude.md file. But now let me just write my own very small context Claude.md file, because I don't want to waste tokens on every session. So let's create a very minimized version of Claude.md. But yeah, this is a kind of demo. You can ask for any chat GPT or Claude Desktop to give you the detailed one as well, so that you can just feel the real world experience as well. Simple. So this is my Claude.md, which has like very minimum information, but very useful. So I have literally written the overview first of all, like what are we doing in this project, and then project structure, organized code tool, logical modules, packages, use descriptive folder, file names, and whatever. Coding standards. These are the coding standards. So we are using camel case here. Yeah, use camel case for functions and methods, and use exceptions thoughtfully, catch only with like what you can handle. So this is for like you can say your catch and try method, or you can also say try except method that we have in Python. Then dependency management as well for all of the requirements.txt or pyproject.toml. Documentation as well. If you want to just put anything in README, just put it right away so that we do not need to depend on at the end. Then some version control. Commit often with meaningful messages. Use branches for new features. Bug fixes. Keep the main branch stable. Notebook, contribution guidelines, and some of the documentation it can read if it wants more information regarding anything. Simple. So this is a very common, very generic Claude.md, but very meaningful. So now if you will ask Claude to do anything, so let me just open a new session. You can even open the previous chat, but let's open a new session. And sometimes you even need to start new session manually, because whenever you do something in Claude Code, you should start a new session. Okay. So if you want to delete the previous chat, you can click on close this thing, so that it will not just take some context from there as well, because by default it takes the context from the previous chat as well. So let me just remove it, and let me just open a new chat. So I'll simply ask the same thing that I asked before, and let's say let me just ask, like I also want to create the function this time. Okay, so let me just ask the same question. Let me just close the terminal, and I will say create a pandas, create a function. So if it follows my guidelines, it will use camel case, and you already know by default all of the LLM models use snake case. Everyone knows that. Okay, so let's see if it is working fine or not. I'll simply initiated the chat. So let's see what it will do. And you will see, okay, perfect. So now I can simply say, yes, I am happy with your code. And let me just open generate data frame. So here you can see that it has used camel case. Wow. Create sample data frame. This is called camel case, where the first word starts with small letter and the next word starts with capital letter and so on. So this is the thing. And because I told it to add meaningful doc strings, so you can see that it has also added meaningful doc strings. And whenever you work with agentic behavior of your data engineering stuff, more context you will add in your doc strings, better your LLM can understand the context. So you should always add rich context to your doc strings. These are called doc strings. Okay, good. So this is the function. Very good. And this is the code that it has simply created for me, but this time using Claude.md. Why? Because it will read that information. And because I mentioned this thing, let's say camel case. So what if I just replace it with snake case? Okay, what will happen? What will happen? Okay, let me show you what will happen. So if I just go to this prompt and copy this, let's say, perfect. So this is a new session. Let me just create a new session. No history at all. Let me just run it. This time it will create a file with snake case. Why? It is reading my Claude.md. Simple. See, create data frame. Wow. Wow. That's how it uses our Claude.md. Claude.md is like the standard. Is just for the standards and that's it. Simple. Very good. I hope you got an amazing understanding of Claude.md. So make sure that you provide to the point information in the Claude.md so that it follows some standards every time. Do not overcomplicate it. Do not put a lot of information because it will use that file as a context, and context is everything whenever you are working with APIs, right? Good. And if you also want to see the cost for that, I will also show you how you can just track the cost. Literally, you just need to go to Claude Code and simply type /cost. Okay. If I hit enter, I will see the cost for it. Total cost. This is this because this is a new chat. So let me just click here. So if I say cost, perfect, because this is like literally very less code. So it didn't actually generated million token for this, but yeah, makes sense. And you can also explore one more command, which is very important. It's called context, because when you say context, you will actually see what are the context for your code. If I hit enter, it will generate a very detailed, you can say, breakdown. So this is the breakdown. So context usage. So system prompt is taking 5.9 thousand. Wow. 5.9 thousand tokens, like very less as compared to 1 million token, but yeah. So 5.9 thousand token is called system prompt. And from where I'm getting this thing? System prompt is like Claude.md. Really, yeah. Claude.md here and Claude.md or any markdown file that you would have created in your root directory. Root directory means, because see, there are two things. One is project and one is the system root, like your entire desktop, entire system. Sometimes we add some properties in the system as well so that entire system can use those properties. In my case, it is 5.9 thousand tokens, including all of the README files, all of the Claude.md files. System. So this is simple. Okay. So now the second thing is system tools. What do you mean by system tools? And why you are seeing 19,000 tokens here? Let me just tell you. So here, if I just scroll down, I have MCP tools as well. What type of MCP tools and what is MCP? You do not need to worry about that thing, but I have one MCP installed at my root system. And I don't know why I didn't delete that MCP before starting this, but I will just delete it right now. So this is MCP. You can just literally remove this thing for now. I will explain MCP at the end. Okay. And you can say, apart from MCP, I have some built-in tools. Really? What type of built-in tools? Built-in tool means the tools that I just showed you in the beginning. Okay. System tools means the tools that I just showed you in the beginning. Read, and then write, grep, all those tools. Okay, makes sense. Then we have some memory files, then we have some skills. We will just talk about everything, but this is a kind of context that you can just see within your Claude code. Simple. And you are also seeing that I have one memory file. Memory file is just like Claude.md stored at the root directory. Simple. Okay. So this is it. This is it. Simple. And you just need to worry about this thing. Okay. You actually do not need to worry about that thing, because this is a kind of context that it uses to perform all of those things. If the context will not be there, it cannot do anything, because it's just an LLM. Simple. Very good. So here I will just take your few seconds, and I just want to make a quick request. If you haven't subscribed the channel yet, simply hit the subscribe button, because your one subscribe hit will actually help me a lot, and it takes a lot of efforts to create tutorials like this and providing it for free. So if you genuinely want to support my channel, support my hard work, simply hit the subscribe button right now, and let's get back to the masterclass right now. Now, after this important component, Claude.md file, let's talk about the most hyped and most important component in today's modern Claude code era. It's called skills. If you just search Claude code, I am so sure that you will see skills everywhere, because it is very important. Skills is the backbone for the modern Claude code era, because it is like recently added, not very recently, but yeah, it was not there in the beginning. And skills actually changed the game, literally changed the changed the game, because it brought amazing superpowers to our normal Claude code, which is just an agentic graph. Why, how, and what, everything we will discuss. So skills. So let me just try to explain this concept, because this is a very critical concept and it is very important to understand. Okay, skills. So for example, let's say this is a developer called Rohan. So now Rohan knows how to work with Claude code. Rohan also knows that there's a Claude.md file to provide the standards. But now Rohan is, let's say, a kind of data engineer, or let's say data analyst, or let's say BI analyst, or let's say data scientist, or let's say blah blah blah, whatever varieties are there in the market. Okay, so let's say Rohan is one of those varieties. Now Rohan performs some tasks on a daily basis, right? Very good. Now Rohan wants to delegate those tasks, and he does not want to perform those tasks on a daily basis. First of all, he can make mistakes. Okay. Second, he obviously needs to spend some time to do all of the work again and again. Now Rohan wants to delegate that task, and he wants Claude code to utilize it. Okay. So now what Rohan will do, Rohan will use Claude code like normally, but Rohan's Claude code is much more powerful, because now Rohan's Claude code is connected to something called as skills. Okay. Skills. This is, let's say, skill 1. Okay. This is skill 1. This is, let's say, skill 2. This is, let's say, skill 3. Simple. Okay, perfect. These are the 3 skills that Rohan's Claude code has. Perfect. Now, what will happen, and what are these skills? Skills are, let's say, the normal English word that we use for any kind of capability, right? Let's say if I say, what are your skills? You will say, by the way, what are your skills? Just tell me in the comment section. So now skill, let's say someone will say, I can sing. Okay, this is my skill. If I just talk about the technical world, someone will say, I can write APIs better. This is my skill. Anyone can say this, right? Someone will say, I can transform the data better. I know how to transform the data. I know how to look at that lens. Someone will say, I can visualize the data better. I can make the dashboards better. Obviously, now, yes, so far we have dedicated people for these things. But now that time is coming when there will be just one person performing all of these things, right? This is the AI era and this is the high time to learn all of these skills. So now this person Rohan can build skills for each task. Let's say there's a skill for API calls. Okay. There's a person who has a very rich understanding of API. Person knows how to pass tokens, how to pass bearer tokens, how to take care of credentials, how to do all of those stuff. Okay. Now there's a person who knows how to transform the data and how to convert the data, or how to migrate the data. Okay. Now there's a person who is a very, very good data visualizer. Okay. Who builds like dashboards, like crazy, amazing dashboards. Okay. So now what I can do, I can say, Claude, come here. I will provide you these skills. I will provide you these skills. Once you are trained on these skills, will you do the work for me? Claude Code will say, recharge the API. I will do the thing for you. That's it. So now, let me ask you one question. Whenever you want to learn a skill, do you spend some time? Let's say you are learning Claude Code now. Are you spending some time? Yes. Once you learn the skill, do you need to spend the same time, the exact same time that you spend while learning? No. Exactly. So this term skill is exactly the representation of that particular paradigm. So what will happen? We developers spend a dedicated time to create very detailed skills. For example, I am creating a skill for API calls. So I will create this skill, okay, in detail. Exact steps will be written, like how to do this, how to do that, how to just go to next step. All of the things will be written, like how to make the API calls. I will provide all the edge cases. I will provide all the things. So that I basically, I will bring one API person. I will sit with him. Okay. I will say, hey, just tell me whatever you do. Okay. Just tell me. I will keep on writing. I will just create all of the edge cases, everything. I will spend some time, obviously, but that is just like one time work. I will create a skill for all of these things. Now, whenever I want to perform any kind of task related to API calls, I can literally run this skill and that's it. Claude Code will you can say, take care of everything. Claude Code will have all the context that it needs. Wow. Not just context. How to run the scripts, everything. It is not just a context. It is much more than that. It is just a kind of orchestration. Yes. It is like context plus orchestration. Then context. Okay. Then there's a person. Okay, so I will say, hey, how do you migrate the data? How do you just pick the file formats? Hey, come here. Okay, sit with me. So just tell me, if you're dealing with CSV file formats, do you just try migrating the data in the ORC format or Parquet format? If Parquet format, like what will be the decision, or you can say what will be the points that you will keep in your mind? Maybe based on number of records or whatever. Oh, just tell me. Okay, so these are the things. I will put some time. I will create a skill. Once the skill is ready, I will say, Claude Code, can you do this for me? Yes, I can do that for you. Very good. Visualize. Come here. So, okay, what you do? Okay, what KPIs do you build? What kind of formulas do you use to build KPIs? What are the important KPIs that we need to build? I will write down all of the formulas. I will just build all of the things. Then I will say, Claude Code, can you just run these things? Yes. Perfect. This is insane. That is why skills are literally amazing thing if you want to automate stuff, and if you do not want to keep on spending some time that you like spend on daily basis. You literally define what you want to do and that's it. That is it. Simple. How to create the skills? Don't worry. We'll just talk about this thing in detail, very much in detail, because this is a backbone. Once you understand this thing, all the other concepts are like so easy. This is the backbone, because this is integrated with the future components that we are going to discuss. Skills is the backbone. So we'll be putting extra time to create the skills. And don't worry, you'll be just creating the real world skills, like literally real world skills, like what you can actually do. Okay. So this will be a detailed section. Don't worry. And just for now, let me just give you a quick overview, very quick overview on the skills written in the official documentation. So we are saying that we want to extend our Claude Code with skills. Okay. Yes. So now what are skills? Skills extend what Claude can do. Create blah blah blah. We will just talk about it. This is just like giving us things. So it is saying bundle skills. It is also fine. Getting started. Okay. Create your first skill. This example creates a skill. Bro, put something so that we can read what is the skill. Yeah, they have just put the technical things. That's it. So now you, I think so, have some overall understanding like what are skills and why do we create skills. Just to perform repetitive tasks. just to perform repetitive tasks. Simple. And I can see that they have created some skills for front end. Let's say if you want to just handle front end, there will be a skill for front end. There will be a skill for deploy as well, I guess. Yeah. I saw deploy somewhere. There was a skill. I don't know if they have removed that. Yeah, there will be a skill called deploy. So basically, we create skills for the tasks, for the activities that you perform on a daily basis, right? And what we do, we create the skill in detail so that Claude Code can implement it easily. So that you do not need to jump in the middle of every execution and help Claude Code to debug the things. That's why I provide a very rich context. Again, short, simple, to the point. Simple. Okay. And skills, obviously it's not just a MD file. It's not just, you can say, context. It is way more than that, and you will actually see when we'll be just building skills. Okay, so this is your skill under the hood, like what it does. And this way you can make your Claude Code much more powerful. Like it already has so many amazing built-in tools. Now it has some standards. Now you are providing skills. That's why Claude Code is like booming right now, and Claude Code is like actually taking over the AI world, especially in the coding, right? So now let's see how we can create skills in Claude Code, and now let's actually try to build the real world skills. Okay, let's see. So now let's try to create our very first skill. And being a data engineer or being any data professional, not just data engineer, we work with APIs a lot. We fetch data from APIs a lot. So now what we need to do, let's try to create this simple skill to fetch the data. This is our very first skill, okay, that we are just trying to create. Now, how we can create this skill? So we have just read the document, obviously, and we'll just refer the document again, okay, whenever we need it, but it's very simple. So let me just go to my VS Code editor, and perfect. So this is my VS Code editor and this is my Claude. So now in order to work with skills, okay, first of all, I need to create a special folder inside the .Claude. Really? Yeah. If I just show you the documentation as well, okay, let me just say Claude Code, because I don't want you to say, hey, you are just making things by yourself. Not exactly. Everything is written in the documentation. And yeah, oh man, again I just opened the one of the best browsers, and let me just remove the unnecessary URL. Oh wow, I think I also have some bookmarks, favorites bar, Claude Code. Yeah, because Microsoft Edge is like top level, you know, browser. You can easily find the web pages, so that's why I have to bookmark. So now in the skills, let me just go to extend Claude Code. Perfect. So now in the skills, so now it's up to you how you want to create the skills. Again, you have both the options, system level or project level, but I will again ask you to go with the project level, because every project is unique and every project should have different skills. Yes, I know some skills are common, but we are not building skills for the entire, you can say, repository of the projects. No, we are simply focusing on our project only for now. But yes, it is very simple. If you know how to create skills for your project, the difference is you just need to deploy, or basically you just need to add that particular folder in your root directory as well. So for now, let me show you, because you will learn it by actually doing it. So you need to go inside this .claude folder, simple, where you have Claude.md file, and within that folder, you need to create a special folder called skills. Okay. Now within the skills folder, you need to create all of the skills. So here within this folder, you need to create one more folder called, let's say, I want to create a skill called fetch, or let's say, yeah, fetch API. Okay. This is my name that I have just kept it for my skill, fetch API. Simple. This is my folder, fetch API. Within this fetch API, you will define your skill. Oh, that means skills. Okay, folder, skills, all the skills. Within that, which skill? I'm talking about fetch API skill, right? So fetch API skill will have the skill. Now within this folder, there is the most important file that we need to create. It's called skill.php. Claude.md. Wow, yes, this is the file. In this file, we will write, or basically we will create our skill. Simple. If you have understood my previous conversation that I have just made regarding skills, that we spend our dedicated time to create, to refine, to test our skills, because once the skills are ready, we can use it on a daily basis. But yes, this is a tutorial. So here we will not spend much time in creating the skill, but still we will learn how we can create a skill. Simple, got it? Very good. So now as you know that I want to create a skill for fetch API. Simple. Before doing anything, I need to register my skill with Claude Code so that Claude can fetch the skill. Okay, how we can just do that? So we need to use YAML. Okay, if you do not know about YAML, YAML is a kind of configuration file format similar to JSON. But why do we use YAML? Because YAML consumes less tokens, because it does not need to worry about curly braces and all those square brackets and closing brackets, open brackets. So YAML is becoming more popular because it saves token. Okay, if anyone asks you why do we need to use YAML if we have JSON, simply say we need to save tokens. We are living in the AI era. So now what you need to do, let me show you the demo file. Yeah, see. So in this file, we first of all need to write this command. So this is an empty file. Obviously, this is a kind of markdown. But within the markdown, we can create the YAML like this. Okay, YAML like this. Now, this is the name of the skill that we are providing. So in my case, it is fetch API. Simple, fetch API. And just keep the name same. Just keep the name same. Fetch API and fetch API. It is not hard and set rule, but it is recommended. Claude Code will find it easy to fetch the skills. Makes sense, because this is a name that it will be used, that it will use to register the skill. And if we have the resonating folder with it, okay, so it will be like easier for it to fetch. So always try to use the same name. That's why I am not seeing now blue line. Earlier I was seeing blue line, right? So this was the issue. So now after name, we need to provide description. Why Ansh Lamba? See, whenever we just provide description, it will be easier for Claude Code to identify that when it needs to call this skill. Because whenever we work with Claude Code, ideally, ideally we should ask it to, hey, run this skill. Hey, run that skill. Hey, run this skill. But sometimes we are in hurry. Sometimes we forget to add the skill command, skill hint in our prompt, right? In that scenario, Claude Code is smart enough to automatically detect the resonating skill for it. Why and how? Because first of all, Claude Code will look into the skills and it will try to fetch all of the skills that it has. If it will find any relevant skill for that task, it will utilize that skill and it will understand by this description. Because power of LLM, it can process a natural language really faster and efficiently, and it can perform that cosine similarity between the vector. Again, we are not going deeper inside the LLMs. If you want to learn about LLMs, I have made a dedicated course on LLM as well for free on YouTube. Just go and check if you want to. Okay, where you will learn how LLMs actually work under the hood, transformer model and decoder only transformer model, encoder only transformer model, encoder decoder transformer model, everything. Okay, so that is like technical thing, but yeah, here we are learning Claude Code. Simple. Okay, so this is my description. So this is first part of it. After that, I just need to provide my usage, how I want to use this skill. Simple. And now let me just tell you the requirement as well. Requirement is very easy. So for now, what we are trying to do, we are trying to fetch the data from an API. And obviously here we do not have like a real API like Oracle or let's say any kind of database API. Here I will be using my GitHub as a repository. And here you can see that I have so many CSV files, right? So many CSV files. Dim customer, dim date, dim product, dim store, fact returns, fact sales. All of these files are here. Simple. Now I want to fetch this data, but not like fetching. Like I want to really fetch this data that we fetch in the production. In production, we do not use synchronous behavior. We use asynchronous behavior where we use event loop, coroutines just to save the resources. If you do not know about asynchronous behavior, you can just learn about it. It's like a very fundamental thing in Python, like not very, very fundamental. It's like advanced thing, but it's a part of Python programming or any programming language. So I want to fetch this data using that particular thing. Okay, makes sense. So now what I will do, I will create a skill for fetching this information, and I will just ask my Claude Code to store this information into a directory, and I will just provide all of the steps, and I will create a skill around that. Makes sense? Obviously we can test it, we will see the errors, we will fix it, and then it will like be a iterating step. Simple. So okay, perfect. So now what I can do, I will simply say that I want to, so let's say usage, and how I want to use this. So I will simply say to use fetch API skills. You can call it with the appropriate parameters, make a request an API as an example. Let me just make it better. To use fetch API skill, or let's say you need to fetch data from an API from, not an API, from the following APIs. Okay, from the following APIs. Or I can also step 1, step 2, just to make it more robust, because it's up to me how I want to just provide the context. So let's say step 1, fetch data from APIs. Simple. So you need to fetch the data from the following APIs, and then I can just provide the API list. And here I need to provide the URL. So what is the URL? So let me just grab the URL. So I can click on this file. You can also see the URL. Okay, just click on it and then just click on raw, and then just provide this URL. So this is the URL that I have. Okay, perfect. So here I will just provide the URL. So this is the first URL. Okay, and then I have second URL, and here I just need to change it to dim, I think, store. And then I have third URL, and here I just want to change it to, I think, dim date. Is it dim date or what? Yeah, dim date, and then dim product. Okay, then let's say dim product, and then let's say fact sales. And then at the end, fact returns. Simple. So these are all of the APIs that I want to use. Simple. Okay, perfect. So this is step 1. Okay, this is step 1. Perfect. So this is my step 1. It will fetch the data. Okay, so or you can say, yeah, fetch data from the APIs. You need to fetch data from following APIs. Makes sense. Or let's say you need to make Python API, or let's say, yeah, you need to make Python API calls to fetch the data from the following URLs. Perfect. Using asynchronous functions, or let's say for using asynchronous HTTPX, because we do not use request library here in asynchronous, because request library is synchronous Python, is a part of synchronous Python. HTTPX is the asynchronous version of the fetching the data. So I will simply say you need to just do this. So this is my step 1. Once this step is done, then I will say step 2. Step 2, handle API responses. After fetching data, you need to handle API responses appropriately. Not really, because this is just CSV data. After fetching data, you need to create a directory named having name with current timestamp, current date and time in the format of this thing, and save the fetch data as CSV files in that directory. Perfect. Yes. So it will create a folder, and then it will just save the data. Or just to be specific, I can also say like where it needs to create that folder, because otherwise it will create the folder at the root location. But do not worry, whenever you are just creating the skill, you will see errors. Even if you do not see errors, you will see unfamiliar behavior, but you need to train it. That's the concept of a skill. You need to train it, right? So I will simply say the location of the directory should be let's say skills, yeah, or let's say .claude should be .claude skills fetch API data, and that's it. Perfect. So this is my second step. Perfect. 2 steps are done. Very good. Step 3, I will say logs, because logs are very important whenever we fetch the data, because sometimes APIs do not behave the way it should. Okay, and we should always log the responses. For example, I have 6 to 7 APIs. Okay, one API is not working, so I need to just log the information which API worked and which didn't. Simple. Store the, or let's say login. Simple. You need to create a log directory at logs, okay, and log the status of each API, not the each API call. And so inside logs, I can create a log directory at this with the name, current date and time in the format this, and save a log file in that directory with the name fetch api.log. Yes, not .log. Oh yeah, let's say it's fine. The log file should contain the information about the API calls made, including what APIs called, what were successful and what were not, any errors encountered during the process. Because obviously we do not need to just make the API calls and it didn't work, bro. We need to see the errors as well. So this is my skill. This is my one skill that I have created. Simple. This is my one of the skills that I wanted to create just for the fetching the data. I can make it more robust. I can make it more and more detailed, but we are simply learning how we can just create the skill. Make sense? And if I just drag the documentation, and we can just also see when you can say one demo skill. So they are also like using skill, like very specific to the point skill. Do not need to put garbage stuff just to be more detailed, because everything will be used in the context. You do not need to waste your tokens, right? Make sense? Very good. So now I have just provided very like to the point thing. Okay, very to the point thing, and here I know like it can just perform this thing. Makes sense. So now what I can do, I will ask it to just fetch the data. So now what it should do, it will first of all go to each URL. It will run the code in my terminal, obviously, and then it will handle the responses, and then it will log everything. I have not asked it to create any kind of code, but it will like do it everything behind the scenes. Simple. So this is my skill. One skill, only one skill that we have created. Very to the point. You can make it more detailed, but just be to the point as much as you can. You just need to make sure that you have provided enough information to the LLM so that it can just understand the flow, and that's it. And when I just write step 1, step 2, step 3, LLM understands that it cannot perform step 2 before step 1. This is common sense, right? And you need to provide this information. Simple, very simple thing. Okay, so this is skill. Okay, this is skill. Now, if I want to see how many skills do I have, okay, so let's see. Let me just open one Claude session, and I'll simply say skills. So we do not have direct command to access the skills. Okay, so if you want to still see like how many skills do we have, but when I write the name of my skill, that means like normal slash and then fetch API. Wow. So it has registered my skill in Claude Code. Why? Because of this architecture, because of this particular metadata that I have provided. Wow. Yes. When you click here, it will trigger this particular exercise, fetch API. Simple. What? Literally, yes. I have not even provided any kind of prompt. Now it is saying, you want me to run this skill? Yes. I will simply allow it, because obviously it needs to perform some function. So it will perform some bash command. See, async IO httpx, and this is the code that it is trying to run in the terminal directly. I have no code. I literally do not have any code. See, I do not have any code. I have literally created a skill and I triggered it. And I will simply say yes. Now what will happen? It will keep on performing all the things. And now I can see that it has also opened one window in my screen. It is saying, let me try a simpler approach. So it will say yes, because it just popped up one machine. It is called Python install manager. So I think it is just trying to download Python. It doesn't know like I have the Python as well. So it will just simply do that. Let me run the script with the correct Python. It will simply say yes. And perfect. Fetch API worked. And wow, man, literally wow. I can see data. I can see logs. Literally wow. Do you know what? Do you know what actually happened? A lot of things happened back in the scenes. Let me just show you first of all what happened. If I go to data, boom, I have all the files. Dim customer.csv, dim date, dim product, dim stored, fact returns, fact sales. Wow. Logs. I have logs and I can also read the log. Wow. See, total URS 6, successful 6, failed 0. Wow. And this is like a daily log. See, date as well. This is actually amazing. I have not touched any code. I have literally created this skill in front of you in just few minutes, just provided few steps, and I triggered it using slash skill, and that's it. And that's it. And now, do you know what? Let me just explain you the flow, what exactly happened. I said slash fetch API, that is my skill name. Simple. Now, I am satisfied with this skill. Now, if I want to perform this entire process, I just need to come here and say fetch API, and that is it. I do not even need to provide a prompt. Why? I can provide a prompt, no worries at all. I will just show you that as well. I can say, can you please fetch the data using the skill fetch API? I can say that, but I do not need to say that as well. Why? The moment I say fetch API, okay, it will directly go to my skill. It will read everything. It will do all the things that I have asked it to do. Wow. And how it performed everything, because I didn't provide any code, right? It created the code first of all. See, this is the code. It tried running it, but it got some error. See, exit code 49. It didn't even ask me, hey, this is the code, just handle it on your own. It fixed the code. How? It installed some packages, because one thing that I missed, I didn't ask it to run my Python through this environment, through this virtual environment. Obviously, we need to install async, IO, HTTPX and all those things, right? It would have, I know it would have installed all of these libraries in my global Python environment, and it would have used that environment to run my code. Obviously, that is a skill. See, we run it, we see the mistakes. Even if those are not mistakes, we will see the areas of improvements and we can improve it, right? Obviously, that is expected. But now what it did, it ran that command with new, you can say your executable, Python executable, and then it keep on, see, it was saying Python was not found, because it didn't actually know like where is my Python. Then it said Python version and which Python. Simple. And it did everything on its own. Did I ask it that, hey, if you are finding difficulty, just go to my this location, you will find the Python? Did I ask anything? No. It automatically solved the issues on its own using Claude Code. Claude Code is actually doing all of the things behind the scenes, resolving your errors automatically. I am simply allowing it by saying yes, yes, yes. And that can also be automated. That's not a big deal. And it is running everything through bash, through terminal. See, it found my Python executable at this location. At this location, see? Wow, at this location. I can expand it and see, this is not my Python virtual environment, this is my normal Python. And it is saying, now let me run the script with the correct Python command, and then it ran the same command. Wow. And then what it did? The same thing that I just asked you to do. Save the location, save the result at the given location, and that's it. See, it actually followed it. Where is hallucination? Nowhere. Why? This is agentic AI. This is not just like LLM responses. This is a feedback loop that is running behind the scenes in the Claude Code. Wow. And once you are satisfied with this thing, it's okay. You can just keep on running the skill. This is fetching. Now just imagine Like obviously we have taken a very basic example because I know I need to just be focused on Claude Code. But for example, let's say I am fetching my data from, let's say, Kafka, from, let's say, event hubs. Can I do that? Obviously. Do I need to write any code? No. How? Because it knows the code. I just need to tell, I just need to create the orchestration, and orchestration as well. I do not need to write any code. Do I need to write any, you can say, Airflow code? No. Because Airflow is used for orchestration, right? This is my orchestration in pure English. Not even like pure English, like normal English, normal day-to-day English. Forget about orchestration through coding. Forget about orchestration through drag and drop softwares. It is pure natural language orchestration of the work. Can you imagine the power of it? Make sense? So now you can make this skill even more better by creating that, hey, use this particular environment. Let's say this is step 2, and let's say this is step 3. Okay, this is step 4, and step 1 will be step 1, pick the Python environment. You need to, before you start, make sure to pick the Python environment in which you want to run the code. You can do this by clicking on Python environment. Not really. I will say you can run, install dependencies using my .vnv environment, okay, which is located at, and then I can just provide the full location. I'm just trying to help him because it is better, right? Simple. Okay, which is this one, .vnv. Yeah, it will just find the Python executable. So now it can pick that thing. Makes sense? And I can just save this thing, and before running that thing I can just make sure, because I'm so sure it didn't pick my virtual environment because I didn't ask it to do it. So now I can say uv pip list. But if it is smart, it can pick that as well. But oh yeah, wow, it actually installed HTTPX in my virtual environment. That is amazing. Okay, so that means it took care of virtual environment as well. That is amazing. Let me just confirm it by running the command in my CMD. Let me just check if it has pip list. Here, let me just check. HTTPX. No, I do not have HTTPX. Wow, this is my global environment. Okay. Wow, this is actually smart. And you know what? I am not even using Sonnet. I am literally using Haiku. Haiku is like child. Just think about Sonnet. Think about Opus model. Think about it. Opus model has the context window of 1 million token. Can you imagine 1 million token context? Crazy. This is crazy. Oh, should we just try it with the NLP this time? Let's do it, because obviously it will create a new folder, obviously, because this is like recording the time as well, right? So let's do it. Let's create a new session. Okay, let's do it. So I will go to new chat, and I have so many chat. Let me just delete all of these ones. Perfect. Let me just click on plus, new session. Okay, so let's start by using NLP. I want to fetch the data from the APIs. Okay, I want to fetch the data from the APIs using my skills. Simple. I am not even specifying which skill. Let's say it will automatically fetch it. Okay, let's say processing, read. So it read all the skills. See, read. I will help you fetch. Boom, it picked the skill. Why? Using description. Very good. So now it will create the script. See, this is the script. So now it has actually created the file for me. File for what? File for actually fetching the data. Using what? NLP. Using what? NLP. But now you can say, do we need this thing? Yes. For the next component, I need this thing. So that is why I'm simply saying yes. Okay, so now it will say, I have performed this skill, let me run the script. So now it will run the script as well. You can say yes. Now it got the error. Okay, now it will say, allow this command, yes, do this. It will automatically solve all of the errors. All of the errors. Perfect. All the 6 CSV files are there. Yes. Boom. Boom. But this time, like something different happened. But that was required and that was expected. Okay. Let me just tell you what happened. First of all, I said I want to fetch the data from the APIs using my skills. This time, or let's say last time, it generated the code. This time as well, it generated the code, obviously. But last time, it ran the entire code in the terminal. Yeah. Okay. It ran the entire code in the terminal. This time, it created the file. And then it ran that file. And then it fetched the data and performed the rest of the stuff. Yes. Simple. This is the difference. Now, why it happened? Because, first of all, I didn't just say fetch API, because when I say fetch API, it will not do anything on its own. It will simply follow my steps. But when I use NLP, it will actually do something else. It will actually assume that we need to do this, that, this, that. So it will try to do some extra stuff. So this is a trade-off. Okay. Whenever you just want to perform exact stuff, just call the skill. But sometimes we do not just want to perform exact stuff. For example, let's say you have created this skill, right? Very good. You use it on a daily basis. Perfect. Now, let's say after 1 week, you have got, let's say 2 to 3 new APIs, new URLs. Okay. Now you can say, could you please run these APIs just for one time and you can use my skill for the reference, and that's it. It will run the new APIs and it will refer your previously built API just for the reference. Simple. So that is a trade-off. That is totally dependent upon the requirement. If this is just a kind of single trigger, because some of you can say, hey, we are data engineers, right? And we can simply orchestrate it. I know. But what if, let's say I want to just do something else using the same skill? Can you run your pipeline just for new APIs? Or let's say just out of the box thing, I want to ask anything using my NLP. Can you do that with that pipeline? No. But with Claude Code, you can do that. You can just orchestrate the stuff as well. And do not worry, I'm just coming on your point where you are saying that we can just build the scripts to orchestrate everything. I'm coming on that point. Do not worry at all. But are you imagining like what is happening here? Okay, amazing. So now let me just show you what actually happened. We got another folder because this is a new time frame, right? All the 6 files are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And here another folder for logs. See, perfect. Amazing, man. Amazing. And it has created one file as well. Where is that file? Fetch API data. This is the file. Now, let me just tell you amazing stuff. Because now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, skills are amazing. Are you satisfied with skills right now? Because I am going to share amazing stuff with the skills. Skills are not over. It's just started. Okay. What? Yes. So now what are we going to do? We are going to enhance our skills. First of all, our fetch API skill is amazing. Okay. So you have 2 options to call using NLP or directly call the skill using / command. / command is more convenient. Okay. I personally love it. But if you want to just use NLP, you can use it. Simple. Very good. Now we have the script, by the way. Now, do you know what? Let me just tell you amazing thing. First of all, this is like doing everything, fetch and save CSV. So it just fetches the data and saves the CSV. And then it just logs the information as well. Everything it performs. Very good. So I don't want to touch it. So it will be performing as it is. Now I have the skill, okay, fetch API. If you remember my architecture, and you know what it has done. Initially, remember our Python was like throwing some errors. So it literally opened Microsoft Store in my screen. Let me just show you. See, so this is the window. It has already opened for me. I was like, who opened it, bro? Then I was like, oh, okay, Claude Code is running. So it opened this thing, Python install manager, because it was not able to find Python. So it literally opened my Microsoft Store to download the Python for me so that it can run that code. Can you imagine? That that it can access anything that you have on your machine, but obviously with security, with safety, because you allow it to do that. Otherwise it won't do that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now this skill is done, man. Oh man, this was amazing, by the way. I loved it because writing the code on the fly using HTTPX is not a very easy thing. Plus logging the information every time whenever, because logs are very important. Logs are very important. And can you imagine how long it took? How long it took? 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, just 1 minute. And you can replace this particular scenario with, let's say you are not downloading, basically fetching the data from, let's say, Oracle REST APIs. You are fetching the data using Azure Event Hub. You are fetching the data from anything, from anywhere. Just provide the information step by step, and that's it. You do not even need to just worry about the code. But if you are someone who really wants to see the code, ask it to generate the file. Confirm the code, test your skill, because skill is actually self-explanatory concept here. You need to train it. You cannot expect, I will create a skill and it should work on the very first run. What? You are creating a skill. Okay, you are not just generating a response. Okay, so when you create a skill and when you test it, let's say 10 times, 20 times, if you are satisfied, now you are okay. Now you can rely, because you have trained your personal Claude code, which is purely built on your project, and that's it. Simple. Very good. So this skill is done. Okay, very good. Very good. Very good. Now we are going to upskill our skill. What? Ansh, Lamba, what do you want to do? Let me show you something. We can even extend our skills. What? Extend our skills? What do you mean extend our skills? So just think about it. So let's say this is my skill. Here I'm just putting everything, right? Here I'm putting every information, right? Okay, let me just answer your first question. I know you have one question. Let me just answer that first. Ansh, Lamba, I can also add this information in my Claude.md as well here, and I can just add that particular step called my skills, and I can say whenever I type skills, perform these actions. Obviously this is LLM. We just need to provide the context. We can provide context anywhere. That is a beautiful question, because I also had that question. So then I got to know one thing which is very important. So now what will happen? Let me just explain this answer. By the way, if you didn't have this question, do not worry. That shows that you are not learning. You are learning. I'm just kidding. So, but yeah, if this is your question, this is a very good question. Beautiful question. Because this shows your attitude of how and why. Obviously, everyone talks about how, but why? Why should I do this? Okay, so let me just tell you why. Is my mic working? Yes, it is working. It is working. I can see the red light. Do you know what? I just bought this. I don't know why, but now it is just blocking my face, but I can adjust. Don't worry at all. So now what will happen? Let's say this is, what was his name? Robin. No. Rohan or Rahul, yeah. So Rohan. So now Rohan, whenever Rohan calls Claude Code, makes sense? Now let me just take this entire diagram, and let me just type the heading as well. Let me just say, okay, why skills when we have Claude.md. Simple. This is your question. If this is not your question, still you should have this question. Simple. So let me just explain why. So now what will happen? Every time this person Claude, Robin, no, Rahul, Rohan. Rohan. So Rohan, every time Rohan makes the request to Claude Code, you already know this concept that every time this Claude.md file will be injected automatically, obviously, right? Why? To provide the context for the project. Simple. Automatically. So we have the tokens here. Wow. Do you know what? If I put everything in the Claude.md, even if I'm not calling a skill, even if I'm not calling or using any skill, I am wasting my tokens because I'm just passing the entire context to Claude Code. So you mean to say that we do not pass context of skill to Claude Code? No, not at all. We only pass the context to Claude Code when Claude Code invokes the skill. That means whenever I just use Claude Code, let's say this is my session. Okay, let's say this is my session. So here, if I ask something else, if I say, bro, how are you? Whatever, okay. Do you know what will go to the Claude Code? Obviously, Claude.md file in the beginning of the session, in the beginning of the chat. Then only this part of the skill will go, only this metadata. Why? Because then only it will know that I have the skills. Otherwise, how it would know? But after this thing, nothing will go to the context. After this thing, only this body, this is called body of the skill. Body of the skill will go to Claude Code only when Claude Code invokes our skill. Otherwise, it will stay in our skill folder. That is why we just create dedicated skills. And obviously we have step-by-step implementation, which has like so much of thing to do with skill that you will be just learning right now. So now you should have this clarity. Okay, good. By the way, this was like a beautiful question. Beautiful. I also had this question. I was like, why I'm just using skill? I can just put everything in Claude.md. Then I got to know that it's all about cost. It's all about tokens. Okay. It's all about getting the work done. Because with Claude.md, you cannot provide so much of context. It will be totally confused. Because when you have 1 to 2 skills, you can think like that. But you have 20, 30 skills. Bro, are you serious? So I hope you got the answer. Like, why do we use that? Okay, makes sense. Simple. Now let's talk about, so what we are just talking about. Okay, skills is this one. Okay, so now we were just talking about extending the skills. Okay, now what is this extending the skills? This is very important. And this actually makes skills so powerful. By the way, this is like recently added feature, skills, like extending the skills. Now what we're trying to do, we know that we create skills using our step-by-step guide, using our markdown file, using our skill.md file basically. Now I want to show you something else. Okay, so let me just bring the documentation, bro. Here's the documentation. So here, by the way, this documentation is amazing. To be honest, very good documentation. Okay, perfect. Share skills, no, not share skills. Maybe I just need to take my own example because I was hoping I can just take an example from here. Restrict tool calls, blah, blah. Oh, yes. Here is the thing. And you need to understand this thing, please, carefully. Okay. Now we can extend our skills. How and what does it mean? Basically, you provide everything in skill.md. Yes. But sometimes you need to provide some references. Yes, it can be some kind of references. Let's say there are some references that I want to perform, or let's say there are some references that I want to use whenever it is needed in your skill. For example, you are fetching some data, okay, and you are doing some more operations as well. And within that, you want to provide some references. For example, you can create a kind of markdown file where you have shown some of the errors that your organization has already faced and resolved. Makes sense. Or you can say that you have some secrets and keys that you put in the references file. Makes sense, kind of thing. Okay, I'm just trying to provide you the real-time scenario. Here you can also provide, you can say, a kind of documentation for performing a specific task. For example, you are asking Claude Code to do a specific thing. It's a very good thing. Claude Code is trained to generate the code, but sometimes what will happen is, let's say you are asking Claude Code to write a PySpark code and performing those things. Okay, but sometimes let's say there's an upgrade in PySpark in Spark. For example, Spark declarative pipelines, which is a very big upgrade. Simple. Now you are expecting Claude Code to generate the code. Maybe Claude Code is not trained on that particular code. Maybe it is a latest upgrade. So what it will do, it can use that information whenever it will be needed. Whenever Claude Code will feel like I want to use this as a reference. So you can add this information whenever you need any information regarding generating code. There is a dedicated folder for you called references. Make sense? So you can even provide some more context, but whenever it is needed. You are just trying to help Claude Code as much as you can. If you are coming from agentic background, what is agentic background? Let's say you are coming from a background who is like aware of AI stuff. Okay, what is agentic background? So now the thing is, you are simply creating a personal repository on, you can say, personal directory for Claude Code, just to help Claude Code. Here you can also provide some information of your organization. Maybe you are creating a skill where you want to perform some operations which are only available on your organization. It is not openly available, publicly available. You can provide that information in the references. Wow. Okay. First thing. Second thing that you can do is scripts. Now, being a data engineer, I know you had this question. Okay, some of you would have this question because I also had this question. So I will be just covering all of the questions. Now the thing is, I want to perform something. Okay, I have a skill, but for that skill, I am a senior data engineer. Okay, in my organization. Bro, I'm just taking an example. Do not feel like. So what should we do? I am just normal Ansh Lamba. Okay, I'm no one. So let's say you are a senior data engineer in your organization. Now in your organization, you already have built some scripts. You already have built some files, some code files, right? Those code files are running exactly fine. But now you need to integrate those files, those scripts into your skill. So instead of asking Claude Code to regenerate the code every time, because you have written the code for it and you know that it is running fine. So now you can create a dedicated folder called scripts. And instead of asking Claude Code to generate the code and run it, you can simply say, bro, go to this folder and run the script, and that's it. Wow. What is the advantage of it? Double advantage. Advantage number one is you do not need to rewrite the code, or you can say get the code rewritten from Claude Code. Second advantage is it will not use the tokens. Wow. Because it is not generating the code. So those tokens are saved. It is not running the code in the terminal. Tokens are saved. It just need to, or let's say it just needs to run one line of code in the terminal. Let's say Python, your code file name .py. You are hardly spending 15-20 tokens. And let's suppose that script is such a huge script. Let's say 2,000-3,000 lines of code you have written. Maybe it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So you are literally saving at least let's say 3,000 lines of code, and in each line you will write almost let's say 10 tokens, 30,000 to 40,000 to 50,000, let's say, lines like tokens. Wow. 60,000 tokens versus 10-15 tokens. This is called smartness. This is called optimizing your skills to the next level. Plus performance. We know that our scripts are running fine. So this is called extending skills, and this is where skills become even more powerful, like amazing stuff. Wow, wow, wow. Let's try to see it in real. So now what we did, we learned. Let's summarize it, okay? Because I want you to remember the things. Because now we'll be just implementing it, and now we will not be just revising the concept in the VS Code. VS Code is for implementation, okay? So here we have Rohan. Perfect. And here we have a folder. And this folder name is skills. Simple. In the skills folder, we have skill.md file. So let's say skill.md file. Perfect. Or let's write it like this. Not a big deal. First of all, skill name. So we have, let's say, fetch API. Let's use that same skill. Obviously, we'll be just creating a new one, but just for this demo. So let's say skills, and here we have fetch API. This is also a folder. Okay, so this is first folder. Remember, within that we have what? Skill.md. Very good. Very good. Within that we have what? Remember, references. Perfect. References. Very good spelling. Okay, references, and along with that you have scripts. Okay, you have scripts, and here you can also put some references just for the example. So here in the references you can say, this is my references, documentation. If you want to save, okay, then say document references, and here you can have Python file, because Python is a like generic script that we use. Simple. For data engineering especially. So this is the hierarchy. I hope it makes sense. Okay, I hope. Skill.md, and here we have references, and here we have scripts. Simple. And here it is connected to this one. Perfect. And here this is connected to this one. Perfect. This is your hierarchy for skills. Make sense? So this is your skills. Now what exactly we need to do in the skills? So here what I will do, I will create another skill called migrate. Called what? Migrate. So now in the migrate skill, what I need to do, I need to migrate this data to a different location. Okay, and here obviously you can imagine that you can migrate your data to Amazon S3 bucket. Here obviously I'm not bringing S3 bucket here. It will not take time, okay, to bring it, but it will divert the focus, because first we'll be creating AWS account, then we'll be just creating S3 bucket, then we'll be just creating IAM role, then we'll be just creating keys. So it will just divert the focus. I just want to keep it entirely for Claude Code, but being a data engineer, I'm just telling you that you can do it as a homework. You can create a migrate skill that I'll be just creating right now for the local migration. You can migrate the skill for the AWS S3 migration. Make sense? Because being a teacher as well, I just need to provide you that homework. Okay, because see, I want you to learn and you to master. That's it. That is the entire agenda of this video and this channel. Simple. Okay, make sense? Okay, so we are extending the skills right now. Okay, so now the requirement is very simple. We need to migrate our data. So let me just open VS Code editor. Here we have fetch API, right? And here what I will do, I will create another folder in the skills, and this will be called as, let's say, migrate. This migrate skill is very important. Here what we need to do, we need to, first of all, let me just close this and close this terminal. Perfect. Here what we need to do, in the migrate folder, we will be migrating the latest data every time from this fetch API / data. Okay, so this is the latest folder. So I'll be just fetching all of the information, basically all of the data files from this particular folder. Simple. And not just fetching the data. Being a data engineer, We work with big data file formats. We prefer columnar file formats. So I want this data to be converted, to be migrated in the form of Parquet file. Simple. We can create the skill, right? But here, I do not want to just run the code on the fly, because here within the migrate folder, I will create, yes, skill.md, which is non-negotiable. But along with that, I will create scripts, and along with that, I can create references. I do not have any kind of references, by the way, but I can still create the folder. Just for the future use case, I might add it whenever I need to, but I can just keep it, right? For now. Good. Okay, this is skill.md. Perfect. So here in the scripts, now first of all, let's try to create the script, because the script is very important. We need to test it. So here I don't have any Python file, but let's imagine, see, we need to relate it to the real world, right? So now what is the requirement? We need to migrate this code to the new folder, right? And here I will be creating, let's say, a folder called data. Simple. And here we'll be having the migrated data, the latest folder. So this script, what this script will do, this script will fetch the latest information from this location, from this one, okay, this folder data. It will fetch this folder, the latest one, and then it will automatically read all of the files using a for loop, very simple. And then it can, let's say, perform the data migration using any kind of data frame library. Here obviously we are not using PySpark, but you can use PySpark. But in order to use PySpark, again, it will just divert the focus, and I want you to be focused on Claude Code, but you can use pandas for that. Okay, so here we'll be just using pandas just to create it, because pandas do not need any kind of special installation. Simple, common sense. But when you can do it with pandas, you can also do it with PySpark. I don't know, like, what is the big deal between both? It's just about. So now I will be just using pandas to convert or migrate this data to the Parquet format, right, in this particular folder. So let's try to create a script. Simple. And how I will just create the script? I can use Claude, obviously, or I can just write the script by myself. Let me just complete that. So I have created this particular file, okay, with the help of, obviously, Claude. Convert to Parquet. Okay, so this is the code that I have got. And just make sure that you need to download two dependencies, pandas and pyarrow, because these are required in order to work with data frames and converting into Parquet. Simple. So these are some of the functions that we can just run, and I have not tested the script. I can just test it in front of you. I just got the code, and if something is wrong, we can just fix it together. Okay, so I can simply test it. Python convert to Parquet.py. Simple. Let's see what is the response. And if it runs fine, then we can just add it as a step in our skill. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, so it can take some time, obviously, because it is performing some things. Okay, converting files. Okay. Oh, wow, it worked. Wow. I can just check in the data. Oh man, perfect. This is actually amazing. These are all the Parquet files. Wow. Amazing, man. Amazing. Okay. Perfect. These are the columnar file formats, and with the same folder, because the requirement was I wanted to first of all fetch the latest file, latest folder. Okay, this is the latest folder. It didn't read this one. Okay, so this is like next level code. Okay. Oh, so it just skipped this folder, and then it only read this folder, and I wanted to keep the folder name same. Why? Because if you have worked with data migration things, if you keep the destination folder name same as your source folder name, you can debug it better if you see any problems. If you just keep it different, you cannot actually find the things in case of debugging. By the way, we are not talking about how to improve the governance pipelines and all, so it's fine. Okay, so now this is good. We have the script ready, which is like actually very good. So now what I will do, I will move this script and I will just keep this folder empty, so I don't need to worry about this thing. So I can simply say delete this folder. Okay, because we will just test it with the skill. Okay, perfect. So now what I will do, I will move this file, create, convert to Parquet, Control X, and in the migrate under scripts, I will put this. Simple. Now let's try to create the script skill. So in the skill, first of all, we will create name. So name will be, let's say, let's keep it migrate. Okay. simple. Migrate description. This will help to, or let me just get the detailed skill from here because this was really good. Which is data handler. Yeah, it's almost the same. Migrates the fetched data stored, or let's say migrates the fetch data stored in the directory to a new location. Use when you want to move or back up your data, or move your data after, not backup, I would say move. Also use when you want to move your data to a different directory, or when you want to a different directory. Simple. So this is my metadata. Now let's say usage. And if you do not know how this auto completion is working for me, so this is like another agentic thing I'm using. It is called GitHub Copilot. If you just click on this thing, toggle chat, this is exactly that thing. Or if you just click on this icon, this one, this is the thing. So I'm just using GitHub's agentic code, you can say, assistance. So it helps in code completion, and I think it is free for some daily limits, but if you just want to use it further, then yes, you need to pay monthly subscription. So if you are just wondering, so first of all, you will simply say pick the Python environment. So before you start, make sure you pick the Python environment, and this is the environment. Okay, perfect. Step 2, migrate data. Yes, so here comes the step. Here we do not need to ask it to create the code, run the things, whatever. Migrate data. All I will say, run the Python script to migrate the data. Perfect. You need to run the Python script stored at migrate, and after migrate we have references, not reference, scripts. Okay, scripts migrate.py. This is like first step, so I can simply say migrate.py. Perfect. What else we need to do? We can just ask it to do some things. We can just ask one thing, that after migrating the data, do we need to store logs? No, let's keep it like very simple. Okay, because this is just like data migration, so we do not need to add useless context just to increase the token size. We just want to perform this thing. Okay, simple, good. So this skill is very straightforward. So now if we just go to Claude, you already know how to just fetch it. Simply use slash and then migrate. Okay, the moment I click here, it should create this data folder. Okay, it should populate this. So it is simply saying, should I run this? Yes, run it with my virtual environment. And let me check the skill documentation first. Yes, read it. So see, it is now reading my skill.md. So it is now reading the convert.py. Now it is running the file. Perfect. Exit code 1, CSV to Parquet converter, and I can see one file converted. Okay. Calculating. Let's wait. I need to fix. Okay, there's one issue. What issue? Run the CSV to Parquet conversion script with UTF encoding. Oh, so it found something. Okay, with UTF encoding, which is a very common issue with the CSV files, but I think it will just fix it on its own. Perfect. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So now I have all of the Parquet files. Amazing. So it has also provided us a cute summary. Okay, that's good. Oh wait, I can actually ask it to just provide me this thing. I think this is like actually good. Rows, column, size, and whatever. Wow, because this is all of these things I'm just printing in the, I think so, in the print statement. Let me just check, because if I have this thing, conversion completed successfully, print this. Okay, it's fine. We are simply storing the logs, but you can do whatever you want. See, sky is the limit. Okay, so makes sense. So I have got all of the files in the form of Parquet. Very good. And now we literally saved a lot of tokens, because all of the code which is written here in the script, it didn't generate this code. It didn't even pass this code in the terminal to run it. It simply ran one simple command, which you can see it here as well. If you see it here, as you can see, input is this one. See, this is the input. Simple. It just ran this bash command and that's it. Wow. See this one. Wow. But yes, it read the skill.md. Obviously, that is a non-negotiable. That's how it just runs the thing. So this is it. This is it. This is it. And you know what? When Nvidia's CEO says that very soon, or I think he said in the next 5 years, and already 2 years are already passed, so 3 years more. So he was saying that in the next 5 years, we will replace the programming with the natural language. And I can see that happening easily. See, just tell me one thing. What I have put it here. Did I write any code? Did I write any code here or here? Did I write any code? Did I write any code? That doesn't mean that programming is not important. Programming is important, and you need to understand the programming because you will be the one validating it, fixing it, evaluating it, expanding it, all of the stuff. But the time it used to take to write the code will be gone, will be totally gone. You are just a validator. You are just the one who is taking care. Okay, this is running fine. Okay, this can be handled like this way. Because 3 years are left, right? Like still 3 years are left. It's just like almost 2 years, and you can see the big shift. Because when he made the statement, everyone literally laughed. Everyone was saying, bro, this is not possible. We know that we have chat GPT, but this is not possible. now so this is a big shift in that. I don't know like why people are going crazy. All of the people are going crazy who were not there during the invention, or you can say during the boom of computers. Okay, but what happened after that? Everything changed, right? But it changed for good cause. Now AI is here, everything will be changed, right? But for good cause. Learn, grow, and that's it. So now let's complete our skill number 3 as well. Okay, and this skill number 3 will be like critical one, because here we just need to perform much more things. What? So after making the API calls, let's say I'm just repeating my skill to fetch the data in the morning. I am repeating my skill to migrate the data in the afternoon, and then after migrating the data as well, I now want to run the visualize skill. Okay, so now in the visualize, I want to create some KPIs, which is very simple thing. Okay, which is very simple thing, like major KPIs, number of orders, number of sales, and whatever. So now in this skill, I can tell that what KPIs do I need, what are the orders, what are the things I need. Like let's say I want total number of orders by date, I want total number of returns by date, I want total number of orders by customer. All of these KPIs, I can just ask it to create a dashboard and display these KPIs. How will it do under the hood? Very simple. And now I want you to create this skill on your own, make mistakes, iterate it, then make mistakes, then iterate it, and then you will see that it will work. And at the end, just to confirm that what you have built and what I'm going to build, just come and confirm, and that's it. This is learning, right? So just create the third skill on your own, and I know you can build it. And I know this is the most critical one among these three, but now you are in the shape that you can build it. Make sense? Okay, so now let's do it. You build your own skill. Okay, very good. So now what are we just trying to do? We know that we have the data. If I just open the data, we have dim customers, dim date, dim product, dim store, dim return, dim sales, right? So what I will do, I will create my another skill, and this will be called as, let's say, visualize. Simple. And inside the visualize, I will create skill.md. Do I need scripts? I don't want to write any formulas for aggregations and those DAX and all. Not at all. I do not want to provide any references, so I will simply create skill.md because I wanted to give you some reference how you can just extend the skills. So now you have the idea. Simple. And one more thing, you do not need to keep the folder names as it is. You can just put or keep any folder name. This is just for like a standard references, scripts, and all of these things. Simple. But you can just put any folder name because it doesn't care what is your folder name. You just need to put the folder name in the skill.md. That's it. Here you will say scripts, it will go to scripts. Here you will say code file, it will go to code files. Simple. Okay, good. So skill.md, let's try to create the skill.md. So I will simply say name, and here name is visualize. Yes. Description, visualize data using libraries and tools. And you know what, we can actually create a dashboard using HTML, okay, just to make it like really beautiful. And I can also maybe use matplotlib just to visualize data, like how does it look like, whatever we can do. Let's use HTML and let's see like what does it create. I know like it will simply create one HTML with CSS and styling, and I can actually ask it to create one script first of all, and I can run that script at the end, because every time it will be just running so much of HTML code, and you know, whenever we just run HTML with CSS we need to just write so much of code. So instead of just spending those tokens, I can create a file, create a script, and then I can just provide it as a script. Okay, so let's try to create one folder for scripts as well. That will be a better choice. So what will be the flow? Here in the skill.md, we will simply say, first of all, get the variables. Okay, get the variables, like all the KPIs. Then feed those KPIs in the HTML, in the dashboard. Simple. Or let's say just create the dashboard for us. Let's see what it will create. Okay, then you can just iterate it. You can simply say create our KPIs, and then you can just build our dashboard based on that. Okay, so visualize data using various libraries and tools. Yeah, it is fine. You can just provide some description long enough as well, but it's fine. So let's say usage, and here I will simply say make sure to pick the environment, and the Python environment is this one, because it will be using pandas to aggregate the data. So I will say use pandas to build KPIs. First of all, you need to use pandas library to read not CSV file, to read the Parquet files stored in the data directory. But here I want to build the dashboard on top of my latest data. So I will simply provide the command here that I want to read just the latest data, because here I have migrate and then this folder. Okay, read the Parquet files stored in the latest folder at this thing. Simple. Then yes, so this is the thing. You need to use the pandas library to read the Parquet files. You need to use a pandas library to, first of all, you need to read. Do not use pandas library. You need to read the Parquet files stored in the Parquet files. After reading the data, you need to use pandas to build the following KPIs. Yes, total sales, total returns, net sales, average sales per store, per product. Very good, very good, very good. Average sales per customer, very good. So these are the KPIs that I want to build for my dashboard. What will be the formula? We do not need to tell, because everyone knows how to find the total sales, sum of total sales, returns, total returns, net sales, gross minus whatever, then average sales per store, whatever. So we do not need to worry about those KPIs. Claude will handle all of the code for that. So these are the KPIs. Okay, this is the step 2. So once we have the step 2 ready, once we have all of this information ready, then I can go to step 3. Yes, use matplotlib to build visualization. After building the KPIs, you need to use matplotlib cpon to build. But how I would just visualize it? So here we can use matplotlib, by the way. So let's use it, because it will be like pure Pythonic instead of using HTML CSS, because some of you will say, hey, what is this written HTML p tag br tag CSS class whatever. Okay, so let's see. So after building the KPIs, you need to use matplotlib to build the following visualization: sales trend over time, sales per store, store, returns by customer, and all of these things. Okay, and then you need to save the visualization as PNG files. This is very good. You need to save the visualization as PNG files. Oh, wait, PNG files are expensive. No, bro, no. Yeah, PNG files are expensive in Claude Code. You need to display the visualization in Jupyter Notebook. PNG file, no, bro. You can just save it in PNG files for the first time, like just for fun, but why should I do it? You need to display the visualizations in a Jupyter notebook. Yeah, we can just say Jupyter notebook. If I run the Jupyter notebook, I want to see it. Whenever I say visualize, I want to see it on my screen. I want to do something. I can do it with HTML CSS, but I want to do it with Matplotlib. Okay, let me just find one way. So I did a little research on Google and I got to know there's a specific function in PLT, basically Matplotlib or Plotly. We can save the images directly using code, but we cannot rely on like Claude Code to generate the image or save it. So I can say you need to display, or let's say you need to save the visualization in the as PNG files in the directory visualizations. Okay. And I will say visualizations. But in the visualizations, I should also create the folder by folder because I'm just creating the pipeline. So first folder and then the latest folder. Yeah. So in the directory, let's say in the folder with the same name as source folder. Okay. With the same name. Okay, you need to save the folder. Okay. Date time. Okay. And I can say using plt.savefig. Yes, because it can just run that function and then Python will just save it instead of Claude Code will just create the visualization on its own. So this is better. And after that, you can run the visualization code file. Yeah, scripts. You can run the, because it is not creating the file actually, so it cannot run it actually. So yeah, let's skip it because we have the functions for converting it, so it's fine. So okay, let's test it because this is a skill. Let's see the errors, not a big deal. So I will simply say visualize. Okay, let's hit it and let's see what do we get. Imagining. Wow. So let's wait and let's see what do we get. So now it is just creating the script. And yes, now you know that you can even create a script for it. So it has created the script. That's even better. We can just reuse the script. Okay. That's the benefit of just creating the script. That's it. So it has also created the script, visualize data. Very good. And it has just saved here in the scripts. That is amazing. And I need to install, oh yeah, it needs to install some libraries like Matplotlib, Plotly, and all these things. Okay, allow this bash command, pandas okay. Yeah, Matplotlib okay, perfect. UV not found, wow. UV not found. Okay, so it added those Python libraries, perfect. UV sync, yes, you need to just perform UV sync. And let's wait, and perfect. Loading data, and okay, it made some changes in the file. Makes sense. And it made the changes in the script directly. Wow, so that is amazing. So now data loaded successfully. Wow. Oh yeah, I can also see the visualization folder. Perfect. But it is saying something, so I can simply say yes, maybe something is left. So in the visualizations, oh, it is empty. Okay. It is just like maybe trying to create some visualizations and storing it in the form of PNGs. Very good. And if the visualize data.py is fine, I can also run this file at the end just to pop up the visualizations. That we can also do. Let me just click on the file and see in the meantime. plt.close, plt.close, plt.close. Okay, so it is not doing anything. So it is again making some changes. It's fine. So plt.close. Okay, makes sense. So it is not simply keeping the connection on. So it will simply create the visualization. Oh, it has created the visualization. Wow, man. Amazing. Now, do you know what? I can make some changes in my skill and I want to make some changes in front of you so that you will also learn how to iterate the skills, how to perform those things. Because once we have the script, we do not need to keep on spending the tokens to perform the things again and again. Make this edit. So it is like keeping the, what is it? Okay. So now it keeps on editing the file based on the KPIs, because KPIs are something that you need to first of all build the logic, you need to write the formulas, and then you need to perform the things. Make sense? So that's why you are seeing so many edits, because I didn't provide any logic. I didn't provide any kind of, you can say, formula, but now it has everything, and now it is done. Now it is a kind of reiterated skill. Claude Code iterated this skill multiple times based on our demand. If you talk to any BI person, if you will simply say, build this KPI, build this KPI, build this KPI, the person will say, bro, just give me the exact formula as well. Even the person builds the KPIs 24/7. 24/7 means 24/7 of 9 to 5. But still they need formulas. Why? Because they cannot build formulas on their own. But here, it is building the formulas. Why? Because you do not need to provide the context. It is using its own knowledge to build the formulas. Formulas are not something like which cannot be built, which cannot be predicted. If I say you need to return the data of returns by store, what is the big deal? You can just provide the aggregation. But we didn't provide any kind of formula, right? So let's check the pictures. So this is, wow, man, amazing. Amazing, man, amazing. All of these data analysis stuff is being done by Claude Code automatically. Just think that I can even, let me just iterate the script. Okay, so I can simply say, instead of performing step 2 and step 3, I can also say simply run my visualize data.py, because this is very detailed Python script which has done everything. Okay, so we can even do that as well if we want to, if we do not want to keep on changing our code. Simple. And I can put this visualize data script here in the scripts folder. Where is that? Okay, here. Oh man, visualize. Let me just use control minus. Perfect. So here I can put the scripts here. Perfect. I can move it. Now I will reiterate my skill because I want to save my tokens. Okay. And I want to, okay, I want to simply run the file. Simple. Because I have everything written here. So I will also save some tokens from the skill and I will do direct execution of the skill. So I'll simply say, run the Python script to visualize data and generate visualizations. So you need to run Python script stored at skills, visualize scripts, then visualize.py. Perfect. This script will generate this. Perfect. So I saved so much of tokens. Perfect. Now even if I delete this particular folder, let's say delete. Okay. Now it should perform everything. Let me just call this skill for one more time. Visualize. And this time it should be very, very smooth because we have iterated our Python code multiple times. And in your project, I can see how several Python project, any specific details, file. What? Which API do you want to visualize? What data do you want to visualize? Okay, do you have data in the CSV, JSON? Okay, what I did. Let me check what I did. So in the Python file, what do we have? Visualize data.py. Okay. In the visualize, I said go to Claude Skills and then visualize. Oh, scripts. I didn't provide the right name. Okay. Make sense. Scripts and then this thing. Let me just open a new session and let me just say visualize. I will help you visualize data. What data do you want to visualize? CSV, existing data frame. Why it is asking me this question? Once you provide this data, I will prepare the data if needed. Okay. Visualizes. Oh, because in the description I have not provided the enough detailed description. Visualizes data stored in this thing and generate visualization on the data. use the skill when you want to create visualization on your data. Perfect, makes sense. So its question was valid. Let's see, let's try this time. Visualize, let's see. So now this time it is saying run the file. So good boy, yes. Oh, I see what was happening. So I think it was just creating visualize as the internal command. So I think so, because it didn't even read the skill before. It can happen because visualize is a very common thing. Oh, perfect. Perfect. We saved a lot of tokens and our script is working fine. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So see, now this is the power of creating script, because see, we are technical people, right? We are developers. So we can integrate the coding into our automation, into our Claude code. But Claude Code is very popular when you want to perform non-coding tasks as well. Let's say you want to also perform logging. You can write the code, but it will require some steps. You can totally rely on Claude Code for that. If let's say non-technical person, let's say a manager wants to perform any kind of thing, person can do that because Claude Code can handle all of the orchestration based on the prompt. Then if you also want to perform some non-technical tasks after that, let's say you want to create a draft email, you can just do that. If you want to perform so many other steps, you can do that. Simple. And in the visualize data, you have amazing visualizations ready. Wow. Wow, man. Literally wow. Now just think that what if I connect Power BI with my Claude code, and if I say just build the dashboard for me? Obviously it is so easy. For that, yes, we need to talk about how to connect those external tools, okay, using MCP. And we do not even need to connect to this thing, okay, because Power BI is smart enough to integrate their own agentic graph within the Power BI itself. So that's why you see, you write a prompt and you get the dashboard ready. Boom. So this is the thing. This is the thing, and this is all about the skills that we have learned in Claude Code. And I hope that you have gained very strong knowledge about skills and how to create skills with respect to technical knowledge as well. Okay, so if you just go here, read the documentation, you will find that okay, we are in good shape. Yes, you should read this documentation because you will find some new things, some useful things, but I would say most of the things are already covered. So if you just want to save time, move ahead, you can just go ahead, because rest of the stuff you can just apply, or you can learn while applying it in the real world. Makes sense, because this documentation will be keep on changing, keep on growing. So it's not something that you have to learn everything in one go. Go with the flow. Simple. So this is all about skills. Was it helpful? I know it was very helpful. Just let me know in the comment section, because I tried my best to explain this critical concept called skills in detail. By the way, there's another concept called skills 2.0. Okay, and now we'll be just talking about that as well. What is skills 2.0? Now, not exactly skills 2.0, a kind of skills 2.0, or you can say a helper function for skills. Helper function for skills, like how we can just create better skills. Make sense? So let's talk about that as well. So now we are just going to talk about the skills 2.0, kind of 2.0, but when you will see it, you will actually say this is actually very important. And you know what? It is a recent upgrade, just I would say last week, not even last week, I would say this week. Today is what? Today is what? Today is what? Today is, I don't know, today is what? But I know it came, I think, this week on Monday, or I would say Saturday, Sunday. So less than 7 days, let's say. Forget about this week, last week, less than 7 days. So I want to provide that knowledge as well, because obviously bro, obviously. So now in order to work with that thing, first of all, let me just tell you a little bit about plugin. Okay, we will just talk about plugin in detail later in the video. So plugin is basically the package that we install. Some plugins, basically packages, are built by Anthropic to support our work. Okay, so they have created an amazing package. It's called Skill Create. Wow, yes. So they have created one skill. Basically, what is a package? Skill. So they have created one skill called Skill Create. That means there's a dedicated skill which helps you build skills. Why it is useful? How do we just work with it? Obviously, we'll just look at it. But before, we have some prerequisites. And just to give you a hint, why do we have that particular thing? Let's say you are creating a skill and you do not know how to define a skill in detail. You tried ChatGPT, Claude Desktop, and so many other things. Claude Code knows what it needs to use. So this skill has a lot of questions based on your skill demand. It asks you those questions in the real time and create the skill.md file for you in detail. And not just skill.md file, all of the resources as well. Wow. And not just this, even if you have skills ready, the skills that we have created, if you want to evaluate those skills with the time, let's say you have built one skill today, okay? After 2 to 3 months, our LLMs are more powerful. So where you are using some manual work, now LLMs can handle that work. You can evaluate your skills and you can make changes in your skills. Wow. So this is amazing. But if we want to use this thing, we have to install some plugins. So if I just go to Claude, now where is my Claude? Where's my Claude? Okay, here. Claude Code, past conversations. Why it is like this? Let me just restart it. Or let's say refresh it. Reload window. Okay. So this is also reloading. Okay, makes sense. Okay. So here we have our Claude code. Simple. So here what we need to type, we need to simply type plugin. Okay. So you will see the option called manage plugins. If I click here, forget about these things. These are like already installed plugins at my root location. But in this project, I do not have any plugin. Do not worry at all. So in order to enable plugin, you need to go to the marketplace. You add the marketplace and then you can only see the plugins. In your case, marketplace will also be empty, but do not worry. Let me just show you how you can just access those things. So here, first of all, you need to simply bring the documentation. So there are two major plugins offered by Anthropic and you need to install both. Okay. So if you just go to Claude documentation, Claude Code documentation, okay, and here if you just go to pre-built plugins, right? So in the pre-built plugins, you will scroll down and you will find this link called plugin installed build name Claude plugins official. And this is the same plugin that I have installed here, Claude plugins official. What will happen after adding this marketplace? All of the plugins that are built inside this marketplace will be available to me. All of the packages, all of the skills that are already created by Anthropic, it will be available to me. Okay. So you can also get this you can also get this, you can say your link, and I can just provide you this link as well. Not a big deal. I can simply write this thing in the readme.md. Okay. So this is the first link. Okay. And this is the first link that you need to just get, and command is this one. So you can also copy this direct command. I will just provide this thing in the readme. You can just check it. Okay. Readme, or I will create a dedicated file. Let me just create one file. Let's say urls.md. Simple, because in the readme I will just put the readme stuff, not the URLs, because so let's say URLs. So all of the documentation URLs, whatever we are referring to, I will just put it here. Simple. So this is the command. So now in order to run this command, let's say this one, you cannot run it in this chat. No, you cannot. For that, you need to initiate the terminal. Okay, how? Let me show you. So there's like one more command. Let me show you. So this is like one marketplace. There's one more marketplace, and this marketplace is actually a kind of GitHub repository that is created by Anthropic. Okay, so if you just go to skills, you will find this particular repository. If you click on skills, you will see that they have created so many skills. Wow. And this is a skill that we are just trying to cover, which is called skill create, which is here, skill creator. Okay, and you can see that the last commit is like last week. So they have literally pushed this particular script last week. Okay, in less than 7 days. Skill creator. Okay, so this is a skill. It will be available to us when we will enable this plugin. So now in order to enable this GitHub plugin, you can go to this readme file, and here they have provided this command, which is called this one. You can just run this command, and I will just put it here as well. So let's say command and this one. So okay, so now I do not have this particular plugin because I deleted it so that I can just show you the demo. So this is the command that will enable the skills. and skills means that skill creator skill as well. Simple. So I will just copy this command here and I will not run it here in the Claude code from here. So what I will do, I will open the Claude terminal. So open the terminal, write Claude. It will ask you for the API key for the first time. If it is not asking, that means it is already verified. But in your case, if you are running it for the first time in the Claude code, it will ask you. Okay, very good. Then I can just paste this command here. Okay, and hit enter. Now it will automatically fetch all of the skills and it will put it here. And now if I just go to Claude code, which is this normal conversation, if I search plugins, manage plugins, and if I just go to marketplace, I will see that marketplace here. Wow. And here in the plugins, now you need to search the skill creator. Let's say skill creator. So this is the skill creator at the rate creator plugins official, because this is the part of creator plugins official, this one, this GitHub repo. Okay, this is the command that I just already showed to you. So this is the command which is available. So I can simply enable this, enable plugin. Wow. So it is saying now you have enabled this plugin. Okay, now I simply need to restart. I can restart it. So now if I just say /skill, okay, this is a kind of skill, but we have installed it as a kind of plugin, right? So it will not be like available as a like skill creator, whatever like this, but you can still use it. Don't worry, because this is available as a plugin. Simple. I know this is like a little bit confusing, but it is very easy. You just need to install, like you just need to treat plugin as a kind of package that is provided by Anthropic, or basically Claude Code. Okay, and we have a dedicated section to discuss about your plugins and marketplace, but currently because we just wanted to use this special feature, that's why I showed this thing to you. Okay, and you know how to install all of the things. All of the things are here. You just need to run these two commands, okay, in the terminal, not in the chat. Simple. Very, very, very good. So now let me just show you the skill creator that we are just talking about, and we have just installed plugin and we have also enabled the skill creator skill. This is a skill that is directly created by the Anthropic. So if I just go to their repo and if I just go to the scripts, not scripts, there should be Claude Code. Let me just go to skills. So they will have like dedicated repository. Yeah, skills here. So if I just go to skills folder, I should see that skill called skill creator. If I open this folder, what do we have inside this? We have these folders. Now here, the most important thing is obviously the skill.md file, because that defines how the skill should behave. Second thing is eval viewer. So this is the evaluator for our skill. So let's say I want to utilize this skill and I want it to evaluate my skills that I have defined. All the skills, or let's say a specific skill. So I can utilize this skill. This is more of, you can say, monitoring and governance skill. It is not directly related to development, but when you work with Claude Code a lot, I think this is the feature which is like recently added, just 2 weeks back, like I think last week it was updated. It will actually help you a lot because you do not need to govern your skills. Now Claude Code has created a dedicated skill just to govern your skills. How is it behaving? Do we need to make some changes? Can we just enhance it? Can we just enrich it? So it will automatically give you the suggestions. So you do not even need to take care of your skills, because obviously when people were creating so many skills in Claude Code, so the operations cost was obviously heavy, because there would be a dedicated person who will be just going through the skills maybe on a daily basis or at least on a weekly basis, like everything is running fine, no bugs, nothing. So now it can take care of these things. Why? Because obviously eval viewer, what it will do, it will read all of the logs as well of each skill that you would have created. So it would read the errors if they would see any errors, any improvements, any deprecations, because in the logs you also get the deprecation messages. So it will take care of all the packages as well, which is amazing. And if you're working with LangChain LangGraph, I would say you will see those deprecation messages very frequently, because they just keep on changing their modules and utilities very frequently. Okay, so how we can just take care of this thing? Let's first of all try to read the skill.md file. And don't worry, I have also provided the link to this particular repo. If not, I can just add it. This is GitHub skills. Let me just add it. So let me just open it. Where is skill creator? Yeah, perfect. Here. So in the skill.md file, we will see all of the instructions written, and this will be a very context rich skill. Obviously, why? Because see, it will help us to create the skill from scratch. So it has to cover all of the relevant questions which are required to create your skill, because this skill can be used by anyone: data engineers, data analysts, data scientists, non-technical people, managers, because they can create any skill using this skill. So obviously this will be very context rich skill. Okay, and whenever you will be invoking it, then yes, you will need to spend high tokens, because see, this is such a detailed version of it. But obviously whenever you want to create such a skill, you have to provide context, otherwise the quality will not be that much high, right? And it will just keep on writing, okay, you can just take care of this thing, you can just take care of that thing, and you can just read it if you want. But the intent is it helps you to create your skill. Simple. If you do not know how to create it, or if you just want to create a skill from scratch and everything, okay, so it has just simply put the description, run loop.py, run eval.py. So they have also created some scripts that they can just run to evaluate your skills. So if you just go to skill creator, you will see some scripts. So there are so many Python files they have created just for us, just to validate our skills. So if I just go to run eval.py, it will just take care and it will run all of the skills, and it will see like if there is any chance of improvement or anything. See, everything is written for you. But yes, this is for your governance. So this is a kind of governance layer they have added in Claude Code, right? Okay. So now if you just go to VS Code, by the way, this is optional thing. If you want to use it, you can, because it will require some heavy tokens, but I can just show you. So what it will do, like I will just show you, and yeah. So what you can do if you want to test it, because I don't want to test it, I don't want to spend so much of tokens, but what it will do, as we know that we have the skill ready, so what you can do, you can say, so now we do not have the skill like this. Let's say skill create, now we have skill creator. Okay, so I just refreshed it. You can just do it like this, but I would not recommend you to just directly use skill creator. Let me tell you why. Because I know that you can just use skill creator directly, but skill creator is like very generic, very generic. So what you should do, you should say, instead of using skill creator, because it will automatically invoke that skill, you do not need to mention skill creator here, and it's not fruitful to mention it here. You simply need to say, I want to create a new skill to, let's say, send the daily report to my manager regarding the data fetch, cleaning, reporting, whatever. Then it will understand the context of your query, and it will directly automatically call the skill create, and it will keep on asking you the question. But what is the benefit between writing this prompt or directly calling the skill create? Because now it has automatically some context. So the questions that it will ask will be more inclined towards requirements. Simple. So it will keep on asking so many questions, like what you should do, okay, what you need to do, okay, what will be this thing, what will be that thing, because obviously it needs to create the skill for you. So it will ask so many questions. You can try it if you want to, but I don't want to try it. I know like how I can just create my skill. Okay, but this is for those who do not even need to just write the skill on their own, and they just want to build everything from scratch. Simple. So this is a recent version, or you can say recent addition of in the skills version. So that's why some people are promoting it like skills 2.0, skills 2.0. It's not actually skills 2.0. It's like adding a governance layer on top of your skills, because it's not skills 2.0 at all. Simple. Okay, so this part is also crystal clear, and we have got amazing understanding of skills. So now let's talk about this amazing concept in Claude Code, sub-agents. And this can be a little bit, you can say, overlapping between scripts, or not scripts, like those skills, but it is totally different. Let me just tell you how and why. So basically, sub-agents means, so first of all, you have the parent agent. What is the parent agent? Claude Code, obviously. So let's bring our Claude Code as our parent agent. So whatever we ask, we directly talk to Claude agent, basically Claude Code. This is our parent agent, right? Very good. Parent agent. Perfect. So now this parent agent, we just talk to this parent agent. Simple. And let's say Rohan. Rohan talks to this particular parent agent. Simple. Okay. And all of the tools means skills. Okay. And obviously built-in tools. But built-in tools are like provided by Claude Code automatically. So that is totally different. So whatever skills we have created, let's say these skills are available to this Claude Code parent agent. Simple. Yes. So we just talk to this parent agent and it does the work and it is simple. Now we have a concept of sub agent. That means we can create one sub agent. So let's say there is a sub agent. Let's say this is the sub agent. Okay. This is the sub agent. Simple. Okay. So this sub agent can be Claude Code's junior agent, or not just like, let's say junior agent, a kind of sub agent. So now this parent agent has some team available. Okay, now this is, you can say, a kind of a senior person and he's working with some independent developers. The developer can be junior, senior, whatever. But this Claude Code parent agent, senior data engineer, or let's say senior engineer, is working with some more engineers. Okay, and we are just calling them as sub agent. Now what will happen? We have provided all of the tools, that means all of the built-in tools, okay, to this parent agent, because that is by default. Perfect. We have provided all of our skills that we have created to our parent agent so that it can perform our work. Yes. Now every time, let's say here I'm using Haiku model, or let's say Sonnet, because for parent model we usually use Sonnet. Let's say Sonnet 4.6, which is the latest Sonnet version. So here I'm using Sonnet 4.6. Simple. What I will do now, I am performing everything. Parent agent is performing everything. Everything is fine. But sometimes we need to perform some parallel tasks. We need to perform some independent tasks. We need to perform some tasks which should not be done by senior person. For example, I will say, could you please create a documentation for the development that we have done? Would you ask this thing from a senior data engineer or senior engineer? Obviously no. You will say like, I'm already busy with so much of work. Why do I need to just work on the documentation? I can ask someone else. The person can just write the documentation or create the documentation. So here, this parent agent will do the same thing. Let's say I want to just create the readme file, or let's say documentation, or let's say I just want to scan my repository, or just small things. I do not need to disturb this parent agent every time. I can ask this sub agent, not I, like Claude Code will directly spawn one sub agent to do those small tasks. Those tasks can be big as well, but for now, just for the simplicity, we are using this analogy so that you can understand the context. Okay. So now this person, this sub agent will do the work. Okay. And do you know the benefit of it? The benefit is I can use some, you can say affordable, or you can say some less expensive models. Let's say I can use Haiku here in the sub agent. Let's say this is a sub agent. I can use Haiku because I know the work that we need to perform is not very big. Haiku, let's say 4.6 or 4.5, I don't know. So I know that the work that we want to perform is not very big. We just need to scan the repository. We just need to create the documentation and that's it. Why do I need to use Sonnet 4.6? Obviously, and that's how corporate work, right? That's how does corporate work. They have senior developers, they have junior developers. So if you want to get the work done from those senior developers, you need to pay them hourly, right? And if you know that that work will take 2 hours, so instead of paying to the senior developer, or let's say instead of paying like the cost for 2 hours for a senior developer, you can just pay the junior developer. It will save cost. Same thing is happening here as well. Now, instead of paying this Claude Code Sonnet 4.6, we can pay Haiku 4.6. Plus, it's not just that. Plus, whenever there's a person, there's a senior data engineer, senior engineer would have access to everything. Would have access to your AD groups would have access to your, all of the repositories would have access to your, all the things, and would have all the permissions. And this Claude Code parent has all the access, all the tools, all the skills, all the things, everything. But this sub agent can and cannot have all the things. I can define the permissions because I know this is a junior developer. I do not need to provide all of my skills because it can do the wonders if I just provide all of the skills. So what I will do, I will just might provide only one skill, which is not very risky. I will simply say, hey, you just need to fetch the data. That's it. And do not touch the data like this. So let's say this agent will have only one skill. Okay, only one skill. And not just this, I will also do not provide all of the access to this particular person. I will only provide maybe just read access. I will not provide write access. Maybe this person can just do something. So I do not want to just provide all of the access, especially let's say bash access, because bash access is like risky, okay, because it can just do anything on your system. So I can restrict all of these things as well. So let's say tools. So I'll simply say you have read, and after read you have, let's say, grep, so that it can just search the file. Then let's say globe. That's it. You have just these three tools access, and that's it. That's it. This will help us to do that. Simple. So this is this agent. Okay, we understood this thing. So this kind of system, this kind of, you can say, architecture will ask you to create one sub agent so that you can just allow this sub agent just a few things and not everything. So this is your sub agent. Okay, this is the architecture that we have. Okay, what are the benefits? Let's see, and how this is different from skills, and we will just talk about that as well, because skills is totally different thing. Skill is just like the orchestration that you want to perform. Who will utilize the skill depends upon the agent, and who will have the permission to just use all the tools depend upon the tool, basically depend on the sub agent or agent. Makes sense? Because skill is totally different thing. Yes, you can define orchestration in agent as well, but you should not. Do you define orchestration in Claude Code? Obviously not, because it utilizes the skill and that's it. So here it will simply spawn one sub agent, and this sub agent is specialized in doing some work which is, let's say, calling the API skills, and that's it. That's it. Simple. So now, because your understanding is like in a good shape, so let's try to read what is written in the documentation. Because in the documentation, it's a little bit tricky, but I think you can now understand it. So now let's try to do a quick scan. What is written here? So here it is written that sub agents are specialized AI assistants. So they are specialized in a specific area. In our example, it can be API extract. It can be anything. It can be like scanning the repository and giving us some suggestions, scanning my code base, giving some suggestions, writing the logs for my coding, everything that handles specific types of tasks. Each sub agent runs in its own context window. This is very important. That means what will happen here when we just use your Claude Code directly, parent agent, whatever we are just whatever messages we are sending to Claude Code, that is being stored in the chat history. Makes sense? Just to see the context, just to see all the results, right? But now, whenever Claude Code will spawn one sub agent, it will not share the entire chat history. No, it will be a fresh agent, and it will only pass on the message, the latest message that we have simply asked to do. Simple. Rest of the history will not be shared. So this will save a lot of context window as well, because this is an isolated new window. Simple. Okay. So it runs in its own context window with a custom system prompt, obviously, specific tool access that I just already told you, and independent permissions. Obviously, when Claude encounters a task that matches a sub-agent's description, it delegates. It simply delegates a task to that sub-agent, and that's it, which works independently and return results. Wow. Yes. And what is the benefit of it? We can have multiple sub-agents, and each sub-agent will run in its own context window. Make sense? Okay. And we can also run them in parallel. I will say, hey, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. Claude Code will just see all of the subagents. What are the subagents do I have? Okay, this subagent can do this work. This subagent can do this work. This subagent can do this work. Okay, all of you just do the work. That's it. Simple. Delegate. Simple. But if I do not have any subagent for that task, Claude Code will say, okay, let me do it because I am the senior developer. Let me do it for you. Simple. Simple. Okay. Now let's try to read some important points. These 5 points are the summary of everything that we have discussed. Why do we need to use subagents? First of all, preserve context. Why? I have already mentioned this thing. By keeping exploration implementation out of your main conversation. So it will not use your main conversation, main chat history. Simple. Enforce constraints, because I do not want every agent, or you can say every task, to use all of my skills, to use all of the tools. Let's say I want to perform one task where I want to just provide very restricted permissions. I can create a subagent for that. So that while performing that task, it will not utilize all of the tools that is available to Claude Code, because all of the tools are very risky. All of the skills are very, very risky, right? So I can limit that. Simple. Then reuse configuration, obviously, because I can just use my all of the subagents across projects. I do not need to recreate them. Specialized behavior, this is very obvious. And this is the most important thing, because I want to save cost. So if I want to do the work with some cheap models like Haiku as compared to Sonnet or Opus, I can do the work. Because if I know, if I just want to scan the repository, generate the documentation, why do I need to use Sonnet? Sonnet should be used for like writing the code, writing the better code with documentation within the code, not like outside the code. Simple. So this is the perfect explanation of Claude Code's subagents. Okay, and how do we create it? It's very similar to skill. We just need one YAML and some description, but description is very, very brief. It should not be like very, very detailed, because we are not orchestrating anything. We are simply saying you are the agent and you are created for this particular area or this particular task or this category of task, and that's it. How you need to do it, what you will do, I do not know, because you are the agent and you need to explore all of your tools, all of your skills, and that's it. So this is a kind of creating one small agent out of your parent agent and providing all of the access like tools, skills, whatever. But here you do not write the orchestration steps. Why? Because you do not want your agent to do the specific steps. Tuck, 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 tuck. No. You create skills for that, for orchestration. Agent can use those skills. You can allow those skills to that particular agent. Simple. So in short, it is a like lighter version of your Claude Code, which doesn't have access to all of the tools because you can restrict them. It doesn't have access to all of the skills because you can restrict them. It should not be the same model that you are using as a parent model, because you can just restrict that as well using the model parameter. This is amazing thing, especially here. And how we can just create it, I can just show you the example. By the way, it is very similar to that. But when you see in documentation, you will feel much more confident. So this is the simple example. Here, name, description, tools, all of the built-in tools, read, glob, grep, and model. Here I can say Haiku. Okay, there are some other parameters as well. Let's say memory. Here we have memory. If you want to persist the memory for that particular subagent, because see, it is an isolated agent. And if I want that agent to persist its own memory, I can pass this parameter. It is optional, it is not required, but I can pass it. Then skills, I can pass the skills as well, like what you can do. Simple, right? So we will be creating like at least 1 to 2 sub-agents so that you can just grab the concept. And in first agent, we will not provide skills. We will simply say you have access to just read and grep and globe, and that's it. And in the second agent, we will provide skills as well, because in the skills, we need to write the data as well. Simple. And choose a model. Yeah, we also know that. And tools. Okay, so we can also disallow tools as well. So we can specify, hey, you do not have write and edit. And this is very important. When you are just trying to perform one task, which is very, very risky, it can just change the code. So you do not want that, right? So you can also say disallow tools. You do not have write permission or edit permission. Simple. You can read, you can grep, you can globe, you can run commands as well using bash command just to, let's say, run the Python files, but you cannot edit those files. You cannot, you can say, change the code within that. So this way you can also say disallowed tools. Wow. Simple. Very good. Okay, and yes. So let's try to create one sub agent, then only you will understand better. But I hope so that this architecture provided you some understanding, like what is this thing. This is nothing but just a lighter version of this Claude code, and that's it. That's it. Okay, simple. Why people feel confused between skills and sub agent? Because the definition, like the style of creating it, is very similar, but it is not. It is like way too different. Makes sense. Okay, so now let's open our VS Code. So one thing is same, which is creating everything inside .claude folder, because it is so convenient. You just need to explore your .claude and everything is written there. Simple. Do not need to mess up with your entire code base. It's very clean. So we need to create one folder called agents. Simple, agents. Okay, I just opened Docker by mistake. Okay, so now in the agents you need to create MD file again. Oh really? Yeah, just MD file. So again you can create subfolders as well, similar to skills. Let's say you have one agent called code base reader, code reviewer. Let's create code reviewer because I want to create one sub agent which will review our code and it will write the information into the directory, like what should be improved, but it should not have access to change the code, but it can give me some suggestion. I will read that description, I will read the suggestions, and if I think that I should just make these changes, I can make the changes. Simple. Maybe in my code I missed some edge cases. In my code maybe I just missed some type hints, because in Python we use type hints a lot, so it can suggest me those things, right? Simple thing. So what I will do, I will create a dedicated folder for, let's say, code reviewer. Simple. Code reviewer. Inside this I can create code reviewer.md. Simple, because this is the MD file for this. And here again, first of all, we need to describe name. Let me just grab that particular thing from documentation to save some time. Not save some time, obviously, to do not need to make any errors and all. So yeah, both the things. And here we can just paste it like this. And I think I can also provide some description after this YAML. I think so, just to provide like who are you and who should use you, or all of these things. But a description is like self-defined. So let me just see. Yeah, use a playwright tool to navigate. So it is just like providing some more context to help the parent agent, because parent agent will only call this sub agent if it feels like, right? It cannot directly call it until and unless you just provide some hints in the command. But yeah, we just need to provide as much context as we can. Simple. Okay, here the person is using MCP server, but you do not need to worry about MCP server for now. MCP server is like totally a different thing, and it is an amazing thing, and we'll just talk about MCP as well at the end. Do not need to worry. So here the person is using skills, so perfect. Okay, makes sense. So here we have applied, name will be, let's say, code reviewer. Okay, research agent with restricted capabilities, no. So I think there was one very nice description for code reviewer. Let me just search code. Yeah, code reviewer. Reviewers are code for quality and best practices. And let me just paste it here. And here I can also pass the description as well, like the detailed comments. You are a code reviewer, blah 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 blah. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I have said that you are a sub agent and your area is code reviewing. You are a code reviewer. As you review code, update your agent memory with patterns, conventions, and recurring issue you discover. So basically I'm saying that you can just do this thing. You are a code reviewer and invoke, analyze the code and provide specific actionable feedback, quality, whatever you want to write. Simple. So here, because I want to use a cheap model, so I can simply add one more thing, which is called model. Model GPT-4. So model will be Haiku. Simple. And I can also say memory. Memory will be project. Now what is this project? So basically there are three types of memory: user, project, and one more, I think, system. So project memory means it will just keep the memory till the project level. It will not mix the memory with the system level, or you can say user level. User means like the system's root, but I will simply say project level. Okay, and for that I can also create one more folder here. It's called agent memory. Simple, so it can just keep the memory if it feels like. So this is my sub agent. Now, do you know what I will do? I will ask Claude Code to do the work for me, and I will say, could you please review my code written inside the skills folder and give me some suggestions, like for all the code files that I have written here, like all the data scripts. Yeah, I have scripts here, so it can just give me some suggestions. So let's ask this and let's see if it feels like to call this sub agent. Let's test it. Okay, so I want you to review my code located inside the Claude and then skills directory. I want to review my code in all the scripts located inside the directory. Provide some suggestions as well. Let's see if it automatically calls the subagent or what. I think it has not invoked that particular thing. No, it has not invoked that particular thing, that your agent, subagent basically. Okay, so it has provided me some context, but it has not invoked. Let me just confirm. Okay, yeah, it has simply, let me just enforce it using the prompt and let's see if it works. Let me just open a new session. Use subagents for that, because I just want to test it if my subagent is working fine or not. Let's wait. Agent, yeah. So agent is invoked. Very good. So now agent is doing the work for me. Very good. So now it has read everything. And now because I didn't provide any write or edit permission, so it cannot edit any kind of, you can say, my code, and it cannot do anything, but it will simply provide me the suggestions and areas of improvements in my code, and that's it. And it will also use haiku model because I have defined haiku model here. So that is also the thing. Make sense? So it has provided me this amazing summary and overall solid with proper structure and documentation. Minor issues found. Hard-coded Windows path. Okay, so it is saying that you have hard-coded sub paths which you can just use pathlib library or OS module. Okay, and you have also imported OS module but you didn't use it and all of these things. So everything is there, but it has just figured out so many issues with my code, repetitive code and incorrect KPI calculation and blah 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 blah. So you can just use this thing, use this particular sub agent, and this time it invoked that agent because I obviously provide some hints in my prompt. But when you're doing this work recursively, it will know that we have the sub agent registered for that as well, which is very common sense. Now I can even enhance the capability of the sub agent. I can also say you have permissions for write and edit as well. Write and edit as well. And I can say you are recorded as you review code, pattern suggestion, write detailed, not detailed, write feedback in a constructive and actionable manner, focusing on improving code quality at the location Claude, and then agents, then code reviewer, and then logs. Okay, and I can say at the location code quality in the folder with current date and time. Perfect. So now let's use the same prompt again and let's see what it will do. And let's open a new session, Control V, and that's it. So now this time I hope that it will also write some suggestions in my folder because I want it to do that particular thing. Make sense? Okay. So now read and okay. Now I'll use a code reviewer agent. Wow. So now it is using code reviewer agent to review these scripts because it knows like I wanted to just do this thing. So now this is good thing. Now it has invoked code reviewer agent. Very good. So this way you can actually perform some specific tasks with restrictions and with specific guidance as well. Simple. Okay. And now I have allowed write and edit command, so it can write the file, because in order to write the file it needs write permission. So this is the way we will just perform all of these things. Simple. And now let's see what it will do. Synthesizing, get current timestamp and blah blah blah. Loss of phishing. So it keeps on just writing these random words just to make you feel happy, which is a very nice concept, by the way. You improve your vocabulary by reading these words. Okay, so now let's wait until this task is done, and then we can also perform one new task. So it has written this particular file which I asked it to do. Very good. I will say yes, just do this. And this is the logs. Very good. So see, code reviewer, and it has created this particular file. So this is the summary of my code, which is actually very detailed, man. Very detailed. Wow. Now I can create one more subagent which can utilize this information, and that particular agent will have, let's say, all of the permissions to change the code in my files and everything. Then that particular subagent can perform these changes in my code. There can be a dedicated subagent for that. Make sense? Okay. So this is the way that you can just use to create your subagents. Okay, makes sense. So this is the way you should use, or you can say include your subagents. Simple. Now, and this is the agent memory. So this agent memory is for, you know, that for code reviewer. So inside the code reviewer, it has just created memory.md file, and this is the memory for this particular subagent. So whenever I will be, not I, basically Claude Code will spawn this subagent can use this memory. So it would know what I did in the past, because once the work is done, it will simply say, okay, bye bye. Now just take rest. But whenever it will be invoked or spawned next time, it will use the memory.md file to see the history, like what I did in the past. Simple. And now it has some feedback visualization pattern. So it is just for that particular model. Okay, how it needs to just carry on the conversation for the future use cases. Then pattern code duplication, and this is the thing. Make sense? So it is just for that particular agent, subagent. So this way and I didn't create this folder, code reviewer. It is automatically created inside agent memory, because I just created this agent memory folder, and that's it. Make sense? Okay. Now I will also show you that I can also create one subagent which will do the orchestration work. So I know that I have these three skills. I have three skills, let's say fetch API, migrate, and visualize, right? So what I can do, I can create one subagent which can orchestrate the work for me, which can actually behave as a data engineer, right? Or let's say orchestrator, just to be more specific. So this orchestrator can fetch the data from the API and migrate the data as well from the data stored in the you can say folder. I will specify just this thing to the parent agent, and parent agent will see, do I have any subagent for this task? Yes, I have the subagent. So subagent will be invoked with the fresh memory context window, and that subagent will invoke, or basically use, the skill fetch API and migrate, and that's it. Are you ready to do this? Are you ready to do this? Let's see how will it work. So let's try to create one more subagent. And by the way, if you just search agent here, if you click on agents, you can even create agent directly from the terminal. Oh, so you can say continue in terminal, but I do not like this way. I simply like creating my own agent using everything from scratch. I don't need to be dependent on any particular, you can say, feature, because this feature will be available in the extension, but this feature might not be available in the terminal or in any other third-party software where I'm just integrating Claude Code. So try to become more and more independent when it comes to the coding, and try to use less and less modules from the vendor. This is pro tip. Okay, because if you use more and more modules, you have to be like 24/7 keeping an eye on the upgrades and you have to change the code. No, only use modules when you feel like, first, it will take a lot of time to rebuild it. Second, it is actually solving a problem. Simple. Otherwise, write your own code. Okay, that's why we have programming languages. Okay, makes sense. Okay, now let's create one more sub agent. So I will simply create one folder and I will say orchestrator. Simple. Okay, within that file I will create orchestrator.md. okay, and here I will simply copy this thing and orchestrator, and let me just close all of the unnecessary files. So this is orchestrator, descriptions, orchestrates the execution of, let's say, data fetching from APIs, and then data migration to the new folder using skills. Simple. Tools I have provided: read, grep, glob, bash, write, edit. Do I need to provide any other tool? I think these are enough. Haiku is fine. Memories project, perfect. So how did we just write this thing? You. Okay, so we can say you are an orchestrator agent which coordinates the execution of various skills to achieve a larger goal. Your primary responsibility is to fetch the data from APIs and then migrate to a new folder. You will use your skills. Perfect. Perfect. I think this particular context is enough. Let's see if it will work. And I can also say skills. And if you want to pass multiple values in the form of list in the YAML, because this is a YAML format, you have to use something called as tab and then hyphen. So the hyphen will be like skills 1. So first skill is fetch API. And then you have the second skill called migrate. Yeah, these two skills I want to provide. So in the YAML, it is equivalent to a list. So I have passed a list of the skills. Simple. I can also show you if I can find a good example here. So this is like just a YAML way of dealing with it. And here I can just show you where skill. Let me just search. Yeah, here, see. So this is the way. You can also click or hit tab, but ideal way is using double space. But nowadays you can even use tab. It was throwing some errors in the beginning when we used to use tab with the YAML files, but now I think it has understood that we will not use double space, we have to use tab. So now let's try to ask Claude Code, I want to orchestrate my skills, fetch API and migrate to fetch the data and store it in the folder. Let me just try to invoke it and let's see if it will automatically call it, or I have to just put some hints in the prompts. Let's see. Okay, so I will help you orchestrate the fetch API this in a folder since you have the orchestrator agent. Oh, I can use it to coordinate this workflow. So it identified that I have this particular agent. Okay, so now what is it saying? Before I proceed, I need a few details: API endpoint, target folder. Okay, so now this parent agent is like just trying to ask some questions just for the sub agent so that sub agent can utilize that particular thing. Make sense? But we know that everything is written in the skills itself, so it doesn't need to worry about anything. Alternatively, if you already have these details configured in your existing scripts like this thing, I can review those and use the orchestrate agent to run the workflow. Would you like me to check your existing files? So I can say all of the URLs and info is there in the skills. Sub agent is good to go. So it is just trying to make the process smoother before simply invoking the orchestrator agent without any context. So it is taking care of that particular thing as well. This is the beauty of this sub agent architecture. It will not directly invoke or make the tool call and that's it. No, it will make sure that orchestrator agent, that sub agent has everything, because that is running in the isolated context window. That has nothing to do with the parent agent after it is invoked. Make sense? So it is actually saving your tokens before simply running your sub agent, because sub agent can do a lot of things, right? So now what it has done, fetch API, allow write to fetch API.py. So we already have fetch, or we do not have fetch API. Okay, I think we didn't have fetch API.py. Yes, so it can just create fetch API.py. So I remember we didn't have the skill, so now it has created the scripts in the fetch API as well, which is good. It will save our tokens in the future use case as well, because we were just running the command in the terminal. Allow write migrate.py. I think I have migrate.py convert to parquet.py. So I want to orchestrate the skills. Okay, let's say yes. Let me just see what it has done. Migrate.py. So it has just written migrate.py. Okay, so in the skills, perfect. And .csv. So it has created a new file, but I was expecting it to use my existing file, convert to parquet.py. So let me just check. Maybe I didn't mention it very specifically in skills, and this behavior is expected because when you are just creating the skills, you have to iterate it through multiple times, and that is totally fine. And let's wait, and I know it will just do the work. And let me just see in the skills. So if I just go to skills, skill.md file, and if I just read it, you need to run this migrate. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Okay. I see what happened. So do you know what? First of all, this work is done. In our skill, we mentioned the wrong file name. So when it asked for migrate.py, there was no file called migrate.py. So it created the migrate.py file for us so that it can just use it for the future use case. Wow. So nice of him or her. So this was the thing. Okay, I was like, why it didn't use my existing file? So now I know why it didn't, but yeah, it's fine. That's how you just enrich your skills. Okay, so now let me just check if it has done the work. So I will simply go to data and I can see the latest data for today. Very good. All the CSV files are there. In the migrate, I should see today's data. Yes, I have all, but this is just CSV files. Yes, because it didn't run this particular file convert.parquet. This is my mistake. Okay, so totally up to me. Okay, so I can just correct it right now. Convert to parquet, because obviously it doesn't know that it needs to convert that particular file in the, you can say, parquet. We just informed that you just need to migrate the data in the migrate folder. Simple. So that makes sense. Okay, so that is something which is up to me. Okay, so I have corrected it, so it is fine. So that's how you can just create these sub agents which will take care of independent tasks. Now, do you know what is the difference that we have simply faced here? Our parent Claude Code agent didn't run these particular skills. Our sub agent ran these skills and using Haiku model. Wow. And I can also ask Claude Code multiple tasks in one go. Do this, do that, scan my code base, run the orchestrator agent, blah, blah, blah. It will spawn 2 different agents automatically. And it will do the work. But for that, we have much more formal way, by the way. And to be honest, it is not recommended in the beginning stages because when you spawn multiple parallel agents, every agent is running in its own context window. So that can utilize a lot of tokens. Make sense? So you should not spawn multiple parallel agents. You should behave smartly. You should create sub agents, obviously, because sub agents can do the dedicated work, but you should not just spawn 10 agents together. Here, do the work, do the work, do the work. What? You need to supervise them, right? And just for this particular task, because obviously in the industry, not as you, like in the industry, they are running like they are spawning multiple agents parallelly, right? So for that particular concept, they have introduced something called as agent lead. Yes. So agent lead takes care of that particular all of the sub agents. By default, agent lead is turned off, and I would also recommend you to just gain the knowledge around it, but do not try it directly because you are in the learning phase. You have to just make so many mistakes now before directly jumping onto the agent leads, because agent lead will just spawn multiple agents together. That's it. And more the number of instances, more the number of tokens, and the more the number of, you can say, your API calls and your cost. Simple, but still, obviously, we are mastering Claude Code, so we will investigate and we will learn about agent lead as well, but it is turned off by default. Okay, let me just tell you this thing. But it is used to spawn multiple agents in parallel because your Claude Code can create team leads as well. Okay, now those sub agents will directly report to the team lead. They will not directly report to the Claude Code, which is the parent model. Make sense? So they are simply trying to delegate the tasks, and they are just simply trying to replicate the things that we see in the corporate. They are also doing the same thing, which is like obvious because they are just AI is just trying to you can say not replace, but they are just trying to mimic the same thing, right? Because that's the only agenda. Simple. So they are also doing the same thing. Simple. So now let's try to learn about the team leads, or basically agent lead or lead agent. What is this thing? Okay, let's try to. So now let's try to talk about agent team leads. Okay, and this is very similar to those corporate team leads. Okay, so now what is the difference? Okay, Ansh, Lamba, what is the difference? Because we have understood sub agents, and amazing explanation. Do you know what? I also loved this explanation. When I was learning this thing, this was not that much clear to me, but now this explanation, I would say the best is given to you. So now let me just explain one thing before jumping onto the team agents, because you will see the difference, like what is the major difference. And let's talk about the, okay, this thing. So let's say we have this agent. Okay, now I created this agent. Yes, this agent. Okay, I created this agent, and this agent is running in the isolated context window. That means it is running in the isolated context window. Let's say this is a sub agent 1 and this is running in the isolation. Wow. He does not worry about anything. Okay, he doesn't have to worry about any teammate, anyone. He just reports to his manager, or let's say senior data engineer. He is the most sincere employee. Okay, and he works by himself, and this guy doesn't have any kind of middleman. Okay, so this guy directly talks to the Claude Code. Wow. Okay, simple. Similarly, we have another agent that we just created, and you already saw. So let's say this agent, and this agent will also directly talk to the Claude Code, to the main agent. Okay, simple. To the main agent. Okay, now this is isolated, this is isolated. They cannot talk to each other. No, this is not allowed. This is not allowed. You cannot talk to each other. Okay, bro, there is no icon for this. So let's say they cannot talk to each other. Why? Because each sub agent is running in the independent context window. This agent is different, this agent is different. Yes, different, but they cannot even talk to each other. Simple. Okay, now Now, when we have the concept of agent team, or basically agent lead or lead agent, whatever you want to say, there are so many names, but the official name which is written in the documentation, which is agent team. Simple. So now in the agent team, what will happen? First of all, we will be having the Claude Code, which is the parent or main agent. Simple. Okay, this is there. Now, along with this Claude Code, okay, main agent. Now this main agent, what it will do? It will obviously spawn multiple agents like this. Let's say one like this, two. Okay, let's say one more. Let's create one more. Let's say this one. Okay, there are three agents, three sub agents. Now what will happen? Instead of spawning multiple sub agents, Claude Code, this parent agent, okay, senior agent, will create a kind of list. Okay, will create a kind of list, shared list. So this is like shared tasks list. Simple. So it will create this thing, and we need to achieve this thing. We do not care who will do which work. Okay, obviously we do care about this thing. We have dedicated people, but here what will happen? This will be delegated to these three agents. Okay. I am hungry. So 1, 2 and 3. Simple. Now these three agents can talk to each other as well. Wow. Wow. This is different. Okay. They can talk to each other. Let's say like this. Okay. Or let's create just two-way. It is very obvious. So they can just talk to each other. This is a difference. And they can share the results as well. They can share the context window as well. Wow, this is the only difference. Okay. And they all communicate through this particular shared channel. Okay, they do their work, but they also talk to each other. So what can happen? We can just create multiple sub agents, and this Claude Code will just create a shared task list. Okay, and it will say we have sub agents to do the work. So now what will happen? This sub agent will say I can just take this task, I can do this. This sub agent will say I can do this, do that task, I can just take this task, and the third one will say the same thing. Now because these two, let's say, agents have shared skills as well, so they will delegate the task between them. They will say, hey, you do this thing, I will do that thing. Perfect. Oh wow, this is actually autonomous, but it has some restrictions because this is recently launched and this is in the beta version. And even the Claude team is saying that, hey, this is in the beta version and we know there are some issues with this particular architecture. We are working on it. So you can just play around it. You can just test it. But if you want to implement the real world solution, you should be cautious. Simple. And cautious as in like in the good way, in the healthy way, that we are just working on it and this will be implemented very soon. So let me just show you run agent teams. So see, this is the notice. Agent teams are experimental and disabled by default. So you cannot even directly use it. Enable them by adding Claude Code experimental agent teams to your settings.json. Now what is the settings.json? So inside your VS Code, inside this .claude folder, you can create settings.json file and you will see that settings.json will be just working with MCPs. Okay. So you can create settings.json and you can enable it. I won't enable it. Okay. You want to enable, you can do it. Okay. Just test it. Okay. And agent teams have known limitation. They know this thing around session resumption, task coordination, shutdown behavior, like when one sub agent will shut down, when one agent will just resume the, you can say, context window. So they have these things, but this is really nice. This is something which will actually perform all of the things autonomously. And this is actually very good. Okay. Obviously, maybe they would need to just do a lot of improvements in their LLMs because everything is a LLM. Brain is LLM. Currently, they have Opus 4.6. In future, they will launch Opus 5.0 maybe, and then that LLM can handle this thing. Because see, what is happening under the hood? Why did I show that very basic light version of Claude Code in the beginning? I wanted you to realize that everything is actually a kind of tool call. But the efficiency of tool call, depends upon the architecture that you're using, plus the brain, because brain will say call this tool with these arguments, with these particular things. Make sense? And now, unlike sub-agents, which run within a single session and can only report back to the main agent, you can also interact with the individual teammates, the same thing that I just mentioned, directly without going through the lead. So they do not need to just report back to the manager. They can also talk to each other. Hey bro, what are you doing? I'm simply ingesting the data since yesterday. Okay, let me just help you out and I can just also do the work. Let me just take some of your tasks. Simple. Now lead is not actually worrying about who is doing the task. They simply know that our tasks are being done. That's it. This is called teamwork, right? That's why they have just called it as like agent teams. So they have just created a team around it. And now this parent agent is actually working as a team lead, right? So what team lead will do? Team lead will say, I want to do this work. Okay, let me just do it. And it will just share all the tasks. And it will also do some tasks. Team lead also perform some tasks, some senior level tasks, but all the junior level things, all the dedicated tasks will be delegated. Simple. Simple. Okay. And now we can just look at this beautiful diagram. So sub-agent, this is the main agent. They just spawn sub-agent. Okay. Spawn sub-agent. And this is the work that they need to do. And that's it. They simply report back it to the main agent. That's it. But with the agent team, they just create a shared task list and then they just create teammate instead of sub-agent, because they are not like now sub-agent. They are like teammates. They communicate directly, okay, with the main agent through this shared task and also communicate with each other. Wow. This is amazing. I know like what are they just trying to, they're just simply trying to run a loop within the team agents and they're just simply trying to call agent from the main graph. So it is actually a complex one, but it is doable. See, when you have funding of billions of dollars, you can just build anything. It's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. When you have like great developers, you have great funding, you can build this thing. It's not something very good like, whoa, what are they building, man? LLMs are good because obviously we do not know how to build LLMs like Sonnet, but these graphs are like not very, very big thing. If you know how to build graphs, if you know how to work with nodes, orchestration, edges, and all those things, and if you are a data engineer, I would say graph building is the easiest thing that you can do. Why? Because who are we? Who are we? Data engineers. We build pipelines. We build graphs. So yeah. So this is about agent lead. This is a new thing. Obviously, we just need to gain the knowledge around it conceptually, but not practically. Okay. Very good. So this is all about your agents and sub-agents and this new feature called agent team in Claude. So now let's talk about this important pillar of Claude Code. So now we know that we can work with Claude Code. We have seen how we can just create new skills, orchestrate work and everything. Ansh, Lamba, being a data professional or being a developer, let's say, we sometimes, let's say, directly get onboarded on the project. Yes. Can Claude Code help us in that particular area as well? I would say yes. For example, let's take a very simple example and let's take a data engineering example. So let's say you are a developer. Where is Rohan? Let's say Rohan is cute little guy. So let's say this developer, okay, is newly onboarded on the project. Simple. Okay. Now the project or basically organization is building a project around Apache Airflow, which is a very in demand technology right now, because not now, like it has been like in demand since the beginning, but now it is being even more in demand. Why? Because of its latest upgrade to Apache Airflow 3.0 and everyone knows the power of it. So yeah. And if you want to learn Apache Airflow 3.0, I have created a dedicated course on Apache Airflow 3.0 as well. Simply search Apache Airflow and Ansh Lamba on YouTube. You will find that as well. So everything is available on YouTube. Everything is available on this channel. That's why I'm simply saying hit the subscribe button so that you can find all the resources. So let's say this person, this developer is working on a project and project is built on Airflow. Simple. Okay. Apache Airflow. This is the project. Now what we need to do, or let's say what this person can do. So this is the project. this person is working on this project and he is directly onboarded, and this is the scenario as well in the industry. You will rarely be onboarded on the fresh project, on the raw project, because each project right now in the industry is either migration project, or let's say optimization project, or enhancement project, or blah blah blah. Simple, right? So let's say you are also onboarded on the project where you are working with the teammates, senior developers, junior developers, and they're like proper team for it. So you are working in this project. Simple. Okay, so let me write, let's say, project. Now the thing is, in this project, you know Claude Code, right? So how can you utilize Claude Code Skills here, like your Claude Code Skills here in the Apache Airflow project? How? That is a question. It is very easy. It is very easy, and it will actually boost your performance in the project. You can actually write a lot of code, a lot of DAGs automatically. Yeah, I will just show you, don't worry at all. And I will also show you the step-by-step guide, like how should you start, how should you get the context first of all whenever you are onboarded on the project. Okay, so let's try to see that particular thing. Okay, this will be very helpful, and I will also tell you some amazing commands, okay, which are newly added because Claude Code is growing rapidly. So this is my VS Code editor, and inside this VS Code editor I have created this folder called Airflow project. Simple. Don't worry, you will find this folder with this particular repository, so you can also try and test your commands of Claude Code with this project. Simple. Now I will simply open this folder. So everyone knows that Airflow is used to build DAGs. DAGs means directed acyclic graphs. Even if you do not know about Airflow, do not need to worry, we are not learning about Airflow. You can treat it like one of the technology that we use in data engineering. Okay, simple, very good. So now let's say you are a data engineer onboarded on the Airflow project. This project can be a DBT project. This project can be, let's say, any project. Simple. But just for the simplicity, just for the explanation, I have used Airflow project because this is one of the most relevant topics. So inside the Airflow project, when you are onboarded, you already have some DAGs. See, data fetch, data report. Wow. Yes, you already have some DAGs. So now, obviously, being a new developer onboarded on the project, you first need to get the context. What is this thing? What the things are already being written in DAGs. So traditionally, you will go to each code file and you will just try to read the file. You will try to understand it, and it will take a lot of time. And in this particular DAG folder, do you know what? I have built assets. Assets is the most recent advancement in the Apache Airflow era. Okay, yes, Apache Airflow 3.0 era basically. So even if you know Airflow, even if you are a senior or let's say mid-level data engineer, you might not know what is an asset and what is this thing written. It's possible, right? It's possible because not everyone knows about assets. If you are upgraded, if you are updated with the knowledge that you have around the Apache Airflow world, you know, like, this is an asset, I can just go through the code. But just imagine that when you do not even know what is an asset, how will you just proceed further? Obviously, right? So let's imagine that you do not know what is an asset. That's why I just built this code here in this project, so that you would also feel that, hey, I need to understand what is this thing. So what I will do, I will simply go to Claude Code and I will say, I have an Airflow project at Claude Airflow. By the way, it will automatically fetch it, but when you just provide some context, you can save some tokens. Okay, project at this location. Simple. I want to get the context and I want to understand what's going on in the DAGs in brief. Simple. So create a readme.md file for me for that project inside the Airflow project. Simple. Project folder. Simple. Hit enter. So now what it will do, it will first of all try to read your DAGs. See, it will try to read those DAGs. Okay. Then, oh, I just provided .cloud. I just provided wrong destination. So that is why it automatically corrected that thing. Okay, sorry. So that is fine. So I simply write .cloud and then slash, then this thing, but it is available on the root directory. So it corrected it automatically. That is the power of Claude Code. So now it has read both the files. See, now it will try to generate a README file for me so that I can actually analyze it. It gives, okay, it is ready. By the way, let me just say yes. And you can see readme.md. Very good. Now I can just read this readme file. Okay, I can just close this window and that's it. In order to render it, I have already installed an extension, which is this one, that can render the readme file. You can also download it from the extensions. Simply search a markdown extension and you will just find it. Okay, so this is Airflow project, data pipeline orchestration project using Apache Airflow. Perfect. This is project overview. This is the first DAG. This is the second DAG. DAG uses asset-based orchestration. Wow. Asset-based orchestration means data level orchestration or data first orchestration. Obviously, we are not learning Apache Airflow here, but yeah. Even if you do not know about these things, you can get the context directly from your project. Wow. And project structure is this one. Amazing. It has literally created the project structure as well. Obviously, you can see that thing in the repository, but you have also got some one-liner summarization as well, right? Simple. And then DAGs overview. Now it has provided, amazing man, first of all, this has understood the code, and now this has literally translated that technical code that you might not understand because of upgrades in the Apache Airflow 3.0, because of assets, because of everything. Now you can understand the code using your natural language. See, it is saying this is the workflow, prepare storage. That means for your asset, fetch API data, then transform data, then materialize asset. Wow. And this is the exact thing I'm doing in the DAG. Exact thing. And I can even show you. See, if I just go to data fetch, you will see that thing here. There are 4 tasks. Wow, man. Then these are the tasks 1, 2, 3, 4. It is also explaining you the functions, the tasks that I'm creating with all the, you can say, necessary information. Amazing. Then second DAG. Wow. Key features. Modern approach uses Airflow's asset object for cross DAG dependencies. Very good. Loose coupling. Yes, that's the advantage of asset. Automatic triggering. Yes. Data pipeline, extract, transform, load. Configuration is this one. And it has also defined you the ascent definition, which is very important for this entire DAG. And this is produced by this DAG. And do you know what? I'm really happy with this particular area, because I was not expecting that it will tell me which DAG is producing the asset and which DAG is consuming the asset. But this is amazing, because the latest asset bundles, or you can say asset features available in the Apache Airflow is very, very new. And this has also mentioned the sample data flow, and this is amazing. And it has also told you like how to run these things. Oh man, amazing. This is amazing. So that's how you can literally scan the entire project and can get a very simple readme file out of it, so that you can understand what's going on in the project. Now, being a developer, you do not need to contact the senior developers. Hey, can you please explain me the project? Hey, what is this asset? Hey, what is this code? What is this function? Why did you use this function? Nothing. Now you just need to sit on your system, run some Claude Code command, because now you are educated in this particular era of Claude Code. Simply understand everything, and the people, the team around you would think, this person is just onboarded. This person didn't even ask me anything like what is this function, what is that function. How this person is like able to work directly on the project? Because this person knows how to use Claude Code. Simple. And this person doesn't copy and paste your code to ChatGPT to understand each part with hallucinations. This person uses Claude Code. Simple. And this readme file is amazing. I'm telling you, just go to any project, you won't find any readme file with this much of simplicity and detail. Simple. This is amazing. This is amazing. This way you can actually work with any data engineering or any technology with Claude Code. Because Claude Code has models, Haiku, Sonnet, Opus. They are well trained on all of the frameworks, on all of the technologies. They can literally understand your code better than them who built them. I'm telling you this thing. Wow. So whenever you are onboarded on any project, simply follow this exercise. This is very useful when you have complex tags. Currently we just have 2 DAGs. Just think about the scenario when you will be having, like, let's say hundreds of DAGs. You will, and not just you, everyone would spend at least a month to understand what's going on. And people start judging you that, hey, this person is not performing, this person is not doing that thing, this person is not doing that thing. I know this happens with the consultancy based companies. I know this thing, and I literally hate that particular pattern of corporate, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But now shock those people. Okay, give a shock. Because now you know how to perform, you know how to become better. Not becoming better than anyone, you need to become better than yourself. Okay, so this is about how you can integrate Claude Code with any technology. Now you can replace Airflow with DBT, and DBT is like one of those technologies which like every company is using right now. You can integrate with that thing. Just think about Apache Spark. When you have so many notebooks, simply use this thing. Simple. This way you can integrate Claude Code with any project. Claude Code is, yes, that developer who knows how to work with data engineering, pipelines, data sets, everything. Now you can even ask Claude Code that, hey, I want to create one more DAG which is dependent on this particular DAG. Could you please do it for me? It will build a DAG for you. You already know how to do that. You can even create a skill as well for that particular thing to do it recursively. Simple. That's how Claude Code is not replacing you. Claude Code is actually making you much more productive. And sooner you will become more productive, better position you will gain in your organization. Because obviously after some time, everyone would know Claude Code as well. But the ones who already know Claude Code will gain some importance within the organization right now, which is the best time. Because when this thing is like becoming common, everyone would know Claude Code. Everyone would know like how to do these things. Timing is everything, bro. You need to just learn Claude Code right now, and you need to show that, you can say, efficiency, productivity in your organization right now. Because after a few months, I would say everyone would use Claude Code. It's not a big deal. It's not rocket science. It's very easy to use. But it's like how efficiently you can integrate it with your day-to-day activities. Simple. Okay, nice. So now what you can do, this is all about your Claude Code integration with project. Now I will just tell you about some commands that are very, very handy. Okay, the first command that I want to just talk about is very new, by the way. It is recently added again. So this command is called BTW. BTW means by the way Claude Code. Really? Yeah. BTW. And by the way, why did I just open this amazing browser? Because this browser is the best browser to give the related web pages, and Claude Code BTW. So Claude Code settings. I think it is in the references. If I go to references, BTW command, where is that? References, interactive mode, checkpointing. Let me just search it for you. Okay, so finally I have found this command, BTW. So what is this command? So BTW means I don't know if the full form is like by the way, but I think the way it behaves, it is a kind of by the way command. So let's say you are having a conversation with Claude Code and the context window is really, really big, and you want to keep that context because you are doing your work. In the middle of your conversation, let's say you and me are talking, okay, and we are having a very great conversation, and in the middle of that you say, by the way, do you eat this thing? You can ask any side question, right, which is not directly relevant to the chat. and you do not want to include that question in the chat because model can use that as a context and you do not want that. It is basically a side question. Like you and Claude Code are talking to each other. You both are like collaborating to do the work. In between, you want to say, bro, what does this function do? Like you are doing your work, you're fetching the APIs, you are doing something. Could you please explain what does this function do out of nowhere? So you want to ask a side question and you do not want to pass the entire chat history for that side question because that is irrelevant. So you can use by the way command. I don't know if the full form is by the way, I'm just simply assuming because that behaves like this. But I think it will be like this. So let's say use by the way command to ask a question, quick question about your current work without adding to the conversation history. So let's say this is useful when you want a faster answer, obviously, but do not want to clutter the main context. Yes. Derail Claude from the log running task. Exactly. And this is an example. By the way, what was the name of that config file again? Obviously, you can just ask anything. Anything. This can be related to the conversation that you are having. In the middle, you can say, hey, can you please repeat that thing? I forgot. Or you can simply ask a totally different question. Simple. And the advantage is it will not use the context in the form of tokens because every time we are asking anything, the entire chat history is going to the conversation so that it can just remember your conversation. Makes sense. But this is amazing. Okay. And what are the advantages? Available while Claude is working. That means if the Claude is working, you see like thinking or blah blah blah, those simple words. You can even run slash by the way when Claude is working. Wow. So you can run by the way command even while Claude is processing a response. That means even if that particular Claude code agent is busy with something, the side question runs independently and does not interrupt the main run. Wow. So it is like, let's say, you asked me to do something and I'm doing that work. Tuck, 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 tuck. In the middle, you said, Ansh, listen, could you please tell me what is that thing? So I'm doing my work. I will say, yeah. It is based on that particular function, and that function just prints this command, and that's it. Yeah. So I'm just resuming my work. Simple. Simple. I know that the question that you just asked has nothing to do with my work that I'm currently doing. Simple. And obviously, no tool access because side questions are just like short answer that I want to just get. And Claude cannot read files, run commands, obviously because I'm doing some work. You cannot say, okay, can you just please do this work while typing? Obviously, no. I will simply say I'm currently doing my work, but I can answer some quick questions. Simple. And single response, there are no follow-up turns. If you need back and forth kind of question and answer thing, use a normal prompt instead. If you want to just continue the conversation, like let's say you are asking me a question and I'm just doing my work and you will say, Ansh, do you know what this print command is doing? So I will say, yeah, this command is doing that thing. Now you'll say, oh, okay, how did you create that file? So I will just look at you. I will say, bro, I'm just doing my work. If you want to ask something, let me complete this work or just ask someone else. Just create a new session. That's it. And low cost. That means context is not being provided every time to the side question. That means cost is low. Simple. Yes. So let's try to have fun with this command, by the way command, which is newly added. So let's use it. So let's say I am just using Claude Code, okay, and I can just use the past conversation, and I can simply say, by the way, it is saying no command. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? No matching commands. Do I need to upgrade my Claude Code, bro? Let me just check. So it was in the references, checkpointing. Yeah, not checkpointing, interactive mode. By the way, okay. Type / in the Claude Code to see all available commands. Type followed by any letters. Not all commands are visible to every user. Okay, some depends on your platform, plan or this. For example, desktop only appears on Mac and OS. Upgrade this. Claude Code also shipped with bundled skills like simplify, batch, debug. Okay, in the table below, add directory, ask side question. Let me just open this in the new tab. Let me simply try to access this command through a terminal, and you do not need to open the terminal. I'm just simply testing it out because I also didn't use this command. It is like recently launched while creating this video, so I was like, let's include this Claude. Let me just search here. Oh yeah, by the way, so it is available here, but it is not available in the extension because I would need to reinstall the extension because it is not upgraded, and it is just recently launched, this by the way command. So I can just use by the way command in the terminal because terminal is the like latest version every time. Simple. So I can say by the way, and now it is asking me to just put the question. Simple. You can also just open terminal if you want to perform this activity. Okay, that's why I love like working with terminal whenever I feel like, because terminal is like terminal best. Okay, so by the way, I will simply say by the way, and this is a new session, so it doesn't have any kind of context to our conversation, but still just to show this, I can say what is an asset in Airflow DAX. Wow. So it will simply answer that to that question, and currently I didn't ask it to perform any other task, but you can ask it to do the thing so that it will have some context and it will not use it in your particular command or question. And why assets matter, it has just returned everything to me, and detailed answer is there. Very good. So you can simply use assets like this. Press space, enter or escape to dismiss. Okay, simply say escape. Done. And let me just say exit. So if you just want to perform this thing, you might need to reinstall this particular extension, but you can also use terminal, which is a better way, because here you do not see that command, but you can see it in the terminal. Simple. So this is about the BTW command. Wow. Now there is one more command which is newly added. Okay, what is that command? That command is called voice. Okay, voice, is it here? No. Okay, let me just search voice command Claude Code using voice mode. Okay, so here, because see, whenever we work with the Claude Desktop application, obviously we have the button of mic, we can enable it and we can speak it, because sometimes we need to explain the stuff in hurry and we cannot write everything. So they have created this command for Claude Code as well. I don't know if they have enabled it for me or not. I can simply check. So here I can say, let me just open this extension. So I will write voice. Now maybe this extension is not updated. Let's test it here. Claude and then voice. No, so it is not available here as well. Maybe this will only be available for the ones who have the subscription, because this feature was primarily added into the Claude Desktop application Pro or that particular version, Max version. But I can do a quick little research because I have never tried this command, but I know what this command will do. So let me just tell you, do they have any documentation? I don't know, like if I search on Google, they show us the videos, bro. Just show us the web pages first of all, your search engine. So let's read this thing. Claude Code now supports the native voice mode /voice, allowing you to interact with the terminal via speech for coding refactoring. Basically, what this command will provide, you can write /voice, and when you run this command, you can start talking, and whatever you will be just speaking, it will be directly passed as the prompt to Claude Code, and it will do the work. So instead of writing everything every time, you can simply speak, and this is the only difference. And I don't think so it is like a very game-changing feature, but sometimes if you're just working at home, you can just speak, because obviously if you're working at office, you cannot speak every time. Simple. But yeah, so it is currently rolling out to 5%. See, I was so sure that it is not available to everyone right now. So it is currently rolling out to 5% of Pro, Team or Enterprise. So I am not using the Pro version, I am not using the Team version, I'm not using the Enterprise version, I'm using the API version, console version. So I do not have access to this command, and by the way, I do not need this access. This, like, it is good, but currently while recording this video, it is fine. Okay, so this is it about the voice and your BTW command. Now let's talk about one more important command, which is very important, by the way. Whatever we are doing here, like creating the skills, let's say I am just running the skills, and let me just close this terminal. Yeah, let's shut it down. So let's say whatever I'm doing, let's say I'm just using this Claude Code. So you already know that I can run this skill by simply typing fetch API, migrate, visualize, all of these things. I can also write the prompt. I want to do this, I want to do that. Simple. Let's say I want to perform this task, or let's say these tasks recursively. I want to perform these tasks daily at 9 a.m. sharp. That means, in short, I want to schedule my work that I'm just doing with my Claude Code. In Claude Code, I simply pass the prompt, right? Simple. Or I simply use the skill and then I simply write my NLP, like natural language. Simple. Now I can even schedule my prompt, that whatever prompt I'm writing here in the box, I can schedule it so that that prompt will be running automatically at, let's say, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. or any time that you specified in the schedule. So that's called something called a scheduled option, which is again used with loop command. Let me just search if it is available here. These are the new commands, by the way. Loop command, Claude Code. How the agent loop works. So let's see if we have it here. Agent SDK. This is the agent SDK. I don't think this is like Claude Code. How Claude Code works. Run prompts on a schedule. Yes, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. So now let's try to explore this documentation. So you got the context. We want to run our prompts on a schedule. Simple. If you are a data engineer, you can just treat it like when we schedule our pipelines. Simple. Because obviously every skill, every orchestration is a pipeline in itself. And we want to schedule it so that we do not need to run it again and again. So what you can do, you can use loop command and the cron scheduling. Cron is basically the syntax that we use to schedule anything. Star, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to simply write loop command, then time using cron syntax and the prompt, and that's it. Just these three things. That's it. Okay. And schedule task require Claude Code version 2.1.72 or later. Check your version with the Claude version. Let me just check mine because I installed it like way back. Let me just check. Let me just check Claude. You can also check your version. So I have 2.1.74 and here they are saying 2.1.72. Okay, we are good. Very good. Otherwise I would have to download the latest version, but we are good. So schedule tasks let Claude rerun a prompt automatically on an interval. For example, let's say you have some weekly deployments that you need to do. So you can create a skill around that and you can say run this skill every week on, let's say, Thursday at 3 p.m. and that's it. Wow. Or let's say you are a senior data engineer and you do the PRs as the first thing in the morning, like all the pull requests, analyzing all of the code, everything. You can literally build a skill using your GitHub commands. Basically, you can just provide all of the access and then you can say analyze all of the PRs for me and just give me the brief of all of the PRs in the morning and just run it at 8:30 a.m. so that the moment I will reach the office, I will just read all of the things. I do not need to spend my hours to just go through those things. Wow. You can literally do this thing. Amazing. Okay, so this is the kind of schedule that we build. Makes sense? So schedule a recurring prompt with loop. So as I just mentioned, you can simply say loop and then whatever your cron syntax is and then your prompt. So here you can see loop 5-minute check if the deployment finished and tell me what happened. Simple. And this is a very good example. Loop and 30 minutes. 30 minutes means like in every 30 minutes. But I would prefer writing the cron syntax because cron syntax is like more professional. And then check the build. Simple prompt. And then check the build, that is prompt, and then every 2 hours. So basically you are trying to schedule something using NLP, but I would recommend use loop command, then use cron syntax because it is more professional, and then use your prompt and that's it. Simple. Okay. And if you do not provide everything, if you just simply use loop and your prompt, then it will run that particular piece in every 10 minutes. Wow. Okay. So supported units are S for seconds, M for minutes, H for hours. Simple. And then you can just see. So this is a very basic one. If you see, and then set one time reminder. If you just want to set the reminder, manage schedule task, you can literally do everything with loop command. And see here, they're just mentioning about the cron syntax. Cron syntax is the best syntax that you can just use. Simple. And that's it. So these are some examples. If you do not know how to use cron syntaxes, so if you just use this thing, it means like every hour on the hour, basically in every hour. Okay. And then 7, like every hour at 7 minutes past. And then this, like every day at 9 a.m. local means like your system's time stamp. Okay, simple. And how we can just disable, because this is very important. Let's say we want to disable the loop. Set Claude Code Disable Cron equals to 1 in your environment to disable the scheduler entirely. That means all of the loops that you have created so far, you can simply create this particular variable in your environment to disable the scheduler entirely. The cron tools and the loop become unavailable, and any already scheduled task stop firing. See environment variables. Let's see it. Environment variables. So these are the environment variables in the Claude Code. Now, if we want to set the environment variable, we have set the environment variable in the .env, right? But if we want to pull those environment variables directly in the Claude Code, we can just put them in the settings.json. So all the environment variables can also be configured in the settings.json file. This is useful as a way to automatically set the environment variables for each session. Wow. So every time whenever we want to use Claude Code, it will go to settings.json file to get the environment variables. Simple. And you can just simply put Anthropic API key, Anthropic auth token, Anthropic custom mode. All of the things are here. All of the things. Like all of the environment variables that you can just set. Simple. Now let's try to run this thing, and now let's see how does it behave. So here, before directly implementing the stuff, let's try to discuss what are we just trying to do, because obviously we can just schedule anything, but what exactly we are scheduling. So first of all, I will just show you when we have a skill. Okay, let's say when we have a skill, let's bring the skill API calls. I want to schedule only this skill. Simple. Only this skill. I'll simply say schedule. Simple. Okay. So first of all, I will schedule only this thing. Then once I know like how to schedule it, then what I can do, I can simply set the timer, like how frequently I want to schedule it, or basically let's say in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And I will also show you how you can just delete the schedule, a specific schedule, because obviously we have an environment variable where we can disable all of the schedules, but how to disable only a specific schedule, how to disable only specific job in the data engineering language. So I will also show you that thing as well. And it's not just about scheduling a skill. You can also schedule any random prompt. What do I mean? Because see, under the hood, we are not scheduling a skill. We are scheduling a prompt. So let's say here, I do not have any skill. Okay. I just want to schedule a prompt. Prompt can be, let's say this. Update readme.md file in every 30 minutes. Simple. I want to schedule this prompt. Simple. I can do this thing. I can do this thing. Simple. So you can literally schedule one skill, because when you will be just scheduling a skill, that will also a prompt. You will say, I want to invoke my API skill, API call skill. Simple. When you just invoking a prompt which has nothing to do with the skills, then Claude Code will simply run that prompt in the, or you can say on that particular moment. Simple. Claude Code will say, this is my prompt, this is the time, I just want to run this prompt. Then rest of the stuff will be handled by the LLM with the Claude Code. Simple. So now let's try to build something. So now what I will do, I will open my Claude Code, And let's say I want to use loop command, obviously loop, and then I will use cron syntax. I can use cron syntax, but just for simplicity I can simply say 3 minutes, because we will be just keeping it very quick. So let's say 3 minutes, and I want to just provide a prompt. I will simply say invoke my skill to fetch the API data. Simple. And let's hit enter. Now what it will do, it will create one cron function for it. So now let's wait. First of all, see, it is using cron create function, and it will just pass all of the required parameters, and it is saying auto expires after 3 days. That means it will be automatically expired after 3 days, but I can also delete this particular schedule automatically, or you can say manually, because it will be automatically deleted after 3 days. But if I want to manually delete this before that, I can utilize this job ID. Okay, and I can use cron delete function, cron delete, and then simply job ID, and that's it. Simple. Okay, now this is scheduled. This is done. Okay, and you can also see schedule task.log. Okay, if I just open it, it will just open this session. It has nothing to do with your development, nothing. So if I just go to fetch API, if I go to data, and after 3 minutes, I should see one new data, because it will just trigger that particular thing, obviously, and it will be invoked in every 3 minutes. Okay, so let's wait and let's see what it will do. And I will also show you how you can just delete this job, because otherwise it will be just keep on calling the, you can say, API. One prerequisite that you should have, your system should be on while performing these things, because obviously without the server, without the system, it cannot perform anything. It needs a terminal. So that is a drawback for now. Not a drawback, that is a common sense. You cannot schedule anything, even using your task manager, task scheduler on your normal system. So let's wait for 3 minutes and let's see how does it perform the work. And then, and do you know what? You can even create another schedule. So let's say, I will say loop, and then I will write, or see, baking. So I think it has simply, yeah, it has simply triggered the skill. Wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. So now automatically, I didn't do anything. See, it has automatically triggered that particular skill for me. Simple. And now it is just simply creating that particular script for me. And obviously, because skill will just use that particular script, which is fetch API. And in the scripts, fetch API. Oh, again, my mistake. I have not put this fetch API data inside this, or I didn't mention it in my skill, maybe. So that is kind of skill issue, because we didn't refine or enrich it, but that is fine. I can even say, I want to use my existing script, which is inside the scripts folder. Simple. So I can also argue with it while running this thing, and it will automatically save this information in the chat history, so that next time it can improve the, you can say, your calling or invocation. So it is saying that fetch API data. No, I don't want to use this thing. I want to use, maybe I didn't use the exact scripts use case. So if I just show you in the migrate, I have the scripts here. In the visualize, I have the scripts in the capital S. So maybe that will be like typo, but that's fine. So run the API data using script, fetch script using the .env. I want you to use fetch API.py inside Claude Skills, then fetch API, and then scripts folder. Now I hope it will be able to find that particular script, and that's how we can just train our Claude code with some iterations. So now it will just simply run this, and that's it. Okay, yeah, now you can just run it. Logging error, that is fine. Perfect. So this is done. Simple. Now it will again trigger this thing in 3 minutes, obviously. So now I don't want that, right? So now, because I do not want that, what I can do, I can simply delete the job using what? Cron ID, this. So let me just quickly get the job ID and I will simply say cron delete and this thing. So now this will simply delete this particular cron job using my job ID. Done. Cancel the recurring job. Perfect. The every 3-minute API data fetch task has been stopped. Now it will not fetch any data. Nothing. Why? Because I have deleted it. And I can also confirm it. It should not trigger anything after this fetch API data. I just have 4 files. 2 for yesterday, 2 for today. So that is fine. Okay, that's how you can just do this thing. You can even create some, you can say, random prompts. Let's say I will say loop in every 3 minutes update your, let's say, readme.md inside Airflow project. Let's say this one, readme.md inside Airflow project folder. Simple. So it will simply schedule this task as well. And here I didn't ask it to schedule any skill. I simply asked it to schedule my prompt. Simple. Okay, so now this is scheduled. But if I want to cancel it, if I want to just delete it, I can simply run this command cron delete and this job ID, because I don't want to run this. Simple. But I'm just showing you can just schedule it like this. Now this feature is also available in the Claude Desktop Pro version, but in the form of UI. You can schedule the task using buttons, because obviously Claude Desktop application is for those who do not want to write everything in the form of code, and they just want to you can say create some schedules just for their day-to-day activities that they can operate from the Claude Desktop application. But if you are doing something just for your code, and obviously when you do something like do anything or something for code, you need to open Claude Code within the code editor. Then you have to know all of these things. Simple. So this is the best example how we can just take care of cron jobs and deletion. When you have multiple cron jobs, obviously it is next to impossible to remember all of the job IDs until or unless you just store or create a log of all the job IDs. And you know what, you can even ask Claude, whenever you are just creating any cron job, you can simply say create one log file for me where you will store all of the scheduled jobs, and just add a brief about it, like this cron job or cron ID is for this task, this cron job is for this task, and that's it. That way you can just manage. But if you do not want to manage all of these things, the simple thing that we just discussed right now, how we can just delete it using the environment variable. Then you can simply create settings.json file and simply store that variable here. Where did we just see that particular thing to cancel the command? I think here, disable. Yeah. So then you can simply put that environment variable in the settings.json file like this, and then you can simply say equals to 1, I guess. Equals to 1. You can just check or double check the value. It was 0 or 1, I don't know, but you can simply create that variable inside the settings.json and it will work. Simple. This is like scheduling your prompts and skills for your Claude Code. Simple. Okay. So now let's talk about this amazing feature, plugins and marketplace. The good news is you have nothing to do with this particular thing, plugins and marketplace. Most of the time, yes, you can just create your custom plugins, but what exactly the plugins and marketplace are under the hood? Basically, whenever you want to use the packages, right? Packages mean skills, which might be created by the third-party providers, or which will be created by the community, or which will be created by the Anthropic itself. So all of those skills, packages, all those you can say utilities can be shared through these two ways, plugins and marketplace. So first of all, what they do, they create a marketplace. Okay, and in that marketplace, they add more and more plugins. And you are already aware of plugins and marketplace because you have installed 2 marketplaces, right? And within that marketplace, you got access to so many plugins. Skill Creator is also one of the plugins, right? But if you just want to explore more and more plugins, you can simply open your Claude Code and search, like basically command / and then plugin. You will see manage plugins. You will see everything here that you have. and there's a long list. See, you can install any plugin, any plugin, any plugin, any plugin. These are what? These are kind of packages, skill, any kind of utility, anything. And these things are available because you downloaded or basically installed marketplaces in your Claude Code. Now you can install any plugin. Simple. Let's say you want to connect to any MCP server. MCP servers are also available through marketplace. See, Figma. Figma is a kind of MCP that is available. We will just talk about MCP. Don't need to worry at all. But everything, MCP, skill, everything will be available through the plugins and the marketplace. Simple. So then you have, let's say, anything like say plugin dev, greptile, Notion. Notion is a very good example. So what is Notion here? Notion is basically a plugin that is available. And under the hood, do you know what is that thing? This is actually the MCP server. But that MCP server is well integrated with Claude Code. So that is why this behaves like an MCP server, but now it becomes plugin. Make sense? But actually it is one of the MCP that we have here in the Claude Code. So everything that you need to access through the marketplace or plugins or the third-party providers, you access it through the plugins. See, there are so many things. You can literally install anything. The moment you will install it, you can easily access it. Do not need to worry at all. Simple? Okay, very good. And you can even see the documentation if you want to. So if you just go to plugins and marketplace, where is the plugins and marketplace? Okay, so plugins. And yes, you can even create your custom plugins because you know how to create skills. What is skill? Plugin. What is an agent? Plugin. All of these things are plugins, right? So plugins let you extend Claude Code with custom functionality. So we know how to create our custom plugin. We know how to create skills, right? But we can also use the skills which are created by the other people. Simple. And this is the documentation for that. If you just want to just create the plugin, you can create the plugin directory and so on. But do you know what? Most of the time, you will not create your custom plugin. You will be just using third-party plugins because there are amazing plugins available. Yes, amazing plugins available and amazing skills available. So if you want to just search for the skills or plugins that are available in the market, you can simply go to, let's say, Skill Hub. This is, or let's say Skills MP. This is a very good place where you can just use the skills which are created by the third party or some developers, some community people. So you can see there are so many skills available. So you can just use any skill from here. And there's one more site, I think, Smithery. And here also you can find so many skills. Smithery and Skills MP are two most popular ones, but there are many. And even on GitHub, you will see so many skills. So these are the skills which are already developed by the people. So you can use their skill instead of just creating it from scratch. You can just pull it, you can just use it, and then you can just refine it. Simple. Make sense? So these are the things that you can just use, and these are very well integrated in the form of MCP as well, but we will just talk about MCP. Don't need to worry. Okay. So this is all about the plugins and the marketplace. Nothing to do much with that, but yeah, you should be aware of this thing. So now let's talk about my personal favorite topic in this particular Claude Code or agentic AI era, which is called MCP, Model Context Protocol. First of all, let me just give you a quick info. MCP is itself an independent topic that we need to learn separately. Yes. So this is a quite harsh truth. So it is not that is directly related to Claude Code only. MCP is the standard that we have in the AI industry. So it is not something, okay, MCP is only available for Claude Code, so it is just a component within Claude Code. Not at all. We enhance the capabilities of Claude Code with MCP, but I will obviously explain some basics of MCP, but you need to learn MCP separately. Now, I have not created any video tutorial on MCP, but if you want a dedicated video on MCP, because without MCP, you cannot build powerful AI agents in today's era. So if you want a dedicated video, just do let me know in the comment section. I can create a dedicated video on MCP as well. But in today's lecture, we will see very basic and very overview of MCP, and we'll see how we can just integrate MCP within our Claude Code. Simple. Let's do it. So basically, what is this MCP model context protocol? Because everyone is talking about MCP, and do you know what? MCP was also built by Anthropic, who built Claude Code. Okay. Now, um, MCP is not a very straightforward thing. First of all, it is like very twisted thing. But let me just twist that twisted thing to convert it into a straight line. So the thing is, let's say you have Claude Code. Okay. Because you first need to understand the thing with respect to Claude Code. Okay. Do we have some tools available within Claude Code? Yes. What are those tools? These tools. Okay. These tools. Okay. Makes sense. Perfect. Simple. Okay. Now this Claude Code has some built-in tools. Yes. Do we have anything else? Yes. We have skills. Yes. Very good. Very good. Very good. We have skills. Very good. Let's say we have these skills as well. Okay. Perfect. Now let me just replace this particular thing. Okay. Simple. So we have these skills as well. Perfect. Now our Claude Code is obviously very powerful because it has our custom skills, and skills can contain the Python scripts, any skill, basically any script, right? So that means we can write any custom logic in our skill, because in the skill we can run our custom scripts. Simple. Because skill is what? A kind of tool that we have created, which is a kind of orchestration tool, right? Very good. Now our Claude Code is obviously very, very powerful. And our Claude Code can just make tool calls which are built in, and some custom tools that we have created, and we just call them as skills. Wow. Now we can even enhance the power of Claude Code by this thing. Let's say, let me connect Claude Code with, you can say, external tools. Let's say this is tool 1. Okay. This is one tool. This is second tool. This is third tool. Okay. I want to connect my Claude Code with these tools. Okay. What are these tools? This tool can be your Gmail tool. That means you can connect your Claude Code with Gmail, so that Claude Code can access your Gmail, and Claude Code can read all the emails. It can reply to those emails and all of the things that you do with your Gmail. So obviously for that you need a tool. So does Claude Code provide any tool for Gmail? No. Can you create a skill for that particular tool? Yes, but you would need to write the logic, all of the code for that. Yeah, that will be a pain, because obviously you would need to just create a script. You would need to create your own function. Kind of, yes. Okay, very good. Now, what if I say that I have tool created here? Who created this tool? Any community. Any community. This tool is there. Okay. So Ansh Lamba, you just mentioned that we can use the skills which are created by third party community. So there will be a skill for Gmail as well. That's a very good question. Yes, there will be a skill for it. But as I said, MCP is not just used for Claude Code. We can use MCP anywhere. Oh, okay. So we are becoming more future proof. Whenever we would need to migrate from Claude Code, we can just use MCP there as well. So your question is very good, that we can also use skill which are created by the third party. Simple? Good. But here we do not want to use skill, let's say. We just want to use tool, direct script, simple. Because skill is not just a tool, it is just like orchestration. Simple. So now I have these tools. Okay. So one is Gmail tool. Okay. Second one can be, let's say, your browser tool, which can access your browser. Let's say you want to do some shopping on Amazon, and you just want to delegate that task to Claude Code, and you can say, hey, just do the shopping for me. Here's a list I want to buy. Just do it. Okay. At least put them in the cart. Do not make the payment, but at least put them in the cart. I will just review it and I can just make the payment. Okay. This is that tool. Third tool is, let's say, for your day-to-day management. Let's say This tool manages your file system. By the way, file system can be done by Claude Code directly. So let's say this tool is for Google search. Okay, let's say you want to just apply some Google search, you want to search something on the web, it can do that. Okay, these are the tools available. Now Claude Code can connect to these tools. That means Claude Code will not need to write any logic because it is not a tool. That means built-in tool. It is not a skill. It is just a code that Claude Code can run. Oh, okay. Treat these tools as REST APIs. Okay, treat them similar to REST APIs. So whenever you hit an API, you give the response, you get the response back. This is the standard way of talking to any application. Simple. Now MCPs are exactly like that. You give them the response, okay, or you can say you make a request and you get the response back. Simple. This is a scenario when your MCP or anyone's MCP server is hosted somewhere. It is called HTTP MCP server. Okay, so we have two types of MCP servers. One is hosted, one is local. But in today's era, most of the MCP servers are local MCP servers because they are slowly, you can say, migrating migrating their architecture to the hosted one. But for now, most of the MCP servers are local MCP servers. What does that mean? That means they will simply share the code. They will say, bro, this is my Python code, this is my function, and you can use it. So Claude Code will just take the code and it will run it locally on your machine. Okay, this is the best way to run the MCP models, MCP servers. Okay, makes sense. So now, yes, the future of MCP servers is on the hosted side, on the HTTP side, because streamable HTTP mode of MCP server is newly added just a few months back. But now I can say not all of the service providers have migrated their architecture to hosted one. So most of the MCP servers are available through local execution. Okay, now how Claude Code can use those particular MCP servers, because we know that these tools exist. Okay, and I can say this is MCP server. Now how Claude Code can use this? What is the URL? Is there any repository? What? Okay, so yes, there is something called as configuration. So Claude Code can connect to these external tools using MCP config. Okay, kind of config. This is a kind of JSON RPC too. So this is a kind of config. So let's say this is the one. Let's use this color. Okay, perfect. So this is config JSON. Okay, simple. So this is the JSON that it can use and it can connect to this particular MCP server. Wow. Yes, this is the architecture. Now, as I just said, that MCP server can be a hosted one and can be a local one as well. Most of the MCP servers are usually available through local execution using UVX or NPX. NPX is for Node.js and JavaScript, and UVX is for like Python functions, but you do not need to worry about anything because you just use the code and you just execute the code. Simple. So paradigm of MCP server means anyone can use these tools using this JSON config. Anyone, not just Claude Code. So now what will happen in the case of your MCP server? So let's say this is a client. This can be any client. It can be Claude Code. Okay, it can be Claude Code and it can be Cursor. Okay, yes, Cursor. I hope you would have heard about Cursor. Cursor is an agentic IDE available. Cursor, it can be Claude Desktop as well because that is also a client. That is why it is very popular. So this is also available. And by the way, Anthropic is very smart. They just launched MCP just for Claude Desktop and then they just started promoting it. Hey, you can just use it in the agentic world, blah blah blah. So yeah, Claude, and they have VS Code as well. Now VS also supports MCP. Okay, after Cursor, because Cursor is the kind of competitor. So these can be the clients. Okay, these are what? Clients. Okay, simple. Now these clients can connect to any MCP server. Let's say this is our MCP server. Okay, this is our MCP server, and let's put it here. Let's put it here. Let's say these are the tools. Simple. Okay, makes sense. So this is our server. Now this is my server. I can connect to this using that config that we just talked about. Simple. That we just talked about. Simple. So this JSON is very important. This is the main thing, because in this JSON, if your MCP server is hosted on cloud, okay, hosted somewhere, then obviously we need to use a different JSON. And if it is a kind of, you can say, normal local execution, then it will be a different one. But more or less, the plugin will exactly be the same. Now let me just tell you a very interesting thing. We often considered MCP server as a kind of USB-C port. USB-C port. Why? So let's say you want to connect to these tools to your Claude Code. This JSON, this configuration is actually USB-C port. The same way you connect your laptop with, let's say, webcam. If you do not have webcam in your system, in your laptop, or let's say if you want to connect to the HD one, so what you will do? You will simply insert the USB-C port and you will connect it. Let's say you want to use a mic, then also you will see you will use USB-C port and you will connect the mic. So this tool is your webcam. This tool is your you can say your mic. This tool can be your, let's say, hard disk. So tools are different, but you connect all of these tools through the USB-C port. So this is your USB-C port. This one. Okay, this one. This is the USB-C port. Make sense? Make sense? So every time you just need to insert the JSON config and that's it. You can insert this same JSON in Claude Code, same JSON in VS Code, same JSON in Cursor, same JSON in Claude, and it will work. Simple. Second thing, let's say I have another MCP server that I want to connect, because I can connect to multiple MCP servers, and don't worry, I will just show it to you. I want to connect to different MCP server. So what I can do, I can simply, let's say in this MCP server I just have one tool, let's say. Okay, so I can connect to this MCP server as well using the JSON config, and same config, literally same, using USB-C. Simple. So this way I can connect to as many MCP servers as I want using this JSON config. Now this JSON config is very important. Simple. Very good. We will learn it step by step. I know this is a very detailed topic in itself, but I will try my best to give you a very quick overview. But yes, if you want a dedicated course on MCP server, do let me know. We will just create one. Okay. So now let's see how we can enhance the capability of our Claude Code. Okay. So this is our Claude Code. Let me just open anything. Any file. Let's say this one. Just to pop up this Claude Code. So let's say this is our Claude Code. Simple. Now I know that my Claude Code has tools, let's say built-in tools, and my Claude Code also has something called as skills. Now I want to enhance the capabilities of my Claude Code. So do you know what I will do? I will add MCP server. Now Claude Code already provides us a long list of MCP servers in the form of plugins. If I just show you plugin, if I go to manage plugins, you will see, if I just scroll down, you will see all of these things. These things are what? These things are actually plugins. Plugins means your MCP server. So I can connect to anything. Let's say I want to connect to Notion. I will install it. Then I might need to authenticate myself using OAuth, right? Once it is done, boom. I can directly work with Notion because Claude Code will have access of Notion. Simple. My Notion. Simple. Okay. Then there are like so many tools. Versal is there if you want to deploy something. Slack is there if you want to just connect your messages with the Claude Code. Done. You can do that. There's a long list. Literally long list. Like you can literally, Firebase is also there. See, So if you just want to search for a specific one, you can simply search it. Now I personally like using Playwright MCP. So let me just search Playwright. So this is there. This is a kind of MCP server which adds the browsing capabilities to our agent. This is built by Microsoft. So if the Playwright MCP is there, it can browse my browser and it can do whatever I want. Simple. So I can enable it. Simple. Restart. Perfect. So now what will happen? Now if I just search, let's say MCP servers, I have this one available. I have one for pencil. Let me just first of all remove it because I don't know why I just used it. So I will say remove pencil MCP from my root location. Simple, because I just want to remove it. Simple. So it will say, yeah, just run it. So I have removed this pencil MCP. Okay. Now if I say MCP, I have not refreshed my session. Let me just create a new session. MCP servers, it is still there? I don't think so. If I just see the terminal, I'm so sure like it will be gone. So I can just double check, don't need to worry. So currently I have one MCP. If you see Playwright, let's suppose we just have one MCP server. Now this MCP server is connected. Simple, is connected. Now there are two things. This can install MCP server in your local, you can say location as well. Local means like your root location. So you will be having choice whenever you want to install any MCP server. Because I installed this particular plugin before, that's why it didn't ask me at all. Plus this is a like kind of plugin. But let's say if you want to add any specific plugin, any plugin, simple. So this way you can literally go and search any plugin which is directly related. But do you know what? You can obviously work with the integrated ones. Let me just show you how you can just use the external ones, because these are already there for you. This is very easy. But the beauty is we can connect to the external MCP. So let me just show you. So if you just want to, let's say, find any MCP for any work, so you can literally type, let's say, there's a very cool MCP server, or you can say the service that we use, DuckDuckGo search, for searching the, you can say, latest news and all of these things. So I can say DuckDuckGo search MCP. Ansh, why are you searching it here? Why can't you just search it here? Because there's no MCP server for DuckDuckGo search. See, DuckDuckGo search, no. DDG, no, there's no. But I want to use it because I want to allow some services, some tools to my agent to make some, you can say, search for the latest news. So I will simply say DuckDuckGo search MCP, hit enter, and then most probably you will find the GitHub repository for any MCP server, because that's where people just host their MCP servers. Just a quick guideline, you should always use a trusted MCP servers. You should always read the comments. You should always see the stars, because see, MCP server can do anything on your system, right? So you should always use it with your common sense. So I will simply go ahead, DuckDuckGo search, and I can just explore. I can see the stars are like good. Okay. And this is the configuration. Perfect. So if I just scroll down a little bit, I will see this particular JSON. What is this JSON? This is the exact JSON that we use to add any MCP server to my agent. Okay, this is the exact JSON. Now what this JSON is saying, first of all, this command is common, MCP servers. Within that, we have the MCP server name, which is called DDG search. Perfect. Then the command, how can we run this server? So this command uses UVX. UVX basically is a package built on top of UV. With the help of this package, we can immediately download this package, which is a Python package available in PyPy, and it will run that package locally on my system whenever I will call this MCP server. Simple. Simple. Yeah, it is that simple. That is why it is called as USB-C plugin. I do not need to worry about this package management. I do not need to worry about any kind of, you can say, installing the package. Nothing. I just need to copy this JSON, and I just need to go to my VS Code and here I can just put that MCP. Now how can I just add that MCP server to my Claude Code? There are two ways. First way is I can directly create one file called .mcp.json and put the content there, or I can ask Claude Code to do the work for me. What is the difference? If I ask Claude Code, let's say I want to add this MCP in my project, I will provide this thing. So I'll simply say hit enter. Now what this will do, this will ask me like I want to just use this, allow reading from this. So what this can do, or you can say what this will do, this will create a settings.json file and it will put that particular MCP server there. Okay, I can say yes. Then let's wait, and this has added this file, okay, .mcp.json, but where in my project. See, if I say allow, yes, so if I see my structure, I will see .mcp.json here. See, wow, it has automatically done that. Now this MCP server is only available in this project, which is a good thing. Sometimes what people people can make mistake in this particular area. They can make the MCP servers available throughout their system, which is not a mistake. It totally depends upon the requirements. Sometimes you need to make available all the MCP servers throughout the project so that any project can use it. But sometimes some MCP servers are strongly aligned towards one project. It should not be shared among different MCP servers, or basically different projects using MCP servers. So in that particular scenario, you should always ask Claude Code that I want to add MCP server in this particular project only. Simple. What will happen after that? That MCP server will only be added in this particular project. So as you can see that it is saying done. I have created a .mcp.json file in your project root with the DuckDuckGo search MCP server, obviously, and it is saying when you use Claude Code next, it will detect this server. Why? Because whenever I will make any call, it will literally go here and it will see if there is any MCP server to perform this task. If yes, then I will use it. Who? Claude Code. Simple. And now if I open this, this is the file, and this file has this thing. Wow. Yes. Now let's say you want to run this MCP. I can just show you, don't worry. We will just add 1 to 2 more MCP servers so that you can just get the exact structure of MCP server. So this is very simple how we can just add the MCP. Simple. Okay. Now here Claude Code is acting as a client. MCP server is this one which will run locally on your system. So whatever communication you are having with this particular MCP server is through standard input output. What did I say? By the way, this is a technical stuff regarding MCP, but consume this knowledge. STDIO, standard input output. That means this MCP server will create sub process to talk to the server. This is the most secure way because you are not sending any request outside. You are not receiving the response from outside. This is simple like communication between your system and you or your client. Simple. Okay. So whenever you see command like UVX, NPX, that means you are running MCP servers using STDIO, standard input output. Simple. Very good. Now UVX means that it will consume Python and you already have Python installed. But some MCP servers use NPX, that means that relies on Node.js to execute the MCP server. So if you ever use any MCP server command, JSON configuration, where NPX is written like this, then in that scenario, make sure that you have Node.js installed on your system. Otherwise that program will not run. Simple. So simply go on Google, type download Node.js and that's it. If you are using NPX, if UVX, then it's fine because UVX will consume your UV or you can say your Python environment. Simple. Very good. This is a very basic example. Okay. Now let's say you want to add another MCP server. Obviously you can add it, right? So if you want to add another MCP server, let me just show you a very good example. Okay, very good example. You can also go to, let's say, Gmail MCP server, and I think there's a very popular guy who has created this MCP server. Let's open this one. Let's see. I don't know about this guy, but I know there's a guy like who has created a very popular. Oh yeah, this one, Gongrezi. Yeah, this is a popular one. So now, if I want to use this MCP server, Gmail auth MCP server, what I can do, I can just simply search for the command that I need to install in my, you can say, MCP server. So see, this is the command. Now this is using npx. Now npx is what? npx is a kind of Python, or you can say Node.js equivalent of UVX. Okay, so you need to download Node.js in your system if you want to use Gmail MCP server. But if you are able to find any MCP server for Gmail using UVX, then you are good. If not, download Node.js. It's just a matter of like few minutes and that's it. Simple. So you can just add this as well. So all of these MCP servers are local MCP servers. Now let me just show you a very good thing. I need water, bro. But let's complete the lecture first of all. So now let me show you a very cool example. I want to show you one thing. Yeah, Playwright. So now you know, let's say these all are the MCP servers that we see here, right? Let's say plugin. And if you go in plugin, you will see a long list, right? Loading plugins. Why it is taking so long? Bro, let me open terminal. Claude. Perfect. And use this. Yeah, so now if you have installed any MCP server and if you open the terminal, it will ask you that do you want to use this MCP server? I will say use this MCP server. So yeah, so now whatever question I will ask, it will always refer to mcp.json. If it will feel like it can use that MCP server, it will use it. Okay, so we are not using it right now, but I want to show you something. So I'll simply say plugin. Okay, so I will see the plugins. Okay, so here are all of the plugins. All of the plugins, GitHub. Oh, so we have GitHub plugin as well. Yes, GitHub plugin means it can actually manage everything using your GitHub account, all of the PRs, that means pull requests, all of the issues, all of the bugs, everything. Okay, so you can also install this MCP server in your Claude Code, connect your GitHub account and just rely on Claude Code for everything. And it is amazing thing. Okay, and if you just want to search anything, you can just search it. So the intent behind opening this terminal is there are so many, you can say MCP servers. But let's say we do not want to use these integrated MCP servers. So for example, I am currently using, or let's say I have recently downloaded the MCP server for Playwright, right? So now let's say this feature would not be available. Okay, this feature would not be available. Okay, so now if I go to Google or I search Playwright MCP server, then I can just go to their GitHub repo. So here I can just scroll down and see this is their command. Wow. So even if you are not able to find MCP server for Playwright in Claude Code, you actually do not need to be dependent on the connectors or plugins that we have in Claude Code. Why? You can easily find MCP servers everywhere, because MCP servers are not just for your Claude Code, it is for everything. So you can literally copy this. Okay, you can literally copy this. I can just even show you, but I obviously it won't work because I do not have the no. I have Node.js. Yeah, I have Node.js. I can confirm. I can. Yeah, I have Node.js. So I can even add it because I want to show you like how you can add multiple servers. So what you need to do, simply add a comma after DDG search and Control V. And here you need to remove MCP servers because MCP server is just for the heading. That's it. And here remove this as well. Not really. Okay. Okay, this. MCP servers. Okay, this is open, this is closed, this is closed here. Yes, this is closed here, and this is closed here. Okay, and this is closed here. Is it good? MCP servers. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Perfect. And oh, yeah, this is extra. Now this is good. Perfect. So this way you can even add, I think now it is good. Yeah, now it is good. So this way you can add all of these MCP servers like this. So now I have MCP server for DDG search. This is playwright. So just to distinguish, I will simply say playwright own. That means this is my personal playwright MCP server. So now if I just search MCP, it will give me plugin DDG search, and I think this has not taken care of this thing. Let me just open a new session, and the best way is use a terminal. Claude and then MCP. So I have MCP servers DDG search, and I have pencil. Maybe it is not removed. So the second thing, I have playwright. So now this one is not actually picked up. I don't know why. Okay, command C wrapper to execute npx. Okay, makes sense. So now they're saying that they need command C. Okay, like basically \C wrapper to execute npx, because by default it cannot run your npx based MCP server, but that is not a big problem. So you can literally replace this entire command with this one. So what this will do, this will literally run your command with C /C. So whenever you want to run any MCP server with npx with Claude Code, you have to use this thing. Make sense? So now let's try to confirm it. Okay, so I will simply say exit Claude and use this MCP server. Yes, then MCP, and now you can see DDG search playwright on. That means that is my personal MCP. Okay, and then I have pencil, which is still there, it's fine. Then I have built-in MCP, which is playwright. I can even disconnect it because I now have my own MCP server running here, right? But just for the simplicity, let's keep it. It's not a big deal, but you can just disconnect it using the plugin here. Okay, that's not a big deal. Makes sense? Okay, makes sense. Now what you can do, you can use these particular MCP servers. Yes, you can use these MCP servers. Now I will go to Claude Code. I will say, I want to get the latest news on, let's say, Claude Code using MCP. Okay, let's see what it will do. It should just run the, so it is saying, do you want to proceed with MCP DDG search? Yes. So it is able to identify my MCP called DDG search. So it will just use DDG search. It will download the package. It will run the code. It will get the response. It will give it to me. Simple. So it has, would you like me to fetch more detail.mcp.json? What is it saying? Okay. Key updates. Okay. So it has just given me the update for Claude Code review launch March 9. New multi-agent code review, automatically analyze AI generated code and flags logic errors, boost engineering productivity by 200%, and blah blah blah. Opus 4.6 release. Yes. So these are all of the latest news that I have got using DDG search, because Claude Code doesn't have any kind of built-in tool for making the real-time search related to news. Wow. Now I will say, I want you to open Amazon and tell me the price of, or let's say, just let's say I want you to open Amazon for me. That's it. Okay. So now what it will do, it should open one of the windows. Let's wait. I can help with that, but I can clarify first. What are you trying to accomplish related to Claude project? Amazon is outside the scope of the Claude Code. Is designed. So I will simply say, open Amazon for me using MCP if you have any for this. Simple. Yes. So now it will just open. Oh yeah, it has opened this thing. See, Where is the screen? Okay, this is the screen. See, this window is automatically opened by Claude Code. Very good. And you know what? When I was just testing MCP server for Playwright, few days back, I asked it to just put some stuff that I wanted to buy in the cart. Worked. It worked. It literally searched everything in the browser, in the search bar of the Amazon.com. Search for that stuff, same color, same everything in the cart. Wow. Wow. So you can also do these things using these MCP servers. So these are called STDIO based MCP servers. That means local MCP servers. But now, as I just mentioned, that you can also access the remote servers. Remote servers are the future for sure, And now I can also show you what are the remote servers, and a very good example of remote server is Tavily Search. Tavily Search is a kind of tool which allows you to make search similar to Google search. Simple. So what you can do, you can literally go to Tavily Search MCP server, and one thing that you would need in Tavily MCP server, you would need an API key, and Tavily allows you to create one free API key with 1,000 free requests. So you can directly go to Tavily Search and create your account, create your API key for free, and then you can just use this MCP server for free. Simple. Okay, good. So I will just click here on the Tavily.com, and here you can see that this is the Tavily MCP server. But do you know what? When you will be looking at that command to add this MCP server, you will be like, what is this command? Let me show you. So remote MCP server, and this is the command. You will say, this is a URL, bro. This is not a MCP server. This is a MCP server. But this is an hosted one. This is a hosted MCP server. And in the hosted MCP server, we always use HTTPS, Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secured. Okay, so that is why it is the future, because when we have the hosted remote or hosted servers, we can just treat it like a normal API call. That is fine, but Ansh Lamba, how can we just add this in our MCP list? That's a very good question. So you can just copy this URL. And by the way, you need to complete this URL by your API key. I have my API key, but you can just put your API key in place of this. Okay. So you will go to Claude Code, and you will say, I want you to add this MCP in my .mcp.json. So do you know what it will do? It will write one more MCP server, and it will simply say server name, type is HTTP, and then URL. That's it. It will not write command. It will not write arguments. Why? Because this is not running locally. This is simply running on a server outside of your machine. Simple. Let's see. Yes. See, it is here. It has added this thing. I think it forgot to add type. Type is very important, by the way, but still I can simply confirm it by going to the terminal. This is my assumption, because maybe because this is a client, they can just change their inside code that they have written. So I'll simply say Claude, and I will write MCP. So I have got, okay. So I think there's one error. Does not adhere to MCP server schema. I was so sure about it. So we need to say type, and type is HTTP. Okay. Now if I just refresh it, now if I say Claude and use this MCP server, yes, MCP, perfect. Tavily is there. See, DDG search, Playwright on, and Tavily, perfect. So this way you can just add your Tavily search API as well, basically MCP server, but do not forget to replace that Tavily API key with your API key. Okay. And it is free. You can just create your account. Okay. Just create your account and everything is sorted. Perfect. This is your MCP server. So in short, you can enhance the capabilities of your Claude Code by pulling the external tools. Now, what is the advantage? Now, how DDG search actually performed the search for me. DDG search has some tools available within that particular MCP server. extract, and there's one more tool that it has. So I didn't write any code by myself. I simply used the code that was written in the MCP server by the owner of this MCP server. I simply ran the code. Simple. It saved a lot of time. Plus, it is approved by the community, because obviously whenever you are just building something for the community, a lot of iterations would happen, a lot of improvements would happen, a lot of edge cases would have been taken care of. So obviously, and now when I'm using the MCP server for a reputed brand and Microsoft, they have written amazing functions to use their browser. Simply use this. Now Microsoft also doesn't provide the hosted MCP server, because hosted MCP servers are the future. But now they're simply using their old MCP server that runs locally, and it's fine. It's fine. And then Tavily is a, you can say, AI based application. So they just hosted their MCP server. So in the Tavily as well, they have 4 to 5 functions, 4 to 5 tools, and I'm directly using the code. And here, and I'm not even running the function locally. Why? Because I'm simply sending my request to this hosted version when I will be having API key. Simple. That is the power of your MCP servers, where you do not need to worry about the tools. You do not worry about the code. You simply create a client. Wow. Now let me just tell you one very interesting thing. Claude Code handles MCP servers very maturely because it is code first approach. Developers use it. But when you use Claude Desktop application for MCP servers, it behaves differently. Wow. In Claude Desktop, you can run your local MCP servers without any kind of effort. Why? Because it was made like that. Okay. Then when companies started pushing their MCP servers on a hosted server, then Claude directly connected those MCP servers into their Claude Desktop application, and they just call it as connectors. Connectors is just a fancy word. Behind the scenes, it is just an MCP. Simple. But now if you want to add your custom MCP, let's say Tavily is not here, or it is here, I don't know. Let me just search manage plugins. If I search Tavily, no, Tavily is not there. So if you want to use Tavily, you cannot use it like this in Claude Desktop application. Why? Because it is not allowed like this. Now this is the technical stuff that I'm just going to say. So now Claude Desktop, what it will do, it cannot make a connection directly to the hosted MCP server. Okay. And I'm just talking about Claude Desktop. Claude Code can work. It is fine. Okay. I'm just talking about the Claude Desktop. Claude Desktop will use a proxy. Okay. Local proxy. So for that proxy, we have a special function called npx, which is the command, and the your package name is mcp remote. Okay, so we use that package which deroutes all of the traffic from local URL to that hosted one. So this is the kind of workaround that we use till the time Claude Desktop has that particular, you can say, compatibility, and it is still not there. We still use that particular package, but we developers do not need to worry about this thing. Developers will not use Claude Code in Claude Desktop application. Developers use Claude Code directly in the code editor. But why I'm telling you this thing? Because obviously you can just explore Claude Desktop application. You might get the subscription from the Claude Desktop application, because see, it is worth it. Because if you just compare the cost, Claude subscription will actually be a better thing. If you are just using Claude Code on a daily basis and using it for hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, Claude subscription is a better place. And when you are using Claude Desktop subscription, you can actually use the Claude Desktop application as well. But my duty is just to tell you the raw stuff that developers use, because Claude Desktop application is also built for the non-developers, non-technical people, where they just want to connect to Google, they want to connect to Gmail, they want to connect to whatever without writing any code, without seeing what is happening behind the scenes. Simple. Very good. So this is the thing. And similar to this, like this is a pure Claude Code thing. If you want to add any MCP server in the VS Code, okay, in the VS Code, then also you can just do it. It's not a big deal, but we are not using those clients. Those are just like the IDE clients that we use. But this is like pure Claude Code. It has nothing to do with VS Code, Cursor, whatever. Because I do not know like you are using which IDE. So I cannot just tell you MCP through VS Code or that cursor. Simple. So this is your MCP servers with Claude Code. And I know now you will be thinking like, hey, we can just connect to this MCP, we can just do this work, we can just automate this thing. And exactly that is the stuff being happened today. People are actually automating so much of things using MCP servers because they do not need to write any code to automate the stuff. They simply need to use the tools available within that MCP server. Just for example, let's say you can even automate your emails, you can even automate your Slack messages, you can even automate your group chat, whatever you have. Let's say you are going on a vacation, okay, and you are going out for at least a week, and you already know if you're working in 9 to 5 corporate, by the end of the next week you will have like thousands of messages, and you cannot like read each and every message, but you cannot skip it. Maybe some info, you can say important message will be written in that particular chat. So in that particular scenario, you can just use Claude Code. You can connect your Slack, your Teams, whatever you want to connect. Boom. Simply ask Claude Code, what is the summary? What is happening? Is there anything important for me? Is there any to do for me? Simple. Okay, that's how we work. Okay, and you can see one more thing here, dot playwright MCP. This is like for console that we just used. Okay, so this is your MCP under the hood. And if you now want to explore MCP in detail, feel free to go to their official documentation, which is model context protocol. So this is the thing. Okay, so you can just read about it in detail. STDIO, SSE, streamable HTTP, these are 3 basic kinds of MCP servers that we have. And you should know the reasons behind MCP servers, because I can just simply say plug and play. I can simply plug the URL and I can get the access to all of the functions and tools available. I do not need to change the configuration. I do not need to build a different dedicated client, nothing, just MCP, JSON, and that's it. You can even create a client using Python, but that all of these things we can, if you want, we can cover all of these things in the dedicated MCP server masterclass if you want to study MCP server in detail, like from scratch. Okay, but yeah, this is everything about MCP servers in Claude Code. Now let's talk about this amazing feature in Claude Code, hooks. This was added, I think, few months back in Claude Code. Why it was added and what is the use of hooks? Let's talk about hooks because this is very important. In short, let's say we are using Claude Code. We all know that. Okay, so let's say this Rohan is using Claude Code. Perfect. So now this Claude Code does so much of things. This Claude Code will, let's say, perform so many tool calls, skills, whatever. While performing so many things, Claude Code has inner checkpoints. What do I mean by inner checkpoints? For example, Claude Code manages all of these things in the form of events. If Claude Code wants to make any tool call, that is a kind of checkpoint. That is a kind of area where Claude Code knows, hey, this is a different event. Once the tool call is completed, then next tool call, if it wants to call multiple tools. Simple. After that, after making all of these tool calls, there are some more events as well. Okay, what is the benefit of these events? Earlier there was no benefit, but then Claude Code team made the best use of these events. So what they did, they introduced hooks. Okay, so now let's say this developer, this Rohan, knows that I have these events. I will just show you all of the events. Okay, so Rohan knows that I have all of these events. So now Rohan is a developer. Rohan knows how to perform, how to write scripts, how to perform the automation. Now Rohan knows that every time one event is invoked or event is completed, I can run something in between. For example, let's say this Claude Code made a tool call. Okay, so this tool call is invoked, this tool call is made. Okay, makes sense. Now this is an event. Okay, this is an event. Okay, now this event, so there will be a point before this event, makes sense, before this event, and there will be a point after this event, common sense. So now Rohan can make use of these 2 points. So now Rohan, if Rohan wants to run something at this point, let's say at this point, Rohan can do it. And what he can do? Anything. He can run any Python script, he can run any bash command, he can run any PowerShell script, anything. So this is called pre-invocation, and this is post, right? So now Rohan is smart. Rohan knows that Sonnet, like this Claude, makes a lot of tool calls and performs so much of things. So let's say before making any tool call, I want to perform something. I want to do something. So Rohan can generate any script. For example, we are taking Python as an example, but you can run any script, bash commands, terminal commands, then PowerShell scripts, anything. Now Rohan can run this particular script on every tool call, or basically before any tool call, because this is a called of pre-event. Okay, now you can think about this thing like this. Let's say you are making any tool call, okay, and you want to send some alerts to yourself, you want to send some messages to yourself, you want to notify yourself on every tool call, because when you automate so much of things, you need to be aware of like what's going on behind the scenes, right? So you can perform so much of loggings. So you can say every time you are doing something, you need to make this post event command, or let's say pre-event if you want to do that. Now what's so special in this particular thing? The special thing is no LLM is involved here in this particular step, because this step will not invoke any LLM. This script will not be run by LLM. No, this will be a pure local invocation, pure local execution. Claude Code will just execute this script and that's it, or execute any command that I will provide and that's it. Claude Code will not simply send that command or send that script to LLM or to Sonnet to run that thing or use it as a context. No, this will be pure local step that it will perform. Simple. Oh, okay. So you can think of it like a kind of step or a kind of local node that we have added in our execution. Simple, makes sense. So now let's try to read the documentation for this. So now what is written here? If we just go here, I think, yeah, extend Claude Code, and then we have hooks. Yeah, perfect. And I think first we should just go to reference. Yeah, perfect. So first of all, this is the thing that I was just talking about. These are all of the events. First of all, let me just zoom in. First of all, the event is session start. That means whenever we start the session. Second step is user prompt submit. Usually we do not perform anything here. Then we enter the agentic loop where we make tool calls. So this is one of the events, pre-tool use. Then permission request. That means if we have set, and I have also set it, that whenever it wants to do anything, you can just ask me. But I have not set it on the tool usage. I have simply set it on the, you can say, editing my file system, and that's it. But some people just try to make permissions, or you can say some people try to just restrict permissions on some tool usage when you work in an organization, because no one, like not everyone should have the access to all of the tool usage, right? So you can just do that as well. And then tool executes, simple. Then post tool use, then sub agent. If you have any sub agent, and if Claude Code is spawning any sub agent, it will create an event for that as well. Simple. And finally task completed, and then stop means like everything is done. So these are some of the events, and you can just see the long list here. These are all of the events. I can make use of these events. Wow, literally wow. So now what is a hook? The same thing that I mentioned. Hook is basically any action you want to take on these events. Simple, any action. And what is the syntax if we want to define a hook? So this is the very basic syntax. So let me just define this particular thing, or let's say explain, because I can define in VS Code. So first of all, you will say hooks, whatever hooks you want to create. You can create multiple hooks. Then this is a category of hook, which is called pre-tool use. Here you just need to write the event name, like on which event you want to perform your action. I want to perform my action on pre-tool use. That means whenever it will be using my tool, I want to run something, I want to do something. Then comes the matcher. Matcher means what type of event, because tool can be of any type. It can be of bash command, it can be of create, edit, read, write, so many things, right? So you simply need to write some tool type. Simple. So now this hook is saying that whenever Claude Code is running any bash command, okay, any kind of bash tool, so you need to run my hook, you need to run my thing. And what is the thing, what is the action? This is the action. So here the person has created the bash script, okay, it's called .sh, which is a kind of, you can say, shell scripting. So the person has created the script and the person has saved the script inside hooks folder. We can save it anywhere, but this is a standard. And then what will happen, whenever that Claude Code will make any tool call using bash, before making that tool call, Claude Code has to run this command. Simple. Simple. This is pure automation, pure automation. Simple. So let's see some other examples as well. This is a very good example. We will also try to create our own example, and we will use Python for that, because Python can do literally everything, including bash scripting using sub process. So it's not a big deal. We will use Python. So this is another very good example. So this is an example, because whenever we run anything with bash command, right? Now you will say, hey, what is inside this script? So let me just show you what is inside this script. So basically this person has applied a kind of security, or you can say a kind of guardrail on his repo or working directory. Whenever we run the bash command, we can literally perform anything using bash. So person has restricted this command rmrf. So if the person finds, or basically Claude Code finds, okay, anything related to bash command, it will directly run this script. Simple. And this script is saying, hey, if any command contains these type of characters to remove anything, deny. I do not want to just perform that particular thing. Simple. So this is that script. You can just add some guardrails in your working tree. Simple. And this is the architecture for that particular execution. So first of all, Claude will run this command. Why? Because you would have asked, hey, please delete this thing. Hey, please delete that thing. Claude will say, let me generate the command that I want to run. Okay, it generated this command, bash rmrf tmp build. Then it was going to the tool call. Which tool call? Bash tool call. But this pre-tool use fires. Why? Because there is a hook for this particular task. So now this is fired. So now what it will do, it will just perform its task, and it will say if there is any tool call related to bash, which is there in our case, then simply run this particular script and the decision is blocked. That means it cannot perform that tool call. But if let's say I'm performing any Python operation, then obviously this will also fired, but that command will not contain any kind of this particular character, let's say rmrf. Then obviously it doesn't need to just block that particular tool. It will simply continue the execution. So this is a kind of, you can say, some people use it for guardrails, some people use it for automation, some people use it for logging, some people use it for summarization, and it's totally your choice what you want to do on these events. Simple. Some people even use it for, let's say, notifying them. For example, let's say you are working with Claude Code and some bigger executions where you have long skills. Then obviously Claude Code takes some time to execute everything, and sometimes Claude Code would need your input in the middle of the execution. And let's say you are working on 10 different things, then obviously you do not need to keep the Claude Code up and running in front of your eyes. Obviously it will be running behind the scenes, but it will be running in the background, right? So what it will do, it can just simply run one bash command whenever it needs your input, and there's a special event for that. It's called notification. Similar to pre-tool use, there's a special you can say event called notification. So whenever it needs your attention, whenever it needs your input, you will simply run that particular command. It's a bash command, or you can say PowerShell command, and it will simply give you the notification, hey, I need your input, hey, I need your attention, and simple. So people use it for notification purpose as well, so that your tasks are not stuck, they are not blocked. It will simply notify you immediately. And it totally depends if you want to automate that thing using your Windows notification, or you can simply create one Python script to generate some sound from your system, or You can even connect your Slack. Let's say you're working in an organization and you are wearing headsets, or let's say your microphone is not connected, anything. So you cannot hear the sound, and you should sometimes simply mute the notifications, especially system notifications. Then what you can do, you can simply connect your Slack or Teams, and it will simply send you the DM, hey, I need your attention. Simple. So you can also do that thing as well. So there are so many things. Okay. It totally depends up to you what you want. So the idea is very simple. Idea is very simple. These are the events. I can literally perform anything on these events. Simple. This is the whole idea. Okay. This is the whole idea. These are the events. I can literally do anything that I want on these events. I just need to create my hook file and that's it. Simple. Now let's see how can we create our hook file. So if you just go to VS Code and if you go inside Claude, and here, yeah, let's create here. So if I just go here, I can create one hooks folder first of all, because inside the hooks folder I will create my Python file or Python script basically. So let's create our script. Let's say I want to run my Python script. Okay, and this Python script, what it will do, it will simply do something. Okay, and just to test it, so what we can do, we can simply create very simple Python file. So what I will do, I will simply write one text file whenever my tool call is invoked. Simple. Like you can literally write anything, but we need to test it, right? So what I can do, I can create one Python file and I will name it as, let's say, prescript. Okay, prescript.py, and here I can say import OS, and let's use path. So file path dot sh, not really, prescript.py. Yeah, sorry, .txt. So here I can say with open file path, not in the reading mode, we want to write it, or let's say append it. Perfect. Simple. So this is a very simple script that we have created, where we are simply trying to create a text file whenever our tool will be invoked basically. Simple. And it will be just created in the this folder, in the hooks folder. Simple. I can also decide any other directory, but let's say I want to just write it here just to test it. So this is my hook. Now how to configure the hook? So basically there are two ways. I will just tell you both. The way is just one, but you can just go to that way through two different paths. So the thing is, we need to create one settings.json file, not settings.local.json. This is not available across all the work trees. Settings.json file. So when you create settings.json file, you have to configure this thing like this. Let's say like this. You just need to paste this JSON. Where is that JSON? Let's say like this. Simple. But do you know what? This settings.json file is actually created automatically by Claude Code to perform the other tasks as well. So yes, you can create it manually, but I would recommend you to create this settings.json file for the very first hook through Claude Code. Why? Because when you will ask it to just create the settings.json file, it will keep it in the records and it will not purge that file. Otherwise, you can see that you will create settings.json file and it will just remove it automatically after some time, just to sync the all of the properties, because it has not registered your settings.json file. So that is why this is my personal recommendation. Okay, otherwise you can just create it manually as well. Okay, because I faced this problem, I wanted to share it with you. You might not face it, but if you face this problem, simply delete the settings.json file and ask Claude Code to create the hook for you, and automatically it will write it in the settings.json file. Simple. Okay, so let me just ask Claude, I want you to create one pre-tool hook for me, which will run the prescript.py file located at .claude hooks. Simple. Then it will automatically create the file, settings.json file. Okay, it is reading my file. Okay, so where it is just trying to create it, where it has created settings. Oh, it has simply called as hooks.json. By the way, now I'll create hooks.json file. Bro, it should be called as settings.json. Claude Code doesn't even know its own documentation. Bro, now it is just updating settings.local.json. You need to create a separate file called settings.json. That is why when you work with Claude Code, you will feel like those bigger models, Sonnet and Opus models, are actually very good in terms of coding. So you should only use Opus model, not Opus, this Haiku model, just for like low level tasks, or you can say which do not require much technical knowledge, because obviously they have created multiple models on the basis of the work that we perform. But yeah, we are simply creating this particular demo, so we do not need to just use that high class model, but it is a personal recommendation. If you're working in the real world, if you are dealing with some coding problems and you need that particular, you can say, knowledge from LLM, then obviously you should just go with the Sonnet at least. Okay, so I think it just tested this pre-script as well. Not actually, because this, I think, hook was automatically called. Let me just delete this file, because obviously this is also one of the tool calls, so that is why. So, but that is fine, no need to worry. So let's see what it has created. So it has created hooks pre-tool use, hooks type command, and command is this one, Python, and the location, or basically path of my file. Now just a quick tip for anyone who can face some errors. Sometimes Claude Code run your Python scripts directly through the terminal. In that scenario, if you are using something in your Python file, let's say here I'm simply using import OS, nothing else. But sometimes I can use multiple libraries, and those libraries are only available in your virtual environment. Then in that particular scenario, what you can do, you can simply go to settings.json, and here in the command, instead of just writing Python, you should copy the path of virtual environment like this, copy path, and just put it here, because it will then use your virtual environment. Simple. And you can obviously add an escape character if you are on Windows, but it's fine. Okay, so now this way as well, and you can simply provide the full path of your Python script whenever you are just giving the virtual environment. So this is a tip when you are using so many things. Simple. So this is pre-use. So now I want to test it. So I know that this particular Python file, this my script, should run every time whenever I'm making any tool call, right? Any tool call. By the way, I can just simply define what type of tool call, let's say edit, write, read, but I want to just test it on any tool call. So I will simply open one new chat, and I will say, create one test.txt file for me with hello world in it. So now what I have asked, I have simply asked to create one test file for me. Why? Because I know whenever I ask something to create or do whatever, it will do something. It will make tool call, and whenever it will make tool call, this particular script should run, right? So let's test it. So, okay, I will say yes. And I can see that prescript.txt is already there, because it created this file called, where it created test.txt in your working directory. Where is that file? Okay, here. So it has created test.txt, and obviously it would have used tool called write, right? So now my script automatically ran, and it generated this file, which is called, this is a prescript. Wow. This way you can even create a postscript as well. Let me show you. So let's say postscript. Perfect. And here I will say this is a postscript. Simple. And let me just add this hook as well. Now I can extend it on my own, nothing to worry. Simple. Now let's ask it for one more time, just to create that thing, because this time I should see two files. Control C, and let me just delete the previous one just to test it. Let's go to Claude Code. Perfect. So let's see if we can see two files this time. Okay, prescript is there because that is called automatically. The file already exists. Hello world in it. No action needed. Wow. So let me just say create a new file, bro. But it ran my prescript because that automatically runs before the script, before the tool call. Simple. Create test2. Perfect. So I can see prescript already because tool call is recently made and my script is already there. Now if I approve it, I should see postscript as well. Postscript is not there. Why? Why? Oh, I see. Because I have not changed the path. Okay, perfect. Let's test it for one more time. Create test3. Okay, let's see this time. Okay, prescript is already there, obviously, and now I will approve it. I should see postscript. Perfect. So both of my Python scripts are done. Simple. So this way you create all of these particular hooks, and hooks will automatically be triggered whenever you are associating a hook with your event. Simple. And let me just now just show you some more examples so that you can just try on your own. There's like one very good example, and let me just check. I think it was there in the example, in the build with code, and then where was it? Let me just find it for you. Hooks. Create plugin. Oh yeah, here. Let me just show you. I found it. Let me just show you. Create getting started. Extend Claude Code. Hooks. So they have provided this amazing example. You can just try it. So what this example will do, this is I think hooks reference. Let me find it. Yeah, here I finally found it. It is inside build with code and automate with hooks. So these are some of the how-to tutorials in this particular section. So here you will see that they have simply created one hook, which is very nice. So which will simply send you some notification whenever it needs your approval or anything in your tool call, and it will just use this particular PowerShell command to send you the notification, which is not a very good thing. By the way, you should instead connect your personal text messages or chat messages, because most of the time you would also keep your Windows system on D&D. But yeah, if you just want to test it, you can just create one hook for this. You can just play around with it. You can just see so many examples here. Most of the time what people prefer is running the bash commands or PowerShell scripts. Okay, but you can simply run Python scripts because Python can do literally anything. But sometimes when you just want to perform some additional things, you can just go with the PowerShell scripts as well. Simple. And obviously Linux commands. So here you can just see some examples, some how-to tutorials. Simple. But now I think you have got the intent, like what is the end goal that we want to achieve. We simply want to run our script on a specific event, and that's it, because Claude Code allows us to utilize the events. Simple. And we can create hooks around that. Okay, simple. I think it will be very helpful whenever you want to automate literally everything. Automation plus logging is very important, so it will do both with the help of hooks. Plus it will not use a LLM, it will not use a context. So I think you can smartly integrate hooks whenever you want to automate anything. Obviously, because you do not need to pass that particular context in your LLM. This will be like pure local execution, and that's it. Simple. So this is your hooks in Claude Code, and the best part is now we have covered everything in Claude Code. Everything means, because see, obviously everything means now you are well versed, now you are capable enough to integrate Claude Code in your workflows, Claude Code in your day-to-day activities, Claude Code in your day-to-day job, whatever you do. But now you can confidently work with Claude Code. Yes, there will be so many upgrades in the future in the AI, obviously, in the data engineering, obviously. So if you want to just stay updated, just hit the subscribe button right now, and just hit the like button and drop your lovely comment on this video, and just click on the video coming on the screen. I will see you there. Happy learning and happy Sunday.